Oh, hi there. It is Monday, start of a new week, and the end, unfortunately, of a great weekend of shogi. The US Shogi Championship was this weekend. As most people on the channel who watch the channel know, I did not play, but I attended the event. I did play in the casual night on Friday night. I played some games, and did the meet and greet. Met a bunch of met a bunch of cool people that I hadn't met before. Saw some people that I had met before but haven't seen since last year's US Shogi Championship. That was great. And then you saw some people that I see often but still like to see often. So it was everything in the middle. Hey, good morning, Dartney Twitch. Great to see you. So it was really nice. Italian Cannon, great to see you. Press F, pay respects. You lost a game. You were way up because you thought it was a 3-day game. You're playing correspondence. Well, clock problems exist in over-the-board shogi, they exist online, and they exist in correspondence as well. It's always tough to lose on time. It's so tough, especially when it's like a surprise. So, excuse me. I feel for you. I definitely feel for you. Oh, you missed a three against. Yeah, I saw that you two had started playing. I don't know if you played multiple games, but I saw that on the Discord. Are you on the Discord? I did not. I have not seen this username on the Discord. Yeah, hashtag Discord. Bang Discord. It is the Shogi Harbor Discord. I have a channel on the Shogi Harbor Discord. Let me get a link to that. Let me get this. How do I do this? Shogi Harbor. Invite people. There we go. Discord. Copy. I will paste this into the channel. This is the Shogi Harbor Discord. I have a channel, it's just a single channel in there under the content creator section. It's relatively active. It's a relatively active channel. I'm probably one of the more active channels there, just because I'm kind of a blabber. And I don't like to blab outside my own territory where people have at least signed up to hear the blabbing. Yeah, I'm not huge on Discord myself. I think at these days it is my Discord usage is mostly just Shogi Harbor, and then there are a couple other shogi related, including a local club that's there, but relatively calm, like almost mild. Like I'm also in the Brazil shogi Discord, also very low noise. There's not much in it, but yeah. So that is going on. But yeah, so this weekend, Friday night came in. KGF, good to see you. You say you got super lucky in that game. You can't do any opening stuff and barely any tactics, especially evil drafts. Well, not being able to do anything in the opening is a problem, but the middle game also. This weekend's shogi. So I watched a lot of shogi. I'll get to this, but I watched a lot, and I think my understand not that I didn't sort of know this intellectually, but I think my understanding of shogi has grown by a lot just by watching this weekend's games. I don't know if it'll end up converting to victories or anything like that, but my understanding of what this game is, I've been playing trying to get good at this game for 3 years now, so it's kind of weird to be saying this, but I'm learning as time goes on still more what this game actually is and what it's about, and I'm guessing that maybe I'm just slow to realize this, but people will continue to understand as they improve what this game is actually about. What is it? It's yeah. Without getting too deep and metaphysical on it, you should probably play on Shogi Wars, but you feel like you don't know anything yet, so it's not really worth it. Probably people there aren't weak enough. Well, there are strong players, obviously, and the bar on Shogi Wars is a little high. It is a little high, but there's a saying in Go. There may be a saying in Shogi. There's a saying in Tennessee that I think you lose your first, and whoever says a different number. Lose your first 500 games as fast as you can. I think something like that, or you lose your first 1,000 games as fast as you can. I think I've seen people say lose your first 50 games as fast as you can, but you lose all these games as quickly as you can. You're going to lose a lot, and I'm no exception. When I started out on Shogi Club 24 and Shogi Wars, and at this club in the East Bay, more on the East Bay Shogi Club coming later, but I pretty much just lost. I was at 10%. I was between 10 and 20% win rate on Shogi Club 24 when I started, and Shogi Wars, I had a relatively low win rate for a while. Hey, Jazz Brothers, you can confirm that the Go statement: lose your first 100 games in Go. And then this place I played, the first club I started playing at, this East Bay Shogi Club, where there were two other players there. We would play each other once per Sunday. I went a long time between winning games. And when one of the members dropped it was just the two of us. I probably won between 10 and 15% of the games. Maybe not even for another year or so. And now newer members have come that are beginners or lower level players, and I've been able to increase my win rate at the club, which is not my goal. My goal is to enjoy the game and have fun and just share shogi with these people that I like. And I do want to win, obviously, but that isn't the goal there. But still, I lose especially on the days where it's still just the club leader and myself. I'll regularly lose 3 games. I'll drive out an hour and then lose 3 games, and then I'll drive back home, for an hour and a half, and I'll be as happy as a clam. It's just great games. So it's easier said. It's easier for me to say this than to accept this, but you've got to be able to take the lumps. You've got to be able to just lose and let it slide. You have to be able to, on stream, I definitely have taken my share of lumps, and I am not letting it slide. It's really getting to me because, I think at some point, everyone gets to that point in your development in a game or your development in anything where you feel you're not past the point of no return, but you've put in a lot of time. You acknowledge that you have invested a lot of time, and everyone's life is composed of minutes and seconds and time and opportunities. And at some point you realize, I have invested some or a lot of my life into this activity. And it causes maybe a reflection on, what am I getting out of this? Am I improving? Am I enjoying it? Am I learning? Am I continuing to learn? Am I getting worse? Are my peers exceeding me? Are my peers, how am I doing with these people that I play with? These are things that happen to everybody, I think, but they certainly happen to me. And so, I have taken some of these dips and plateaus to heart more than I should, but I think everyone, it's one of those things that's just easier said than done. But when you are starting out, I think the key really is to just be open to getting blown up over and over and over, because that is the game. It is a very difficult game. Its difficulty does not decrease the better you get at it. It stays difficult, and the nature of the game is such that it doesn't simplify as the game moves on. So you can't necessarily use your overwhelming skill to get easier games, like easier, calmer games. The games just get crazy. So it's a tough game. It's a difficult game. You have to be able to lose, and you have to be able to take these like losses as learning opportunities. And someone I met over on Friday, someone on Friday, which was the casual night where the welcome event, people were registering, getting to their hotels, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if this is a viewer, but someone came up and introduced themselves, and we talked for a while. And this player is just starting out. Is my understanding is that the player is just starting out and enjoying the game a lot, and he flew out across. Oh no, this is not across the country. This is flying up north to come to this event, and it sounds like they're just having a great time. Like this is like shogi can be a life improving event. A life expanding, life improving event. You meet new people. You can travel. You get new experiences, and it was just a real pleasure to talk to this person. And the reason I bring it up is because this person had mentioned that their 6Q on Shogi Wars, which is on Shogi Wars at the starting out point, one of the lower ends, and the fact that they're so excited about it and enjoying it, I think that's going to translate to growth, and more importantly, it's going to translate to having a great time with shogi. And I'm so excited, like when I hear those types of stories from people, because it gives me some hope that maybe in the West here we can get some momentum. Maybe we can get more people playing the game. Maybe we can get more people to come out to events. Maybe we can get more people to watch streams. Maybe we can get more people to read and buy books, read and buy lessons, support the software sites, that kind of thing. It'd be great if we could have an uprising from the bottom of the sort of the grassroots of the game, the lower levels of the game, and at the higher levels of the game, where people could say, oh, you know what, I can maybe I can make a few bucks making this course. Maybe I can make a course and make a few bucks and help a bunch of people out and expand shogi and learn myself, because a lot of people will say that the best way to learn is to teach. And I've heard this on podcasts of chess podcasts of educators who have made courses on, say, Chessable. They make the course, some of them will make the course in order to learn the material themselves more fully. So, you give these opportunities. Once things hit a critical mass and once things start rising, I think you get a chance to get real interesting things happening. And KIGF, you say you marked your Shogi Wars account as beginner, whatever that means. Oh, I didn't know that you could mark it as a beginner. Hey, Ninworld, nice to see you. I didn't know you could mark it as a beginner. And Time and you are 2-1 on 81 Doge. You can't find games, especially around these hours. The games get a little tight. The player population is still largely Japanese, so you kind of, if you're looking for more players, you kind of have to look at the Japanese time. But as a new player, it's very difficult to find, even in peak hours, it's difficult to find honest to goodness lower level players, because there is a sandbagging culture in shogi, in online shogi, where people who call themselves beginners or who are at the lowest levels of the ranks, often on 81 Dojo or on Shogi Club 24, are actually players with lots of experience and lots of skill, and just looking to beat up noobs. But it's tough. It is very tough for beginners, and that's why I say, once we get this critical mass, maybe we can get sites with honest to goodness beginners. So beginners can come into a site when beginners or lower level players can feel comfortable that they want to come in, they play shogi, they want to say they want to come in, they want to be able to play other beginners and have good, meaningful games with other beginners. And like chess.com, obviously with millions of players, has this. I don't know enough about Lichess to know. Hey Todovsky, great to see you. Thank you very much for the raid. Hey Foradun, great to see you as well. I don't know if I don't know enough about Lichess to know if they also have that real nice band of beginners, that so you can feel comfortable as a beginner new to the game, that you can jump in and play other beginners. I imagine they have millions of players themselves. I imagine they also have it, but I don't know for certain, so I won't say for certain. But either way, when we get to that critical mass, and greeting, if you didn't hear already, thank you, Todovsky. Greetings. Hope your stream went well. So yeah, we get that in shogi. And BUD, good afternoon. Beginner talk, I think, is really critical. And so when I see, when someone comes up to me, as they did on Friday, and tells that kind of story, it is incredibly, it makes me hopeful. It makes me hopeful because, I really believe that we need to have more beginners in this game. We need to have more beginners. We need to have, and that's why Shogi Harbor, that's why the professional player who created Shogi Harbor, the Discord, you called it, I think this is why she called it Shogi Harbor. It's a safe place. It's a safe harbor for people to come in and talk about shogi and learn shogi, because the waters of the online shogi world are very rough out there. And I think, unfortunately, at this current point in the development of the game in the West, you have to have some very thick skin to be able to navigate it, or you have to be pretty willing to put yourself out there to just get demolished over and over and over, and to succeed. So the more beginners we get, the more those waters will calm down, and people will be able to play other games. And we'll see. I have been somewhat critical about players talking about rather than playing Go, though. This is true. I think that's a Go thing. I think it is a bit of a problem there, because I sometimes I question how much people really love the game when they just mostly talk about it. But yeah, and a lot of times I'm saying stuff like that, sort of tongue in cheek, sort of poking fun at myself and my own journey in Go, which was eventually ended. But maybe someday I'll come back and try to reclaim my lost 2Q glory. Because I do love listening to the Starpoint podcast. So Friday night was that meet and greet. The first player I met when I was walking in, so I parked the car. I started walking in across Japantown to the Japanese Cultural and Community Center, where, hey Melkor, great to see you. And it was an incredible event. So I got Friday night. I got out of the car. I was wearing my Nekobisha hoodie, just to make it a little easier for people to, as if I'm not easy enough to see, just to make it a little easier for someone to recognize me. first person I saw was a local. I won't give the name, but a local player, a local fellow Silicon Valley and San Francisco Shogi Club member. And we walked in, and as I was walking in, before I met him, I typed on Discord, is anyone around? And I Dream of Shogi said that he was in the lobby of the hotel. So we went. I had to go to the bathroom because it's a long drive. So I went to the bathroom and I got the response from Ken and went to the lobby of the hotel, which is right next door. Met with him. We talked a bit. We all went in. The tables were we started. Yes, they're the best viewers. They're the best viewers. Well, they're not the best viewers. I don't know how to pronounce B with the umlaut. They're B with the umlaut est. Just remember to remove the space. Just remember to move the space. So we went up, had to set up. We were early. We were all kind of a little early. We did some setup, and eventually, people started rolling in. And names or faces I've seen from previous events came in. Strong players, some local players. I saw when Led Zeppelin, Nicolas de Toledo from Brazil had come in, and I wonder why Automod is blocking your message. So it's ridiculous. It's amazing to me. So Automod is blocking Melkor's messages. But the actual spam messages that we get every single day and are just as easy to detect are getting through. It's Melkor has no future in the history of in the business of spam. Melkor has no you have no future. If you were thinking about becoming a spammer as a life profession, just give up now because you're not good at it. So he was there. Who did I play first? As the event happened, I played 3 games on the casual night. I played a strong player from Vancouver who, based on results from last year, I had thought maybe might not be that strong. Spoiler alert, he was very strong. But I played, for me, a great game. My first game I played Danako, the Danaka, the Shodan 7 inspired Nakazumai structure against Furibisha. And I played a very good game. I think I played a very good game. And he was poking and prodding in all the right places. And eventually I made a flail, a last second flail attack that could have succeeded had he defended improperly. He did not defend improperly. He made what I think were somewhat tricky defensive moves, and he escaped, and I resigned, and that was the start. The second game I played was against Nicholas, and he was Sente, if I'm not mistaken, and he played a Nakabisha, and so I went into Torizashi, and he plays an aggressive. So if none of you are familiar with Led Zeppelin online, that's an 81 Dojo account. He plays in a bunch of tournaments, and he's in WSL, and I've seen plenty of his games before because he's a regular in the Brazilian tournament scene. So I've seen some of his over the board games before that Koshiro has recorded. I've seen some of the the Brazilian tournament games that are online. And he always plays interesting openings. He plays interesting. Twitch sends you €50. Yeah, Led Zeppelin flew out all the way from Brazil. And so I'm familiar with his creative openings. He's always playing something interesting. And so he played that. And then where most people will begin castling, once the Torizashi and the Nakabisha have been set up, most people will begin, if they haven't already, on the Nakabisha side, will start castling their king. Well, he decided to bring up the left side, the king side knight, sort of in an attack posture, as I was getting my king over to in the usual Nakazuma-ish stuff. And it was just a fun game, a very fun game. He was very aggressive, and I felt like looking back, I think there were parts where I thought I had attacks, but he was aggressive. I tried to meet aggression with aggression in parts, and it was, and in the end, he's just too creative. He's just too creative, and he found all these ideas, and it was a game that was just a joy to lose. One of those games that were just super fun, and I'm just happy to be playing with this person who, if you would have asked me a week ago or whatever, before I knew that he was coming, it's like, would you ever play this person in real life? The answer is like, probably not. But here was my chance to play someone that I've only met or seen online, and it was just a great experience. So I lost, and then my third game, as people were starting to get in, because I had been hanging out with I Dream of Shogi most of the night, so someone had come over there, and I think he introduced me to him. Snowpiercer R, the Shogi Harbor member, 81 Dojo player. He lives in New York, but he plays for Canada in WSL, and he's a fellow Urashino Ryu enjoyer. Although he seems like every opening has these types. They have the people who are sort of the enjoyer of the opening, the lover of the opening. So like Urashino Ryu, I characterize myself as a lover of the opening. I love the opening. Then you have people who use the opening, but are sort of self-loathing users of the opening. I would say, and I hope this isn't being unfair to him, but I'd say he's a self-loathing Urashino Ryu player if he uses it. And, so I think he doesn't like it, and he doesn't like going against it. And he didn't play it. So he went into the Ishikawa and Melkor. And Melkor, since you're here, I need to tell you, because I've been saying this. So Ishikawa Sensei and you have done a grave disservice to the Western shogi world. A grave disservice. It's what you have done is unforgivable. You could that course, the entire course and series of videos, great. But did you have to add the anti-Urashino Ryu? Like, could you not just let us have some fun? Because it's right now, this is how I know. This is honestly, if I am playing an unknown player, this is how I know if they're a Westerner or if they're Japanese. Because if they're a Westerner, they will play Ishikawa's anti-Urashino Ryu. And if they're Japanese, they won't. They'll play something else. And so, because in the West, we have so little precious learning material that everyone in the West, there's a good chance that everyone in the West will have consumed the Western material. So everyone in the West is going to have this anti-Urashino Ryu strategy because of the two of you. And you will never be forgiven. You will never be forgiven. So anyway, he did that. I thought he got out to a nice advantage. And then and then chaos ensued, and I think I had a completely winning advantage, if not mate on the board, or if not Hishi coming on the next move. But I think I was a little too inspired, and I went a little bit too much for the king, and gave up a rook for it. I thought, I don't need this rook anymore. Like, I don't need to. I gave up. I allowed a silver, or I allowed a promoted knight, the Narike, to take my rook in the corner, away from my king. So I allowed him to make this slow move while I finished my mating attack, and it either wasn't there, or he defended brilliantly, or I messed it up. But long story short, he came back, and in a very impressive final mate that I think was very tricky to find, because if he didn't find this, he was going to lose. But he found it, and he won. And so I played 3 games that night, lost all 3. All 3 were instructive. All 3 were people I had never played before, either online or in person, and I had never met any of them before. I had, but I knew of the play of each of them, so that was awesome. But you met a bunch of people. A bunch of people came, stopped by and talked to me. They enjoy the channel, etc., etc. I also watched some games. So Ninworld, you say that we need a countermeasure for that. And I wouldn't call it a countermeasure, but I do. The countermeasure that the counter, you say, honestly, not that many know it yet. Oh, I don't know about that. Maybe, but it sure seems like I am getting, from Westerners, I am getting that response all the time. Grandmaster Steven Zerk, Z-Kid, who was at this event, he plays that against me, over the board. He plays actually, and online too. That is his. He learned it from the Ishikawa Sensei course. So he has been using that, and I have, I'm banging my head against it, trying to fight him. But one, it is a very strong, it's a very effective opening. But 2, he's just too darn good now. Like, even if I get advantages out of even if I were to get advantages out of the opening, he's just a much better player now. So regardless of the opening, he's going to be superior to me. But good day, Emperor Rex. But so about the countermeasure. So what I have been doing is something that I have been, with my good friend Jan, Yanra O. We've been working on a counter for this, and it turns out that it is also the counter. It's also the technique that Urashino Sensei, I have seen him use once or twice for it, and it is something that I saw. Not in the same move order. It's something that it's an approach that I witnessed on Friday night. I Dream of Shogi using against Gangi as a static rook player, where I essentially, he was building the sort of that half Yagura, where as Sente you've got 7-6 pushed, and then you've got the silver in there, and you've got the gold below it. And so you've got that sort of the start of the Yagura as the static rook player, but then he later brought his bishop down to sort of the Urashino Ryu position on 6-9, the nice position 6-9, and this is essentially from a different move order how I approach it now, and that is the approach I used, I believe, against Snowpiercer R. And it's what I've been trying to do online. It's I think it doesn't equalize, but I think it gets me good. It gets me good positions, or not good positions. It gets me playable positions, and it's to the point where it becomes a blunder where I do. Oh, hey, good to see you. I dream of Shogi. Yeah, so you're here. Yeah, it's more like Urashino is using the Yagura tactic of pulling the bishop back. I see. Yes, that's fairer way to say it. Bishop on. Oh yes. Sorry, Foradun. You're right. I was so eager to make the 6-9 joke. I was so eager to make the 6-9 joke that I ignored the actual real position. Hey, Coach Ro, had a wonderful time, an amazing time. I'm just talking about the 3 games first on Friday night at the welcome night. So I was just to recap. I came in, posted to Discord, met a member of the SF Shogi Club, and went to the restroom. And in the time, I Dream of Shogi had said that he's in the lobby, so I met up with I Dream of Shogi. We went out to the place, and I met some people. I played against a strong player from Vancouver. I played against, I talked to and played against Nicholas, Led Zeppelin. Great games, both of those. I used Doniko. My first game I played, it's Doniko. And then the third game was against Snowpiercer R, where I used this counter measure. And then without needing to spend the tempo to push pawn 7-6 and put the silver on 7-7. Ah. Oh, you saw someone playing Shogi Wars with the ID Nicholas. Oh, that's interesting. A Los Angeles player? I'll have to talk to you later. Amazing. By the way, before I forget, yesterday on the stream, Foradun, you said OMG, I think you said OMG, it's him. Something like that. And I was so close to doing I was going to say OMG, it's Melkor. Just I felt like, this whole OMG Melkor meme. I don't know if that's what you were going for. I don't know if you were baiting it out from me, but I wasn't going to do it. I was not going to do it. I'll just say one more fast forward. The recording that I did for the event, I told some people after the fact. So apologies if this is rehashing. That was the most stressful shogi moment. Those were the most stressful shogi moments that I have ever had in this game, was recording those games. I have a new respect for those professional scorekeepers and record keepers. Thanks, Todowski. I was so tense. Like, not tense, I guess is the right word. Saturday's event was real difficult because I started out trying to record off the board. I thought it would be easier to record by watching the actual board, even though it was a little raised and there were cables in the way. I had thought that I thought it would be easier for me to see the big one character pieces with their hand movements. So I thought that would be easier. We had a second screen that had the camera, the top down of the board. I had thought that not being able to see their hand coming in would make it more difficult for me to tell what they were going for. Taro Nugasia, Konbanwa. Nice to see you. Thank you for stopping by. But I was wrong. It is easier to go off of the screen. But either way, when people start making fast moves, it is so easy to get lost. Also, if someone comes up to you while you're recording and like says, "Oh, it just talks," once you're distracted, that is a terrifying moment. You see these hands move. It's like someone picks the time to talk to you right as the players are making a flurry of moves. And it's like, oh my God, how am I going to reproduce all these moves? And so I'm just trying, I'm looking at the board position and I'm just trying to figure out how could this have happened? And trying to get back and, back and forth. Those were terrifying moments. So yesterday for the semifinals, finals, and then especially for the pro game, I was trying not to even look around. I was taking no time to even look around. So when I was commenting, I think I was trying to add some spice because I knew we didn't have the sound. I knew we didn't have the sound on the stream. We talked about it every day. We were I was pushing to get that, but the problem was there was a sync. The sync. The audio for some reason was not being synced with the video, so it would have sounded weird. And so I was trying to at least type things in with my left hand usually, because I'm holding the mouse with the right. I'm watching the thing. I'm watching the game, and I'm trying to type with my left hand on I had my phone open on the side just to try to give some sense of what it's like to be there. And so it was real fun, but it was tense. And at some point in the professional game, so Ishikawa Sensei was playing Sato-san, and I was trying so hard not to move. I didn't want any movement. I didn't want to distract any of the players. God forbid, I was terrified my stomach was going to start rumbling. And I was sitting there and I wasn't moving my right arm enough because it was just holding the mouse. And the blood, I think, had stopped flowing. So it started getting a little numb, like that heavy feeling of numbness. And so there's some point in there you might see my arm goes down. My arm goes down. I just tried to get blood flow back in and I came back up. But the semifinal game for me was the toughest. So that was the pro game was the second toughest. The semifinal game was the toughest for me because I wanted to be so quiet. I did not want to impact Noah in any way. I am cheering, and I'm trying to be objective. Spoiler alert: he did not win that game, and I don't think I commented after the stream. I was heartbroken. I was heartbroken that he lost, and I realized this after the fact. I've known him and been playing with him now for over a year. And I was at last year's tournament watching pretty much every one of his games. After my game had finished, and I have never seen him makemashita. So this was the first time I have ever seen him makemashita. And I didn't realize that at the time. I realized it later. And I didn't even want to say, I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want any sort of disappointment to see or to come into what I was saying. I was hurt. So that was the most difficult game for me to annotate because I was trying so hard not to be a distraction. Anyway. Are there meme openings in Shogi? Yes. Yeah. So Adrian Shogi talked about Anakaku at last year's US Shogi Championship. at last year's US Shogi Championship, Time Zombie played in our first. We played 2 games in the, or no, yeah, we played 2 games in the. Now I don't remember which was first and which was second, but Time Zombie played Anakaku against me. Anakaku plus like a Rook Mino, and it was too much of a disadvantage. The King Walk opening. I don't know what the King Walk opening is, but someone did it to me on Shogi. Someone walked their king up the board to me against Shogi Wars. When I was at a very low emotional point already, someone walked up the board in Shogi Wars and just gave me all their pieces, and I still couldn't find the mate, and I started hanging my pieces, and I lost that game, and that got me even lower into the emotional state. Thank you for that. You say I did a great job. Well, thank you. I was trying so, and that, like I say, that was the most, for both days, that was the most stressful shogi activity that I have ever done. And I have so much respect now for those scorekeepers for the pro games. I know that the pros aren't mashing moves out quickly, but at the same time, the magnitude of their matches is so high that it's just something I had never thought of before. It's like you see those people in the back, and I just didn't think much of it, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, that is a tough job. But the people, so I think I think the stream looked awesome. The 2 people who set this stream up, it was not me. They set up the OBS layout. They got the cameras going. I was just inputting the moves. So I had very little impact on the stream. I was just inputting the moves and changing the names of the players. Kind of like that. They set up these layouts in so little time, and I thought they look so good, and I've been rewatching them. So huge kudos. I don't know if I should say the names of these people, because I don't necessarily want to just give people's names, especially if they haven't said that their names can be given out. They didn't sign up to have their names given out, but they did an incredible job. I thought the layout looked awesome. Like the only problems that I can think of that we had, and I'd be open to any criticism on any of this, for future events. And this is admittedly, I think, especially the way I enjoy consuming content, not having that piece snapping sound. I think, not having the sound of the clocks and the pieces in particular was a real letdown. I think that would have added so much to an already great stream. But like the layout, the engine eval, I thought looked better than most of the pro streams. So like huge kudos to these 2 people who put this together and set it up so fast. Like they set it up so fast, and they had to reset it up multiple times because we were in 3 different locations throughout the weekend. So that was just I was amazed. I was amazed at some of the work they did with OBS and with the physical cameras. And I think one of the organizers spent a good chunk of change buying some of this equipment too. Some of that stuff was not cheap. So there was huge kudos to them. The other negative was that in the Ishikawa game, we should. My understanding is we should have had Ishikawa Sensei on top, even though he's playing the first move in the Bishop handicap. We should have him in the Gote position. My understanding is, but we could have flipped the cameras, but it would have been a little bit too late. And I was already, the game had already started making moves. And they were playing pretty fast. So it would have been very difficult to switch the mouse cursor over to the other screen and make those quick changes and then get the mouse cursor over to start inputting the moves. And I just did not want to lose any of the moves, especially since they were using the street. So the setup we had was upstairs were the semifinals, finals, and the pro exhibition. Downstairs in the big hall, we had Nozuki Sensei and Watanabe Sensei commentating on the big magnet shogi board for the crowd, and they were getting these moves from the video feed, the video feed we were doing. So it was absolutely critical that I was not making mistakes in some of this stuff, and so anyway, yeah. So that was going on. So just talking about the stream itself. Melk, you say he was unfortunate. He didn't play badly either. Just unfortunate mainly from the opening. Yeah, boy, I wanted to comment when I saw your comments, and thank you so much for commenting in there. You put in your insights into the stream. I was so glad, because it was almost like we had a bit of commentary in there. Commentary that we didn't have because we don't have a commentator, but also commentary that I am not good enough to say. So your commentary was so awesome. And you're saying that, and I wanted to respond so badly that if I'm not mistaken, he played this exact line against Sato-san earlier. So I apologies to Sato-san if this is correct, if this is incorrect, but I believe Noah already had beaten Sato-san in this tournament. Major apologies if this is wrong. I believe he already had beaten him 3 times in the event. I think he beat him in the grouping stage. I think he beat him in the team tournament, and I think he beat him in the regular Swiss. So I think Noah was actually. Oh, okay. Adrian Shogi is saying they were only 2-1. Okay. So it was only two times. So Noah had already defeated him twice in this, in the tournament, including the team event, which was a 12-minute Kiramake. And obviously Noah had won last year's final against this same player. But I think in the regular Swiss, Noah used, my memory is terrible, so it's possible he did this against someone else, but he used this same variation. And as I was watching this, I'm like, this is Noah stuff. I'm watching this and I'm thinking, like, this is just Noah being Noah. I think he's just playing to make this interesting, because this is me, Shogi Wars 1Q evaluating the United States Shogi champion, being like, this line has to be garbage. This has to be bad. He's just going to, because he's so good tactically, and because he's so good with bishops, and he's so good. He's so good everywhere else. I'm thinking he's making some chaos so that he can let all his other skills just win the game. That's what, as a Shogi Wars 1Q. My best ranking is Shodan on 81 Dojo. That's as I'm watching that game, it's my evaluation. And to see Melkor say that this was like an older, dubious line, or an older, I can't remember exactly what you said. No. So that's the thing, is you say you're worried that I didn't appreciate you being criticizing. No. I wanted to respond so badly. But the thing was, I'm trying not to distract. I'm trying to make sure I get all the moves correctly. And I would have been typing on my left hand, and I wouldn't have been able to type enough of what I wanted to say to you with my left hand. So like I wanted to just start blabbing about how he just did all, I just saw him play this opening earlier, and with the eval, it was down, but he comes back and how in last year's final, he was like, I think let's step back. One takeaway. I'm sorry to be hitting all these spraying to all these fields. One thing I learned in doing this, with an engine spitting at me the top moves and the evaluation of these games, I am going to try to never even talk. Well, I mean, I'm sure I'm going to say it, but the idea of won games and unlosable games, I am never going to call one of my positions unlosable again. Never. It doesn't matter. The game that Muse played against Grandmaster Larry Kaufman, it was on stream. It was the first day. You all can see the eval in there. Larry Kaufman played incredibly this weekend. I can't remember how. I'll tell this story later. Well, I shared a Waymo with him and his son and the leader of the Los Angeles shogi scene to the dinner on Saturday night. So I'll tell this story later. But Larry Kaufman, I have no words for how he played. I have no words for how he competed in this entire event. Blown away. But anyway, so he had one of the best players outside of Japan, arguably the best player in the United States. 2023 US Shogi champion, ISF number, second place finisher this year. One of the best amateurs that we have. Larry Kaufman, had him dead lost, and he's great YouTuber. One of the most, if you ever have a chance to, you don't even have to talk to him. Just listen to Michael analyze a game after the fact. It's a joy to witness. I love watching him play. I love watching him analyze. I love watching him speak about the game. He's incredible. But anyway, Larry Kaufman had him dead lost. I thought, I'm watching, and I thought that I saw the mate. Obviously, I am not on the board. There wasn't mate. My understanding from the engine was that there was not mate on the board. But I saw it's hard to say, because the eval is always in your mind, and the moves are always there. I was not looking at the engine moves here. I was trying to win the game. I was trying to win the game myself, and every move that I saw. So I was playing that game because Larry is a thinker. He doesn't move very quickly, so I'm able to think. All right, what would I do here? And every move that I looked back to think, almost every move was the top engine move. So I was thinking, like, this game is unlosable. If I can see these moves, he is going to see it. But Michael would not resign. A couple times I saw him adjust himself in his seat. This is something that he talked about last year when Sato-san resigned. Before Sato-san resigned against Noah in the finals. He talked about how sometimes after a game like this, and I hope I'm paraphrasing this correctly, he talked about how sometimes you just have to make a couple moves before you resign. You have to mentally prepare yourself to resign. So you make a couple moves. And I thought Michael is he's preparing himself to resign. And hey, buddy alien, you have 8 consecutive days off. Yeah, happy Golden Week. Happy Golden Week to all the Japanese. It is Golden Week, right? Enjoy this week. So I thought Michael was preparing to resign. and Larry made the move, and I can't remember which one it was. I think it was the night jump. I can't remember which it was. And when I'm playing shogi, I'm generally not emotive. I try not to let my emotion out. I try not to let my thoughts be known to the opponent. And when I'm analyzing, because obviously I'm sitting behind the camera with the engine, so I can't be going like, oh, so desu ne. I can make no. I am trying so hard to not make any movement. I'm seeing the win, and then I see a crack. I see a mistake from Larry, and I'm trying to not move, but immediately people in chess talk about body language and stuff like that. There's this debate on some chess commentaries about how body language doesn't mean something. Sometimes it does mean something. I think I even typed this into the chat. The body language changed immediately. We went from here's gosh, I don't know how I can do this in reverse. If this is Michael, Michael's leaning back in his chair and Larry's moving forward. As soon as that night, I think it was the night move came out, Michael is immediately like, Michael on this side is immediately leaned forward, and now and Larry starts going like back down in his seat, and the body language completely changed, and I felt it in the pit of my stomach. Like, no joke. I felt that pain for Larry in the pit of my stomach, because I know that moment in shogi, there's for me, I don't want to generalize this. For me, that moment in shogi when you're mating the king and you're surrounding the king and you realize, oh my God, the king has a path out. It is the most sinking feeling in my stomach. Like my heart just sinks into my stomach. And I felt that for Larry there. And he tried valiantly, but there was just no coming back from it. And Michael is vicious. And it just turned. And the body language was like a switch had been flipped. And so long story short, I am never going to call one of my games unlosable again. Never. I'm going to try hard not to let these things bother me as much as they do. Easier said than done. But we had an example here of two of the best players in the West, certainly two of the best in the United States, players that have reached a level that I will never, honestly, never achieve. No matter how much I work, I will never achieve their level. And this happened. And then I think the next game as well. That I because I have the engine in my face at all times while I'm doing the game, the transcribing. These are wild and crazy games, and Shogi is not so simple that you can just get an advantage and win it. And this is my huge takeaway from the event. This is, like I said earlier on, before a lot of people were on, I don't know if I'll be able to convert this into wins or if I'll be able to convert this into improvement, but this is the biggest takeaway that I have from the entire event, is that there are no unlosable games. Good positions are only good positions if you can convert it. And shogi, as I've always said, is very difficult to win and very easy to lose. So huge lesson for me. So going back here, when did they ask me to be the game recorder? So one of the two people who who set up the stream. I think they had called me over for some OBS question. There was some OBS question. OBS is the software that we use for streaming. And they had an OBS question and I think a YouTube question, like how to get the stream going with YouTube. And and I Dream of Shogi, I think, said like, why don't you ask Frank or something like that? I can't remember. But like I said earlier, I was mostly hanging out with I Dream of Shogi through the entire night, and that's how I met Snowpiercer R. So I went over there, and it turns out that the player who did all this awesome, one of the two people who did all this incredible work of setting the stream up, he was playing. Everyone's coming there to play. I'm the only goofball that didn't play because I'm a weenie. So somehow I don't know if they asked or I said, like, I could, if there's no one to do it, I can annotate, I can transcribe the moves. I don't remember how it happened, but that was basically it. Okay, they were trying to figure out who was going to input the moves because the people who set up the stream were going to play. Yeah. So it just happened. It just happened. And I was okay. So you straight up volunteered me. Well, thank you because it was awesome. No. It made my weekend. There were a lot of moments that made my weekend, and I will go into them in detail. But it was one of the high points. This weekend, having the honor and like the honor and the privilege to be able to annotate the games of these players who I respect so much and I look up to so much. I can't even express how enjoyable and how it was. It was just so good, and I was just happy to be able to help with the event. The event, just one more thing about the event, with exception of one thing, with exception right now of one thing, I think with the early draw pairings, I think they did an awesome job from the opening night. SF only. We had on Thursday night, we had the San Francisco Shogi Club member sort of exclusive at the tournament organizer's house. I sent those photos with the pros. That was awesome. From that moment on, everything was organized so well. Los Angeles was great too. I mean, this is in no way a comparison to Los Angeles. It's just I am closer to the tournament organizers for SF. So I know the work that they did I know the work and the money that they put into this. And actually, I don't know the money. Like I'm doing the math in my head, and it just went off so nicely. So that's how that came about. What else? Are there automating shogi boards like there are in chess? No, not that I'm aware of. But this is a discussion that has come up in the backgammon community. Like most of you probably know that because I mentioned it, that I used to play backgammon. It's backgammon is one of those games that I love. I think backgammon is the most just in this stream of talking all shogi love. I think backgammon is the most fun game that has ever been invented. So there's that. They have a similar problem. They need to be able to transcribe games. Their transcribing is harder than shogi because you get dice and you have to make moves and players move very quickly. So transcribing is very difficult. So what they think is probably coming next. And this is what I've been expecting for shogi as well. And someone mentioned it. One of the organizers mentioned it last night as we were unsetting up the equipment. I think the idea is not boards. Like I think it's not an antiquated, but chess has this logic built into the boards. the boards themselves are electronic, and the pieces themselves have gadgetry in them to be able to function with the boards. They're not perfect, but they work great. However, not everyone can afford these boards, and not everyone can have these setups. So what I thought the next step would be, and what the backgammon world seems the next step would be, and what this tournament organizer just independently talked about, anyway, using computer vision. We have these cameras looking at the boards. Computer vision is the next step for this, for transcribing shogi. I don't think electronic boards is going to be the future. I think the future is in the you could call it AI, because AI would make it easy, I think. But you could with current computer vision current and past computer vision techniques, watch the board, observe the board, and observe the changes, and relay that to a Kifu, and have these things change. So that is, I think that is coming more than boards. I do show you. I see you're saying in YouTube. Yeah, I am going to play in New York. Absolutely. It's not necessary anymore. It should be true to get an AI to turn image and yeah. Computer vision is, I think, the way to do that these days. Everyone has a phone. If you're going to be streaming an event, clearly you have a computer. So camera in conjunction with the computer, transcribe it that way. So yeah. Kosher, you say you won't stream the Osho, but you're setting up similar to record some games event. Awesome. I'm disappointed that you're not recording the Osho, but understandable. It's especially as a player, you have to invest time in this stuff. None of that stuff gets set up on the side, as just like a little one-off 5-minute task. There was a lot of work put in, and the guys the people that did it, they did it so they did it so quickly and so well. It was amazing. A pimple on your nose hurts. It does. A pimple on the nose always hurts. It really does. You're actually testing some ChatGPT recently. It was able to take a SFEN and generate the board. Awesome. Magic Based has been doing this with his stream layouts. So he streamed last week, if I'm not mistaken, and he has some form of computer vision. So he was playing on Shogi Wars, and he was at the same time having the board turned into Western piece sets in the corner. So he had the Shogi Wars board, and then he had a generated position using Western pieces. So he's doing a lot of cool stuff with that. Bol H Rosa. Yeah, 1Qs are gay chads. Yeah, sure. Greetings to you, by the way. I don't think I've greeted you since you came in. Flex Esperanto, great to see you, player in the tournament here. You got some great whisper commentary from him when we were watching the semis, final, and finals. From Melkor? Oh, from Michael. Oh, from Michael? So I had last year's US Shogi Championship, I was just in the crowd like everyone else. I had Michael on the side giving these incredible insights, both in terms of the mental aspect of the game and the actual game itself. And on the other side, I don't know if it was actually physically on the other side or if they were just both really near to me, but Michael was doing that, and Jack-O-Lantern was there translating what the professionals were saying, because Nishiyama Sensei was the primary analyst of the finals. Yamaguchi Sensei was there, and Ono 7 Dan, 8 Dan, I don't remember. Ono Sensei was there as well. It's funny because at the time I thought the comments were coming from the crowd, from from a tournament organizer, and I'm like, how in the world is this tournament organizer making all these incredible insights? Like, how is he so good? And I'm so bad. How is he so good? It turns out it was professional Ono who was giving these insights. And so I had Nishiyama being translated by Jack Lantern, and Michael giving even better, like the behind the scenes, like the behind the mind kind of information that you can't get anywhere. It's, especially in the shogi world, we don't get this kind of commentary, not in English especially. And like even pro games, like they're usually done without commentary. So like this, having someone like that talking about these games, it kills me that our community is so small that we couldn't support having someone like that doing this for a living, doing this full time. Okay, you were watching with Muse as well. It was funny because Noah kept making your suggested moves and eval kept going down. Oh man. It was so, watching with the engine, you know, when I'm watching a Noah game on the side and I don't have the engine, you know, I never have any fear that he's going to lose. I never have, like I said earlier, it didn't actually register in my brain until after. That was the first time I have ever seen him makemashita. And it was just, I was stunned. I was stunned, and just I was in pain. I was that hurt. That really hurt. And mostly, you know, not for my feelings, but you know, I like him so much, and I want to see him succeed, and I know that. So the thing is, he's probably bounced back. He's probably bounced back from this already better than I have. You know, he's got the best attitude, and but still, you know, it was like I got punched in the stomach. So anyway, so Adrian Shogi said, you see the eval go down. I'm inputting these moves, and I'm seeing the eval go down. Or, you know, I have the preview of the actually we showed it on the stream, but you know, I have the preview of the two top moves. And keep in mind, you know, this is Suisho 5 running. I think we just had it running on 4 cores. So, you know, it's not like the highest of depth, but it's very strong, obviously. And I'm seeing the eval go down, and Sato-san, he's just making engine move after engine move after engine move. And even when it got, you know, even when Noah was doing Noah things and making it very tricky, keep in mind, you know, when I'm applying adjectives, I'm applying it for my brain. So these might not have been tricky for a sentient, you know, for this may not be tricky for a competent shogi player, but for me, you know, these are tricky moves, and I'm like, okay, you know, I see the eval, but here's where Noah wins these games, is what I'm thinking, and Sato-san just kept making the great moves. It was hard. It was hard. Like I said, that annotation game, that was the hardest one for me for a variety of reasons. But also, so the reason I had already talked about was because I'm trying so hard just to not distract Noah in the slightest, not to just to completely vanish into the background. But also, because it was so painful. You know, I'm making these moves and I'm seeing the engine go down, and it's just like, this isn't happening. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. And yeah, so it was tough. You say you think it's the most critical point in the game. Sato made like 15 to 20 engine moves in a row. Muse was saying several were not obvious to him. What an incredible performance! An incredible performance. And also, so one thing also, I didn't want to mention on stream. Things were quiet, but there were 3 games going on in that room at the same time. So there was the semifinal, which was being streamed. So I was here. I won't be able to do it justice with the way the camera reverses things, but I'm in the back. The first board, the board that's being streamed is in the middle, and then in the back corner, or the other back corner, is the other semifinal for Group A, and then there's a table on sort of on my side that's playing the semifinals for Group B. And the semifinals for Group B, I'm glad it was out of my line of vision. The top board was Turtwig, who is the East Bay Shogi Club leader and the player I have played the most in my life, and I play every Sunday. And like last Sunday we played 3 games, I think it was. And so the person I have the most experience with, the third final player, he was in the semifinals, and Noah's playing on this one. I want to watch. Obviously I'm trying to annotate that. I'm desperate to see what's going on in Turtwig's game. But I know that the instant I would move my eyes, they're going to make 2 quick moves and I'm going to lose it. And then I'm just going to be frantic trying to figure out how I get back into the position. So I couldn't even let myself do that. Oh, so anyway, but there was also some distraction in the room. One of the players in the semifinal, and this is this is their right to do it. And this is heavy manga type stuff, Hikaru no Go stuff. A heavy fan shaker. So, fan open, fan close. Like boom, 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 boom. You hear this fan going off. And I'm hoping like, oh man, I hope that fan sound doesn't bother Noah. And I know it doesn't because he's unflappable. But still, it's ridiculous that this old man is a fanboy for these young and upcoming like shogi players. But I apologize for any fanboying. I am these like to me, as I've said before, I love the amateur game. To me, the players at these tournaments, in Group A and the players who are all the players, like I am these players' biggest fans. So like and some of them more than others. And obviously, I have my favorites. So, I gave this before. My top tier is Noah and a player from the tournament, Ryoma Kanazaki. He was there. This is the kid that I played along with Turtwig in the East Bay Shogi Club for the first 6 months before, 6 or 8 months before they had to go back to Japan. And now they've come back from Japan, and this 10-year-old kid is a god. He's a terror on the board. He was, oh my gosh, he was so. I'll talk about him later. But so there was the noise coming, and also that player. Also, there are a few things. I notice these things because I'm incredibly neurotic. But that semifinal player who does the fan motions, really nice person. I met and talked with him. He introduced himself to me. I don't think he even knows that I think he's just a nice person. He had just come up and introduced himself to me. Like I don't think he knows me from anyone on the wall. He just came up, and so we had been talking. So I didn't know he was a good player or bad. Actually, I assumed he was a bad player because not a bad player. I assumed he was just sort of middle of the road player because I'm pretty sure. I won't say the location he came from, but the location he came from in the United States is not a hotbed of shogi. There's not much shogi going on there, my understanding. and I had never heard of him before, and he wasn't at last year's tournament, and I don't know about this person online. Hey, Chess Fan NC. Hey, Origa Omaniwa. What am I trying to say? Let me just restart the chat, because I'm not sure if we lost some YouTube. But so he's doing the fan. He also is a heavy emoter. And when I say an emoter, it's it's someone who you get little outbursts, at the play or at the move, or some of the players, like a small example of this is that a lot of the Japanese players will be like, "Oh, so desu ne," or naruhodo, or there's a lot of you hear, like, there's shogi games are not necessarily, I don't know if this is how it is in the chess world, but shogi games, in my experience at these clubs and my limited experience now in 2 tournaments, there's some emoting going on, and like, I've talked about my experience in the 3rd round of Group A last year, where I had a not completely winning, but an overwhelmingly winning position, and my opponent was so distraught and emoting so heavily that I thought he was going to resign in this middle game position. I thought he was going to resign. He looked so despondent. So no, not Tomita-san. Tomita-san did not make the semifinals. And I had already met Tomita-san last year, so this was someone who I've never seen before. Tomita-san does so. Speaking of Tomita-san, before, because I mentioned Ryoma Kanazaki, Tomita-san is one of my, so like I said, these amateurs, all these players are like, they're like, as an old man, it's ridiculous to say, but they are like my personal heroes almost. And I have so much respect from Tomita-san. I played him last year and had a great game. One of my best. So again, last year I played out of my mind, and I played a great game against him. He did win it. Obviously he was in the semifinals against Noah last year. He did win it, but he's a nice person. We had a great conversation after. So when Ryoma Kanazaki, the 10-year-old who I along with Noah, these are the 2 that I'm just cheering my heart out. I'm trying not to express my favoritism during these events, but I am cheering my heart out for Noah and Ryoma and Turtwig. So those 3, because they're like, personally attached. I feel like personal attachments to them, and all 3 of them are so nice. And anyway, I'm not going to gush about these people, but the great people that I'm cheering my heart out for. And Tomita-san, who I love, because I played him, I respect him. He's great. I love how he plays. I love his tenacity. He had a game against Ryoma in Group A. He's there, this older guy, and there's this 10-year-old kid there, sitting at the other end of the table, making moves, and just, he's a kid. He's a small kid too. So, anyone who's played kids, how, not demoralizing, but it's you get used to it. Obviously. But anyway, it's a kid. But when it was clear he was when it was clear he was lost, it was I saw the mate. Tomita-san made one more move, so this is lending more credence to the thing that Muse had said before about sometimes you have to make 1 or 2 moves to prepare yourself to resign. And so he made one move, and then Ryoma quickly made the next move, and he brought his shoulders. Tomita-san brought his shoulders back. He sat upright. Put his hands. I wish I could. Put his hands on his leg. and then just, and bowed deeply with the makemashita. I was so, he didn't get mad. He didn't go, he didn't make any, he just with grace and strength, just resigned to this 10-year-old kid. I know from what I'm told, these US Shogi Championships mean a lot to him. Tomita-san won the ISF in 2018, I think it was. 2018. So, this is a great amateur player, a great player, without reservation, a great player. And I believe Tomita-san actually later in the tournament was the one to knock Michael out of contention. I think. Huge apologies if I'm wrong. Someone confirm. I think he won against Muse. Tomita-san came back after this crushing defeat. But it was the culture of these events is, anyone who hasn't been to one of these tournaments, I wish you could be at one of these tournaments. The culture of respect and mutual love of the game it's just you can't miss it. You could feel it. The post-game analysis, which I'm stunned. I honestly this is different. I don't know anything about chess. Someone who's a chess player. I see GM Zurich, great to see you. Also, one of the top Group A players. GM Zurich had an amazing tournament. Congratulations. I think I said congratulations at the tournament. I don't know. I was rambling so many things. This was streamed at the Japanese Cultural and Community Center in San Francisco, Japantown. So, and I have missed so much chat on Twitch. I am so sorry. I'm going to get to it. So there was that. But anyway, so back about the tournament. Because my understanding is that chess tournaments, you generally try to stay quiet. I have only played in one chess tournament myself. It was a blitz event. It was a casual, unrated blitz event at the Menlo Park Chess Club. And even in that, you did not talk. You win your game, you reset the clock, and then you go back out of the playing hall and you tell the organizer your result. No analysis, no talking. You stay quiet. These games, you might have the way the tables were set up, 2 boards on each table. You might have one game completed and one game to the side. The most important game in these two players' lives, the most important shogi player in these two players, it might be their most important game of their life. They're in Byoyumi. They're down to the end game. Their kings are entering. The most calculation-heavy type stuff that we've got in shogi, they might have going on. And the table over is analyzing, and a pro is coming by and helping to analyze, and then there's a kid walking by. It's this amazing, weird, odd environment. It works. I don't know how it sort of works, but it does. But back to Tomita-san, the respect that he showed the game and the kid by this resignation, my heart was just bursting with admiration for this player who I already admired so much. Okay, so James, you're saying, this is completely correct. There is 0 talking in the tournament hall. Before the tournament, you asked Shimura-san if there was a room to do post-game review, and he was confused by the question. Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing. Yeah. So back to the emoting. I saw that Melkor had made a comment about the emoting. Gosh, there's so much chat I missed. It takes a lot. So you say it takes a lot of stubbornness to not resign there. It shows how Muse hates losing even as an amateur. You would have done the same. So this is one of my small takeaways. This is one of my small takeaways is that and it is from that game. It's from that game is that I am not going to resign. I have said before, I generally don't resign unless I read the mate. Which isn't true because I've gone longer these days. Lately, I've gone longer, but there are times where I resign when I think this is over. I can't come back. I don't think I do it often, but I do it, and no longer. So from this game on, I'm watching this game. I'm watching this game with the engine, so I know it's over. I'm watching this game with my mind, and I know it's over. And I see his body position and I see Larry's body position. Both of them know it's over, but he still didn't resign. He still fought. And, especially, in those moments where there was not mate on the board, earlier on when he was dropping his gold on, I think, assuming he was sent on like 4-9, I think when he dropped his gold, I'm like, he's not going. That was the move. I think that it's like he's not going to resign. He's not going to resign. He's going to fight this out. But I was also thinking it's possible he's just making these two moves. So because he had said that he's making his moves to prepare his resignation. Because I'm thinking, and I'm feeling the pain because I know how much these tournaments mean to him. This is the first round. Like this could set. It is going to be hard to come back from this if he loses. And I know he wants to win, and he's just It's so tough. It's so tough. I really felt it. And then when that body language switched. After the one lax, I think it was the night jump, the one lax move from Larry in an otherwise just incredible game. Byoyomi and clocks. Oh gosh, it adds so much tension. It was okay. So Malco, you say, in that game you will play fast, be super tensed up and calculating. You have to pressure my opponent. Anything to win. Yeah. So. And that's a tactic that I know I have seen you talk about speeding up the play. And I saw that was going on at the Asahi, I think it was the Asahi Meijin, amateur tournament. And the player that was behind, like I saw that same technique being used, and I try that same thing. I try that same thing at times. But the problem is if I don't spend much time, often even my flailing attacks just become so easy to parry. So I don't actually know how. I don't know how Michael's final record was. I know that he did end up losing to Tomita-san. I had thought that Led Zeppelin beat him. My memory, so much happened and my memory is so bad. I apologize that my memory is not in he was 2-2. Okay, thank you. Who else did he lose to? Because I was watching, there was a table over here that both Noah and Ryoma were playing games. So I was watching that, but Michael was on my right. The Michael versus Led Zeppelin. And I wanted to watch that too, because I care about both of those players. And I'm watching, and I turn to my right and I see their table, and I saw Michael bow, and I thought he said Makemashita. I thought he did. So I thought, oh my God, Led Zeppelin he's going to be in the semifinals, because I thought he was undefeated at that point. And I'm like, oh my goodness. He's Nicholas is going to be in the finals. and and later I think I congratulated him for it. I don't remember. Or maybe I told you I dream of shogi, and maybe you corrected me. I don't remember. But anyway, yeah, I don't know who else he lost. I don't know who else he lost to. Tomita-san, and I don't think it was Sean. Oh, it was Sean. Okay. Sean. Okay, it was Sean. Okay, you got to do lunch. Okay, Malcor, thank you for stopping by, and thanks again for those comments in yesterday's stream. They were so good. They're so good. I wish I could have responded to them, and I wish I could have encouraged you in some way to make more of them, because that's the kind of insight that, like, you don't get just by watching the eval. So yeah, so this whole topic had started based on talking about the emoting, and so going back to that, yeah, I wasn't sure, like, if that was bothering the players or not. And Sato-san also, he makes some noise while he's playing, not a lot, and not disrespectful, but he is there's some players who hum a bit. Especially after watching all these games, you see the different types of things. There are people who, naruhodo. There are people who move their fingers to take. He had, I don't know if he was a little sick or if this is just a normal thing, like a normal thing. Some people do this. He sniffles a lot. He sniffs a lot, and he nod, and he almost every move he nod. He sort of it's like the physical version of naruhodo. I try to, so sometimes I do that. I try to catch myself from doing that. Just because I don't want my opponent to have any insight into what I'm thinking. Because I come up with such brilliant shogi plans that I don't want to give them my insights. Sometimes I still can't control perfectly. But I during the show you pointed out, yes, yeah, he nods. I am going to say every move. To me, it felt like every move, but I'm not sure. And he sniffs. He does the sniff thing. But maybe he just was getting over a cold. And I think someone said that Levon Aronian does something like that as well. I think Magnus Carlsen might have said that. And it seemed like it almost got under his skin a bit, so maybe you should do that. it's the mind games. The mind games. That's the problem with me not playing, is that I wasn't able to employ any of my big mind games that we talked about last year. Like, when there's a tactic on the far corner of the board, looking down at my corner of the board real hard during the opponent's move. That's my big mind game. Boy. But anyway, so there was that going on, and it was, how did we get into that semifinal? I don't know. So Sign Cannon say the one thing you're missing in from chess and shogi is an opening trainer. Oh, yes, the something like chess book that uses reinforcement learning to learn which opening to play when an opponent plays something. Well, check out. I'll let Junior Shogi shill it, but check out ShogiMastery.com. That is coming soon. Oh, Shogi Mastery. Oh shoot, ShogiCraft. ShogiCraft.com. ShogiCraft.com. Sorry. ShogiCraft.com. This is coming. I don't know why Shogi Mastery started coming into my mind for some reason, but ShogiCraft.com. I've gone through there. Last I checked, there were two courses. There's like an opening course, and there is a pawn tactics course. I've completed the pawn tactics course. Just barely started the other opening course. I'm not sure it's an opening I'll play, but I want to go over this. Oh, I see. There's a there's a speed calculation coming soon, which looks awesome. Oh, you use mastery in the home page copy. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, well, yeah, Lichess has the opening explorer. We don't have that in Shogi yet. I keep hoping that we'll get that in Lee Shogi, but you know, there are a lot of games played on Lee Shogi, obviously, but it's not the same number of, you know, the sheer bulk of wide ranges of actual honest to goodness rankings like Lichess has. But at some point, um, Melkor has said, and Melkor's not even here anymore. This is how late I am to read this chat. It reminds you of your game at the Comedy Club on YouTube, where your opponent also used a fan. Someone asked me if it bought. So did I wonder? God, I wish Melkor would have said if it did bother him. I want to know, because you know it's hum 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 hum. It's a thing. It's no joke. It's like in Hikaru no Go, you know, there are many scenes of different fan like, chewing on the fan or tapping the fan or you know, snap opening it or you know, that kind of stuff. So the fans in Shogi and Go seem to me to be more about the mental aspect than about the cooling the cooling you know, the cooling benefits of a fan. You know, the temperature manipulation benefits of the fan seem to be secondary to the mental. You know, either giving strength to yourself or you know, trying to apply pressure to your opponent. It's a fascinating little aspect of the Shogi and Go cultures. I think fascinating. You hate when people start to emote once they are sure they will lose and it was a tough fight for me. You need to look away so you don't smile at your opponent. That's the main reason why I look up during the game. So this is I've talked about this before. You know, I have lost some games to this tactic when they know they're in bad shape. They know they're in bad shape. They're emoting, and then they're like, and then they just like, I'll just make this move. I'll just make that move. And they're playing quickly and sort of semi-sloppily placing the pieces. And it flips a switch in my mind where it's like, okay, so now the opponent knows they've lost. They're not trying hard anymore. Now it's no longer a game between two minds. And now I have nothing to win. Now I have no. It's a real mental gap in my now. Now I have nothing to win. Now I can only lose this game because I've already won this game. I've already won this game. My opponent knows that I've won this game. They've sort of given up, but they're not going to resign. It's a no-win for me. But I need to get out of that mindset. I need to, and this tournament is going to, I think, help in large part to try to dispel this idea. And just, you know, I'm sure it's still going to crop in my mind. You know, it's tough when I think my opponent is no longer taking it seriously. But I've got to just buckle down, maybe look to the sky like Melkor, and just win the game. Win the game. Where was it streamed? It is streamed on YouTube. Thank you, Fox Esperanto. Thank you. Yes. This was the VODs are there. I think the live chat should be in there now. You know, I think sometimes YouTube takes a while to show the live chat replay. You know, that actually happened. You know, there isn't much live chat, but I was trying to give some when I could, you know, with my left hand as I'm entering moves with my right. I was trying to give some comments on, you know, what it feels like or what's going on. A couple places I talked about the equipment. The equipment that was used in this tournament was awesome, especially streamed. So there was. I didn't want to say anything. So I am very hesitant to talk to a player during an event. Very hesitant. I don't want to throw off their rhythm. I don't want to distract anyone. But there was a point. So most people played on, the nice vinyl boards with the nice plastic pieces, the proper tournament plastic pieces. Board 1 had the nice thick, too soon single slab of wood kaya board with those beautiful tsuge single character pieces with the red promotion side. The semifinals and finals and the pro game on day 2 were played with the NHK pieces, which do not have the colored promotion side, but those pieces are stunningly beautiful and they feel so nice in the hand. I can't really even express how nice it feels to play and snap those pieces. But anyway, there was one board 2 was a folding board which did not fold properly. It was a folding board that was tented up with sort of just the machine character printed script pieces, not carved, script pieces. The pieces didn't quite fit in the squares properly, and GM Zerk, I think, had to play 2 games in a row on this board. And I was going to go up to him and be like, you're the official player on this board. But like, I did not want to interrupt anyone because he was playing godlike shogi. And I didn't want to even just to make a stupid joke, especially to make a stupid joke. I didn't want to point it out. But it was very strange that this board was there. It was a folding board. It didn't fold flat. And at some point on day 2, I don't know if it was to prevent the wobble, but they had 2 pieces of napkins. A napkin underneath each the far left corner and the near right corner of the board, and half of the napkin was being used as the piece stand. It was the most absurd thing that I think I saw this weekend, because this was the Group A side. This was the number 2 board. So some of these players are playing the most important game, or one of the most important games of their lives, on this board that is not quite properly sized for the pieces, and it's not flat. And they're playing with Byoyomi, and they're playing with the Japanese count. That board also had the Japanese count up on the clock. And someone did flag because of that clock while playing on that board with that clock in a winning position. He flagged, and it was there was a lot of emoting going on. I thought he was going to cry. I honestly thought the player that lost was going to cry. He may have been. I had to go away. I had to look at the other games. I just didn't want to be around that much agony, because it felt like his world had fallen down on top of his head, and I just felt terrible for him. So I don't know. But like I said in the Discord, that count up, which I have talked about so many times, the unforgiving nature of the Meijin Sen clock, it claimed at least 2 victims in Group A on the final day. One was that game. The other, that was on a DIT 50, on a DIT 40. The game between Noah and this incredible local Nakabisha player, Takada-san. I think Noah was ahead in this game anyway, but the game had plenty to play. Plenty to it was. I don't think it was even in the end game yet. I don't think, if my memory serves, it was not even in the end game yet. And he did what I did against Bano-san last year in the middle game, where you press it on Q and just you hit it,
it says, Jigan or something like that, and the game ends, and you look at the clock, you're like, what? No, I pressed it. And I saw in both cases this weekend, those two that I saw, in both cases, there was like utter surprise that they didn't get it. And I think so you cannot make an argument to me. You cannot tell me that the count up on this clock is proper. You cannot, because every time I see someone flag with this clock, they are stunned that including myself, they are stunned that they flagged because they are certain they hit it in time. Prior to the tournament starting, we had discussed this, and I thought that that this tournament was going to be played exclusively with beeps, which would completely eliminate that problem. It eliminates that problem by making it a little more vague. So as a player, you need to know, this. As a player, you know that it's vague. You know that this is a 5-second long beep. Beep. So you have to make that move. And if you don't make your move, it's your fault. But if you hear the word 9, in Japanese, or you hear Q, and you press the button, in your mind, you have to get that press, because shogi is not about getting flagged. The clock is not there to flag you. The clock is there to ensure that you play in the correct amount of time. So it is. I think it just it. I think I was. Shogi didn't agree with me. I think you have to add a half second or a quarter of a second pad to whatever they are doing to define the end, because of the vagary. Like if you say Q, what part is the end of Q? Where are you saying Q? What part of the second? It takes time to say the word, and then yeah. So I really think it would improve the clock 2x, maybe more, if they just would add for the count up, if they would add a quarter of a second pad before the game ends, and that's it. I think it would be perfect. But as it is, it got, I'm sure it got other people. But the thing is, so we were going to play with beeps. But the thing is, very few people know how to set these clocks. So, at the start of the event, I was, as someone who owns the DIT-40, and I know how to program the DIT-10, which is a real funky, an old version of this. It's all the Citizen Meijin Sen line. Over time they've had the DIT-10, they've got the DIT-30, the DIT-40, I don't think I've ever seen a DIT-20. But there's the current one, which is the DIT-50, which is the silver one. The silver one is the DIT-50. The blue one with the white rotating knob in the center is the DIT-40. So I own a couple of the DIT-40s, and I know how to program it. And I just prior to this event, just on the off chance that someone wanted to help out, I made a video and a YouTube short of showing how to program this thing for the US Shogi Championship settings. But not everyone knows. So it's a limited set of people who can do this thing. And I feel uncomfortable. I think I know how to do it, but I still feel uncomfortable doing the DIT-50 because I don't own one. And there are a couple ways to accomplish Byoyomi. And so I usually let other people do it. So if I see the clock, I see it set 10 minutes, I see the 40 seconds. I didn't change. The ones that I programmed, I set to beep. The ones that I was just verifying, I didn't change the beep. So anyway, because it's like if someone programmed it, maybe they want it to be beep, count up. who knows? Who knows? It's real tough. It's real tough. And, it wasn't explicitly in the rules that it will be beep or it will be talk. So you have a mix. And it was the same last year, and I imagine it'll be the same until the end of time, that some of these will be set to beep, some of them will be set to talk. The same thing happened at the Asahi Meijin tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Some of the clocks were some of the DIT 40s at the Asahi Meijin tournament in Japan. Some of them were on count up, some of them were on beep, if I remember correctly. So this is not even, I think, just a Western shogi problem. This is a all places that use this clock. And I Dream of Shogi says, always go on go. This is something that Michael told me last year. Always go on go. He said this last year. I think about it every day. Like people like you put out a tweet, a funny tweet, and a person will quote retweet it 5 years later, and they say, I think about this tweet every day. This thing that Michael says, always go on go. I'm joking, but it is possible that at least once a week, I think about this. I think, always go on go. And probably more than once a week. Always go on go. I am trying to eke out every bit of brain power that I have. I cannot give up those 4 seconds. I cannot give up those 4 seconds, in an over-the-board game. So I am always going to be at risk of flagging on these on the count ups, always. And it's something I'll have to work on. So at the East Bay Shogi Club, we stopped using this clock because of it. So we use the Nekomato, which is beep. We stopped using the Meijin Sen because we were flagging so often. And being confused and being surprised every time we flagged, we were surprised. It's one of those things that just doesn't register with my brain. So anyway, a lot of clock talk. ESC and WSC has an analysis room. It would be quite annoying for both players and analyzing players having to do it in the same hall with so many people in the hall. Yeah, it's loud. Those halls. The playing hall is not a quiet place. It's definitely not a quiet place. There's even if people are whispering, there are a lot of people. There's some families in the back, and they're talking. And there's the food, people getting the food, people getting snacks, people drinking the water. People emoting during the game, and then people analyzing. And the clocks, chess tournaments. I believe they all play with the clocks no sound, which is amazing to me. Which is, as a shogi player, it is amazing to me that chess players have the mental ability to be thinking about the game, but also to be processing, especially in an increment game where it's not like you have in a chess game. It's not like you have 40 seconds every move. You have an increment, so the amount of time you have left is always volatile. It's always volatile. It's always increasing or decreasing depending on how much you use, and then increasing again based on the increment. But they don't play with sound. So in these chess halls or in these shogi games, you have the clocks going off. You have people analyzing. You have some kids running around, and there's just a lot going on. There's a lot going on. So it's something. Shogi players, I guess, have just learned to deal with this, and it's fascinating to me. Darknekros Twitch, you think my streams are honestly underrated? You put in so much effort and are so talk active. It's incredible. You keep coming back to have a sort of podcast. Keep it up. Thank you. It feels so nice to have that, and honestly. It's not like there are many people in the Western shogi world, but every single person who came up to me this weekend just to say something, it's just to say a nice thing, even if it's a lie, like saying there was a strong player who came up, and I'm not going to embarrass this person, but the strong player came up and said that they like the stream, and. It's humbling, and it's incredibly gratifying. Just that I know this person can't possibly watch the stream. He's too good. But it feels nice because it's so fun. And you talk about a podcast. I talked to Led Zeppelin at the end of the tournament. Of course, at the end of the tournament, because I didn't want to bother anyone. Just my playing partner, the East Bay Shogi Club leader, Turtwig. He won the Group B event. I barely even looked at him this entire tournament. I think I looked at one. I walked over to one of his games to watch just so I can get some photos of him, because I like taking. I wanted to take photos of especially the people I knew, and just so I could share later. Because they can't take a photo of themselves playing a game. So I like to try to take some photos of the people just to show them in action. So I went to look at one of his games and take a photo. But like otherwise, I don't even want to talk to them or look at them. I don't want to interrupt anyone. So at the end of the tournament, I ended up talking to Nicholas and Led Zeppelin, the visitor from Brazil. And we talked a long time. And at the end of it, I'm like, I should have been recording this. This would have been an incredible interview for a podcast. And that would have been awesome, because like I say all the time about the shogi community, these are nice people. He's a nice person, interesting person. He has a lot to say about shogi. He's the history, talking about the Brazil Association and the games over there. I honestly could have talked to him easily for another hour. Easily. It's just, I want to respect people's time, and I don't want to just be like blabbing, especially since I suck at shogi. That's the thing, is that there's so little value in talking to me about shogi because I'm so bad. And at these tournaments, everyone around is so good, and there's so much good analysis. And I'm trying. But like, if you haven't been to one, if you haven't, I said this after last year's event, where I played last year, and I played out of my mind, so I was feeling really good about it. But you've got to go. If you're on the fence, you've got to go. The experience that you get talking to some of these people, meeting these people, watching other people's games, you're playing the games, obviously. You're playing, there's something different. And this is something, as I'm usually self-deprecating, I do think that this is something, I don't have a large sample size, but I think when I am playing an over-the-board game, and especially a game that I really care about, so like a tournament game, I think I have another gear that I can reach in tournament games or in super serious non-tournament games. Not that I have many of them, but I think I do have another gear, and maybe you will too if you go to one of these events, and you'll find out you have a gear that you didn't think you had, and then you'll be disappointed for the rest of the year. When you're not playing in tournaments, you'll be disappointed by how badly you play when you're not in a tournament, like me. So anyway, you've got to go to these events, and like I said earlier on, I think before a lot of people were on, I am learning more and more about what shogi actually is about. And I think this experience of just watching games, and mostly just watching the games of the very top players, it is... I can't put it into... There's They don't retreat. These players, you don't retreat. And I know this is something Alexi has said a way back when. I haven't seen Alexi on the channel in gosh knows how long. But so this may be like a year ago that Alexi said, and maybe I'm not even remembering it correctly, but like, you don't retreat when you're attacking the king. You don't retreat your horse. You don't if they defend, you don't retreat the horse. you keep attacking. If it means a sacrifice or it means doing something, you keep attacking. And time again in these games over the weekend, some of these that I watched were so wide open, and there's no retreat, no surrender. Attack, attack, attack. And I think pawn drops, making space for vanguard pawn or foothold pawns, making space for future drops. If your silver is attacked, you drop a pawn to attack their silver. You drop the pawn to attack their knight, which would then attack the rook. It's not, obviously there are calmer moves and quieter moves, but you defend by attack. That's one thing I'm going to try to take away. First, when someone attacks me, first consider, how do I attack them back? That's what. So people can correct me if this is terrible advice, but this is what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to look first, not how to save the piece that's under attack. I'm going to look how to attack something else. And that was over and over and over again. Especially keep in mind, because I was watching Noah's games and he's an attacker. I was watching Ryoma's games and he's an attacker. Noah doesn't retreat his bishops. He doesn't retreat his horses. He attacks. And you're saying this is 100% correct. It's about speed. And even when it looks like one of the games, I think the game that he played in the group A against Sato-san where he won, he was the eval. I think he was down on this one a little bit, not much, but he attacked and he attacked and he attacked and I thought, like, he's attacking to the point where he doesn't have enough pieces to keep attacking, but he did. And not only did he, but he was also able to attack in a way that got him more pieces, or able to defend in a way that got him more pieces that could be re-added attack. And obviously, this is a vague thing, and I'm not going to take a concrete, like, here's how you attack this castle kind of idea from it. But that style of shogi, it's just, this is how I think this is how the game is supposed to be played, because this is how everyone I watched that was winning was playing it. And sure, shogi is not such a simple game that there is only one way to play it, and there's variations in attack and defense and everything. But that is one of my big takeaways. I've finished all my tea and all this water, and it's 2 hours. I really need a bio break. I'm sorry. I'm going to refill the water, and I'm going to be right back. My throat is starting to get very dry, so I'll be right back. Right back. All right. Sorry for the delay. The So that was basically Friday. A lot of talking, playing. I watched at least 2 of I Dream of Shogi's games. I love his style, and I feel like I have a lot to learn from those games, especially because it's like we talked about earlier. This is applicable to my opening. Oh, I didn't take the Be Right Back off. How do I get this off here? Yeah. So there's that. So there was a lot of play, and then I went home. One of the reasons prior to the tournament that I said I didn't want to play is because it's so expensive. The way I am, with my mindset, I'm obviously I'm not in contention for any of these events. Group A, Group B. I was ecstatic to get into Group A last year and win 1 game. So like that was one of the highlights of my shogi life. And then the team tournament, the team tournament was the highlight because I had my biggest wins ever there. But I'm not in contention. And so I'm thinking this is a local tournament. To give myself the best chance, I still will have to go to a hotel. I'll still have to pay for a hotel. Hotels in San Francisco are not cheap. And so I was thinking like, all right, so this all told, this is going to be over $1,000 for this event, for this local event. The stream doesn't bring in any money. I'm doing this. This is now my, not that I'm doing the stream for income. Obviously, you can't make a living you can't even make a non-living as a shogi anything in the West. So that was never an intent to even make 1 cent. But I'm saying, I'm putting all this into shogi, like $1,000+ for an event. I'm not even in contention for. It felt irresponsible to me. An event that would not even be a vacation. So like when I went to Los Angeles, I had to rent a car and I drove down to SoCal and rented a hotel and played, and it's fine. That was a vacation. I feel like just like going to New York, that will be a vacation for me. It'll be like a trip, an interesting trip. And, so it feels like, there's something behind it. So like so many of the, actually not more than a couple of people that I talked to yesterday is that like, they're doing this as this is a vacation. It's not even the ones that are only coming for a few days. This is, it's an experience to go somewhere else and play. And I thought, I'm going to spend over $1,000 for a local event, that I'm I'm just going to play people that I can play every single week anyway. So I thought, maybe that's not it. And then the second big thing was like over the past couple months, my play has been so bad. I honestly feel that my play has regressed dramatically, in the past couple months. And whether or not that's true, I don't know. And everyone I talk to about this says that's how you learn. That is how it happens. But it still doesn't feel good. It still doesn't feel good. But anyway, so I thought, those two just make it a very difficult sell. But I had to go because I want to see these people. I want to see I Dream of Shogi. I know that like Ryoma, like I said, the kid Ryoma Kanazaki, he was coming over from Japan for this event, and I had to see him. I haven't seen him in 2 years, and so so I wanted to go. I took part in I figured I'd take part in the Friday night thing because there's a small fee for it. So the fact that I was able to pay a small fee at least felt like I wasn't just like imposing on the party. And then Saturday, Saturday I was just going to come basically to see Ryoma and to just to greet anyone that I happened not to meet on Friday. Like if I Dream of Shogi hadn't been there on Friday, or Led Zeppelin hadn't been there on Friday, or any of these people, I would have wanted to just say hi to them, while they're in town. And then I was going to go home and not, I was planning on not even coming Saturday. But then the streaming, the event transcription thing came up, and so I ended up staying, and so it turned out to be great. But anyway, so Friday night, I leave the event, drive back, hour. It was like there was some sort of construction also in addition to traffic, so it was like an hour 15-minute drive. I'm exhausted, but an hour 15 drive back home, and I get home and I'm jazzed up because anytime I'm playing, I'm jazzed up. I'm laying in bed, dig out, you get the phone, pull up a 10-second Shogi Wars game, and I won. And I won in an attacking style. Maybe I'm making this, elevating this in my mind, but I had no sound because I'm lying. My wife is asleep, and I'm lying there, no sound. So I'm playing 10-second Byoyomi game with no sound. I'm bad enough hearing the sounds and knowing the time. So when I'm on stream, I'm using mouse, but I'm hearing the sound, and I'm still having trouble. This game, I'm just on mobile, in bed with the phone, just lying down on my back with the phone raised, no sound, and not getting into any time trouble that I'm aware of. Just playing moves quickly, and I think it was a good game. I think I was inspired by some of the play that I saw Friday night, and that was even before Saturday. So that happened. Let me see. Oh, so Ninrold, you say retreating is a mistake that many chess players do, since retreating in chess is very common. Oh, that's an interesting insight. Oh yeah. I talked to the player. So Fox Toronto says someone in the B class flagged because the clock apparently accidentally got muted before they started. This is a friend of mine. I'll say friend. I don't know if he thinks a friend. I'll say friend, fellow member of one of the local clubs here. And hey, Spinal Tap Chess, nice to see you. And the shogi was incredible. The shogi was incredible. Yeah. So this guy, he came out, and his Byoyomi had been muted, and he was the board he was on the DIT 50, which is the old Meijin Sen DIT 50, and it is a one button press to turn on and off the sound. And so that clock is so, it's not intuitive, especially if you don't speak Japanese. But I think even if you speak Japanese, most of the people don't know how to set these clocks. But if you accidentally grab the clock and you push the volume button, there goes the sound. There goes the sound. You're done. Or you're trying to check to see or you're trying to reset the clock so that for the next game, so to reset it to 10-minute and 40-second Byoyomi, which is what we had. You push it's just the red button to basically to reset it. But you might accidentally press the volume button, and now there's no Byoyomi. And so it's catastrophic. And I would say before every tournament, make sure the settings, before every game, you make sure the settings on the clock are set correctly. But not everyone knows every clock. And this particular DIT 10 clock is kind of, they've improved on it. And it's still, the newer clocks are still confusing, but this one is really confusing. So that was unfortunate. I was really, really sad to hear that happened to him. You say increment is pretty different from Byoyomi that way, you would say. You're not trying to use up all your time every turn. That's a great point. That's a great point. This is back in the discussion about how chess tournaments, they don't have volume on their clocks. But Shogi, we do. But in Shogi, we're trying to use up all the... we have that set time. But as part of having that set time, the play has the meta, if you will, the play has adapted such that we use that time. So we have to know the time that the time is ending. yeah, you sort of you play according to what has been given to you. Yeah. So anyway, so there was that. So drove back out. Didn't sleep all that much. I played my game of Shogi Wars 10 second, lying in bed with no volume. Won the game. Felt good about myself for the first time in that day. And at least it felt good about my shogi for the first time in that day, even though I played 3 good games. And then tried to go to bed. Didn't go to bed all that well. The cat pooped on the rug in the middle of the night, making it even more difficult to get sleep. And then, early in the morning, wake up. So I think I woke up. Well, I had the alarm. I don't know. Anyway, the alarm was set for 6:15. I probably woke up earlier because I didn't really sleep all that well. Showered, got ready, drove out to the event. Another hour. Just drove out to the event for an hour, and just kind of greeted people. Like I said, not trying to get not to get in people's way. I want people. Everyone has their different pre-tournament routine, whether they prep, whether they read a book, whether they just walk. With my prep, or my at the 2024 tournament, my routine was I did a walk in the morning. I didn't want to be in the hall. I did a walk around the facility, and until I saw that there was a sign warning about being aware of rattlesnakes, so I stopped that. But anyway, everyone has a routine, and I just didn't want to get in the way. The event started, and the stream was there. So after helping set things up and just kind of saying my hellos, we got the stream going, and that was my most of my life for that event. The team tournament. I manned the stream booth, but we didn't have the moves being input because I don't have I didn't think I'd have the ability to transcribe quickly in a Kiramaka game, especially once the time scramble would happen. So if you were watching, that's why we didn't have the eval bar on the team tournament, because it was 12-minute Kiramaka. Yeah. So what else? What else to talk about that first day then? There were some I'd say some uneven pairings, but I think that would happen in anything. As I've discussed with as I mentioned earlier and discussed at length with certain people. I think the one takeaway for the tournaments, and I mentioned this already to one of the organizers, but SF won't be organizing a tournament for a while. But as well as the tournament was run, and it was incredible. The only thing that really pops out in my mind is that the first round pairings should have been done in a way that respected the region that the player is coming from. So there were too many situations, both locally and remotely. But I think it's especially unfortunate for remote people or people that flew in. There were more than a handful of first round pairings of people from the same region playing each other, which I think should be avoided at all cost, because when you spend money for a flight, you spend a lot of money for a tournament, you spend a lot of money for a hotel, you come to an event, you don't want your first game to be against someone that you play every week already. You want your event to be something special. And like I said, that was one of the reasons why initially I had sort of also been leaning against playing, is because I really thought that this was going to be a Northern California focused event more than even like last year's tournament. Yeah, there were tons of people from Los Angeles, but there were a ton of people from outside Los Angeles. And for me, I don't live in Los Angeles, so they're all new people to play and meet. So it was great. But this event, like if it was going to be a Northern California focus, it's like, I can and do play these people pretty much every week. So I don't need to play them in another situation. So I can understand if someone's flying out, like from New York, and it'd be like, oh my gosh, I'm playing my regular playing partner in first round. We've got to do a team kill in the first round, and then the second round, I've got to play the other member from New York, and like, oh my, what's going on? The grouping stage, the way the tournament was, it was 3 games. So last year, what happened was there were multiple groups of either 3 or 4 players. 4 players for the most part, I think, except for one. So there was 4 players in a group. The group, it's shuffled. It's sort of random. There were some unfortunate pairings last year as well. There were 2 games. You play your first game from that group, and then the players in that group, you get to play someone else from that group. And at the end of the 2 games, people who were victorious, I'll say 1 because I don't want to use the number 1. People who are victorious for 2 games, they don't have to play a third round. People that have lost, they go straight to Group A. People that have lost 2 games, they don't have to play the third round. They go straight to Group B. The third round is then all the 1-1 players, the people who have 1 win and 1 loss. That whole sum of players was shuffled together, and the player who won their game in that round goes to Group A. The person who lost their round goes to Group B. That's how that was done. This year was a Swiss from the beginning. So it was a mini Swiss tournament. And Swiss, for those of you not familiar, it's the cream of the crop, sort of. And hopefully I'm not misstating anything about how this was done. This is what I thought. This is what I'm pretty sure happened. Is that a Swiss tournament anyway is a cream of the crop where you play people at your current level of the tournament. So everyone at the beginning, there is a draw. You make a draw, typically based on seeds and stuff like that. But you make a draw, you win your game. Odds are the next game you'll play someone who won a game. And so that way, the more rounds you have, the people who win more keep climbing up, and the people who lose more keep going down. So it's like the cream rises to the top, and so as you play, you get games around your level. So you don't want in the final round the top player to be playing the bottom player, for example. So this though was like a mini Swiss, and in the first round, I don't know how the pairings were done. I think they were possibly influenced by the rank that you would have provided in the registration, but I don't know that for certain. So don't take that as gospel. I mean to ask about it. Well, what is standard Swiss pairings? Like, what is that standard first round? If we don't have a rating system, but either. Oh, okay. So what GM Zerk is saying, yeah. So the problem with that was that the only problem I have, that's fine. That's totally fine. The only problem that I think others had with this, both locally and from outside the area, is that the rankings initially were not done with respect to region. So I think even if we had ratings and if we had some way to seed the event, I think extra human intervention should have been done such that 2 people from Silicon Valley don't play each other. 2 people from Phoenix don't play each other in the first round. 2 people from New York don't play each other in the first round. Whatever happens after that first round, it's up to the Swiss pairings, and you can't complain. So yeah, it's unfortunate that someone from New York, their first 2 games were against New Yorkers. it's it could have been prevented in the first round, totally fine in the second round, because that's how the cookie crumbles. That's how the cookie crumbles. But so I think this is the only my only thing, and in hindsight, I think that the organizer would agree, and I'll talk about that. These are once in a year events. We're not like the chess community where you can just go to another tournament, and you'll go to, if one tournament has one little thing that's wrong, so what? Next weekend is another chess tournament. It's not like that in the shogi world. We'll have another tournament next year. So I think the people traveling, especially, like I think also for the Silicon Valley people, it was unfortunate. Like, we play each other every week. Like I said, you don't want to do a team kill in your first round, or you don't want to knock out someone that you play all the time in the first round, or not knock out, but you don't want to lose to one of those people that you play in the first round. You want this is these shogi events, like the US Shogi Championship, as much as they are incredibly competitive endeavors, they're also huge social events. As far as I'm concerned, like, this is a huge celebration of shogi, in the West. And so you want to meet new people. You want to play new people. So I think that is the only little criticism I'd have of it, is that we didn't do a little better job of that first round pairing and making sure that traveling players didn't end up playing people from their own region. That's it's small, but I do think for the people that it happens to, it really is kind of potentially rough. The first round pairing and the board they used for board 2, they even had a nicer board they used in the team tournament. You were so confused. Oh, you're talking about that folding wood board? That was I will always think of that. Anytime I think of that, any time in the future I ever see a board like that, I am going to think that board, to me. Sorry for taking so long to get to my point. That board for me is the GM Zerk board. That is now, because, like I said, I saw him have to play at least, not have to, I mean, the board's fine. The board, it's fine. It's fine it's nice to, I've got folding boards like that, that are easy to move around. It was totally different from all the other boards in the event. And the pieces were not completely properly sized on it. So it was a little cramped and just tougher to play on, because it was tented. It was a bit tented, and I think it wobbled as well, which is why they put the napkins under it. And so I don't know. Maybe that was one of the players put it out there. I don't know, but I felt, because when I saw that GM Zerk had to play 2 games in a row on it, I'm like, oh man, these are big games, and this is just he's got to live on this board. Yeah, it was. It looked like it was kind of tough to snap on that board as well. So yeah, that I guess I had said the only criticism I would have was that initial round, that initial round pairing. Which I could easily, the organizers did such an incredible job. They were on top of everything, even and the people that they had helping, family members they had helping. They put, like I said, so much time and it feels like so much money into this event, and they did such an incredible job. I can't even believe how nicely this all turned out. It was an incredible weekend. And my guess is almost everyone, maybe someone, I can't imagine why someone would have not had a great weekend. Maybe they just played so below what they had hoped, like that the shogi would have been a bothering thing. But like, I bet it would not surprise me if every single person walked away like so happy from that event and just jazzed up to play more shogi. So it's weird to be making some points, but yeah, the that, and then the board, that board probably should have been taken away pretty quickly. And you know what? I should have. I should have. I'll take the blame for that. I wasn't playing. I had access to the boards. I immediately realized that it shouldn't have been used. I should have just gone and put it to the side and replaced it. So I apologize. I apologize. Now that I'm saying this, I knew it. I saw it. I should have done it. And if I do in the future, so if I'm at an event now, I'll take that as a thing that I can do to help. Because there were plenty of vinyl boards and plenty of plastic pieces left over. I think on the side. I think. But either way, in in my car, I had a vinyl board, a flat vinyl board, a tournament plastic piece set. I had my Kaya board. I had the single character pieces, wood pieces. I could have rushed out to get those. So that one's on me. That one's on me. I'll take the blame for that one. Anyway, so those games, yeah, it started out with a bang, and that first round was Michael versus Larry Kaufman, and Grandmaster Larry Kaufman, and one of at least that I know of, one of the two grandmasters there. I don't know of anyone besides Z-Kid or Larry that are grandmasters. Larry's son is an international master, and he was at the event. He had it sounded like he had a great event. He played. It seemed like he played really well. Always a pleasure to talk to those guys. I guess I'll mention it now. I had the honor of taking the Waymo. So the way the dinner was supposed to be was the way we had planned it, at least on Thursday or prior, was that a member of the SF Shogi Club would do the work of getting the Waymo. Waymo is the riderless taxi service, the driverless taxi service, which does not mean you get to sit in the driver's seat. I thought it was. I didn't actually think there would be a steering wheel. There's a steering wheel in the seat. So I thought it would be 2 people in the front, 2 people in the back. So yeah, not riderless taxi service. That's a bad business idea. Driverless. So the idea was that we didn't want to have any of these people, like, this is like back to that round 1 thought. The organizers were trying to make the experience so good for the traveling players. They didn't want them to even have to think about any of this stuff. So the idea was an SF person would take 3 guests. Each SF person would take 3 guests on the Waymo. So, I downloaded the app, I set it up, and, it's just, and I'm like, anyone want to come with me? So luck shines down from the clouds. Larry Kaufman and his son needed a spot, and one of the I'll say one of the leaders of the Los Angeles shogi community. I don't know if this is selling him short or what. The person, basically, I think of him as the leader of the Los Angeles shogi community. I don't know if that's actually true. I apologize if there is a documented leader of the Los Angeles shogi or something like that. But anyway, this is the person whose house held the party last year. There was a big party in Los Angeles with the pros. People had a bunch of sushi, and anyway, he held the thing, and he came in the Waymo with us. So I'm just in here with these 3 great people and listening to stories, and Larry Kaufman is, as I said in last year's recap, I could sit at a table because I sat pretty much next to him at dinner last year. I didn't sit next to him at dinner this year. Last year I sat next to him at dinner. I could just listen to him talk about shogi and his experiences in shogi and all the pros he's played, in handicap games. I could listen to him talk about chess and chess engines and and all this kind of stuff. Fantastic. It was amazing. It was amazing. So we talked, and Ono-san is great, the leader of Los Angeles, and some of the things. Oh gosh, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say about that. Just it's one of these reasons why you should go to these events. You have a chance to just walk into and meet people who have so much interest, so many interesting stories, so much in common. Also, with the shogi player, just to talk about it. And I didn't want to talk about his game with Michael, because I'm always. I think to a fault, I try not to be like, how'd your game go? Or, how'd you do? So, I try, like if a game finishes and I don't know who won, I'll generally not even ask. Just because, I don't want to open wounds. I don't want to get in people's way. So I didn't ask him because it might have been raw. I don't think it was, the little bit I know him now, I don't think he takes. He's played decades and decades and decades of shogi and chess, and I don't think one loss is going to kill him. But I didn't take a risk because that game he played against Michael was such an amazing game, and he played so well, just somehow letting it slip through his fingers. And but he was in great spirits. He played great. He made it to group, like last year by a technical snafu with the clock, flagging on the clock. I think he didn't make it into Group A. This year he did, and he played tremendously. And I wonder if he finished 2-2. I don't remember. Yeah. So we talked about how he's playing. He has a history with the Los Angeles club leader, or the Los Angeles shogi leader, they talked about how they're doing and their health, and I'm just listening, and it's like these guys, they're still so good at the game, and I don't think they play, like they certainly don't play as much as I do. But they're so much better than I am. I mean, they've been playing longer, obviously, and I think they probably both have more inclination towards this game than I do. But I could just listen to people talk about shogi all day, and I was jammed into the back of the Uber. So the first, or not Uber, the Waymo. For the leader of the Los Angeles shogi, I had the app. So with the app, you unlock the door. So I unlocked the doors. You open the door, the front door, and held it open for the. I wanted the leader of the LA club to get that seat. So he went in there. The Kaufmans were in the back, and so and then the front, since the front of this driverless cab still has a steering wheel, you can't sit in there, and that door does not open. So I'm in the back with the Kaufmans, and Larry is in the middle, and I am trying, because I'm old, but he's getting up there, and he's like he's a treasure in this car, and so I'm just like wedged up into the side so hard, and just trying to give as much space to them as possible so that they can be comfortable. Because these Waymos, they're on this, I don't know if it's the Jaguar Pace platform. It's like an SUV. It's a small SUV. And when I say small, that back seat is small. It is really small. It's tough to get three people back there. So I was jammed up in there. But as uncomfortable and as painful as the 30-ish minute ride was for me, I was in heaven just listening to people talk about shogi, listening to people talk about chess. It was incredible. So at the dinner, unlike last year where we had the dinner at the end of the event, we had the dinner after the first day of the tournament. And if anyone has questions about any of the first day or any of the matches or anything else or like ideas to talk about, please let me know, and I'll try to say. One of the Fox listener around you say one of those guys bought a Choose Shogi set to practice night. Yeah, that was Raymond. Yeah. He brought that Choose. I think he did. I think he brought the Choose Shogi set with the plastic pieces. I don't want to. I'm anti-variant guy. I am very anti-variant. Shogi. I want to play Shogi. Oh, that was Alex that brought that? Oh, that wasn't Raymond. Okay. Oh, maybe he was playing Raymond. Maybe Alex brought it and Raymond was playing him. Get that Chew stuff out of here. I want to play Hon Shogi. Hon Shogi. Yeah. It broke again. It broke again. Yeah, it looks like it did break again. I'm so disappointed with this because it was going for a week. It was going for a good week without the YouTube chat breaking. All right, so I restarted that. Excuse me. What else? Oh, so at the dinner. So it was Saturday night at the dinner. I'm in there. Jack-o'-lantern's there. Snowpiercer R is there. Some other people. I don't want to give names. I know their avatars. The kid, Ryoma was there. And on my left, as luck would have it, Ishikawa Sensei, Ishikawa Sevendan, and what is, I can't think of the movie where they say, and he was delightful. But that's what I can say about him. He was fantastic. Obviously, I gotta let the cat out the door. Okay, good girl. Good girl. Like Ono Sensei last year, he the English is tougher, is tougher, but he spoke pretty well, and I think he understood. I think he understood. I think he understood well. But even if not, Jack-o'-lantern was right there, and Jack-o'-lantern is a I was going to say native speaker, not a native speaker. Speaks as far as I understand fluent Japanese, and at least fluent Japanese shogi, which is even more important. And so, anything could pretty much go with the conversation. Talked about a lot of stuff. Yeah, he wanted us to come to Japan. I don't know if that's in their script. Like, I think when the traveling pro, when the traveling pro has to, when the traveling pro program is being taught in Japan, these are the things that they tell them to talk to us about. Because I think Ono Sensei had talked about the same thing, inviting us to come to Japan, and that was always nice. And but otherwise, he asked like if I like Japanese food, Japanese alcohol, and I'm not a like I've said, I don't really drink much. I have, but like I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd. I've never been drunk. I've never even seen a recreational drug in my life. So though in the streets of San Francisco, I walked through yesterday around lunchtime. I went out to go get a bubble tea. I walked through some clouds of something that I can only assume was not quite legal. Oh no, in SF it is legal. In SF it is legal. But I'm a nerd. But I do know a little bit about Japanese whiskeys. My brother is big into whiskeys, and and so I've learned some things from him. So yeah, that was fun. Old man shakes fist at cloud. Yeah, literally, I'm shaking my fist at this cloud as I'm walking through it. So there was that. We had I don't know what to say. The food was great. The company was incredible. Talking about shogi again is a joy. I think I got a sense more of Snowpiercer R being a self-loathing Urshin or Ryu player. I said I grouped us. I grouped us as we. I used the word. I did this a few times over the weekend in his presence, where I say we. We're better in this position, or we do this. And I think he's taking mild offense to be lumped in as we. The Urshin or Ryu lovers. It's so funny. It's so funny. Yeah, a game against him was so fun. Let's see what else. So Saturday, I guess back to the play on Saturday. The Michael was on the first board. I think he must have been set up as the top seed. He must have been to be on the first board first. I'm not sure how those work, but either way, a completely valid top seed. So he's there, and he won. He did. In the end, regardless of how he got there, he did win that game against Grandmaster Kaufman, and he was scheduled to be the second round, and he nicely. I think he didn't want to be on stream again or something like that. And I think that was not only good for him, I think it was good for everyone. As much as I'd love to, like I've said before, I can watch his games all day. I think it's good to see a variety of players. So we had different people on the stream. We renumbered the tables basically for those early rounds, so that it turned out to be board 3 that was in the number 1 slot and things like that. So we got to see who did we see on Saturday in the grouping stage. It's all so I'm terrible with my memory. It's all a blur. I know on stream we not counting the team events. We saw Led Zeppelin. I'm not sure if his was the second game. We saw Noah and Sato-san. We saw Ito-san, who won an award. The older gentleman. And Takada-san we saw with his Nakabisha. Ito won an award at the end. I believe they said he's 87 years old. So he's 87 years old there playing. Very strong, as far as I'm concerned, very strong player. Nice guy. He did not have his phone on mute, however. So a few times in critical moments, in his game and in other games, you'd hear this very loud ringtone, extremely loud ringtone, and he'd take his phone out of his pocket and read as the ringtone is still going. So I thought that was funny. I thought that was very funny. Yeah. That was great. It was great. It's those moments that add character to these events. I swear. It's like I said, incredibly serious. People that dedicate their lives to this game are playing some of the more meaningful games of their lives at these events. But it's also a celebration of the game and just like a social event, in as much as you can have a social event around a game where two players are trying to beat each other, attack each other over and over and over, and where one party will probably be very sad at the end. Yeah. So we saw Led Zeppelin, we saw that. We saw Ito, we saw Takada, we saw Michael, Larry Kaufman. Who else? Noah and Sato. I think that was it for the first day. The team tournament was awesome. In one of those games, so we in one of those games in the team tournament, there was the kids team, and we saw. So in that was I think the name might have come up on stream. So Ryoma Kanazaki, so he was there. This was the kid that that, like I said, at the East Bay Shogi Club when I first started playing 3 years ago. He and Turtwig, the Group B winner, were players, and I joined them, and we played for 6 to 8 months before they went back to Japan. So I have this kid now he was board 1 on the kids team. I have 4 wins in my life against him, and I will probably go to my dying my what do you say? What does it say? You don't go to your dying grave, do you? You go to your dying bed? Go to your dying day? Whatever. For the rest of my life, I will probably never get another win against him, but I have 4. Just like I will probably never win again against Z-Kid. I have 1. I have 1 win. And I treasure all these wins. So yeah, he was there, and he played. I think he won that game. I think he played Ito-san. I think Ito-san was on stream a second time for that game. He was number 1 on the Los Angeles team, if I'm not mistaken, board 1. Even though I think he was not their strongest player. They mixed up their order, but we got to see the kid on stream. I was so glad to see him play well. He played in the team tournament against Led Zeppelin, and Ryoma won the game against Led Zeppelin in the team tournament, the 12-minute Kiramake. And but Led Zeppelin got him back in Group A main event. A beautiful game. It was. I wish I had better adjectives, and I wish I had better recall to be able to tell you how these games went. But Nicholas, Led Zeppelin, it's so tough sometimes because you're cheering for people. I'm cheering for almost everybody, but at some point, there's like whoever plays this kid is on the opposing side. So I am cheering for this kid against everyone. Against no one will be spared in my cheering. If Ryoma or Noah are playing. So Led Zeppelin had me cheering in my mind against him in this game, but he played he's like I said before, he plays all these creative openings and he's so attacking. Yet there are a number of games where he was in Yagura. If I'm remembering this game, he played boring old, not obviously not boring, but I'm going to say boring just because it's an opening that is just normal. He played boring old normal Yagura static rook, and of course his attacking style and the creative attacking style came through. But he's solid. He's when he attacks, he's attacking. When he needs to be solid, he's solid. And he played a beautiful game, and he won. And I really thought the kid was going to beat him. I really did. Not only had the kid won in the team tournament, so Nicholas is the first person I have just go to my grave. Yeah, Nicholas is the only person I have ever heard admit this. I have said this, and I have said this, and I have thought this. But I have definitely played games where I have played out of my prep, out of my normal lines, intentionally, so as to be at least mildly surprising to my opponent. And I think Nicholas in the team tournament, if I'm doing justice to what he said, he wanted to play different openings. Obviously you play to win, and he's played these openings before, but I think he didn't want to tip his hand at all. because it is a weird sort of event where you're in the middle of Group A Swiss. After the first round of Group A Swiss, they play the team tournament, which is 6 players on each team. Board 1 faces off board 1, board 2 faces off board 2. So if your team is, Nicholas played on the New York team as board 1, because obviously he was the only person from Brazil, and you're not going to have a team of just one player. So the New York team, my understanding is the New York team, which came in second place. Congratulations, I think. New York team had Nicholas as board 1, and the 2 Phoenix members later on the team with New Yorkers, with New Yorkers interspersed or in the middle. And so I think he played different openings, stuff that he probably wasn't going to play in the main event. Oh, it was Phoenix and Vancouver. Okay, sorry about that. So New York was all New York, just with New York and Brazil. Vancouver was stacked this year. Vancouver was good. Gosh. Okay. So it was New York. Oh wait. Oh yeah, New York was New York definitely had Led Zeppelin, right? He was board 1 for New York. Okay. I hate Magic Based. What was the prize for winning? The prize for winning. So these tournaments, this is different from the chess world. There is no prize money. They're expensive tournaments. There is no prize money. There is if you're familiar with the tradition around the Stanley Cup, where they have the Stanley Cup and it rotates possession. The one cup rotates possession with the winner. We have something called the Mark Steele Cup in the US Shogi Championship. And I believe Mark Steele, correct me if I'm wrong, so the person I was talking about, that leader of the Los Angeles Shogi community who was in the Waymo with me, and who held the dinner at his home last year, I believe he has a company that is called Mark Steele. I believe. I'm not sure. I don't know, if he trades steel. I don't know. I've always wanted to ask, but I'm always unclear at how to ask that stuff. But I believe it's called the Mark Steele Trophy. And so the winner gets that. So, for the past year, Noah has had that tournament. Prior to that, I think this cup has existed for a few years. Prior to that, Michael had that cup. So you've got to bring it back. So this year, the cup is leaving the United States. It's going into Canada, and Sato-san will have to bring it back next year to New York, and then I will get it. And then there's trophies. There's nice trophies. There are real nice. They didn't really translate this part, but I think they are certificates, big certificates, I believe provided somehow by the JSA. And signed, I believe, by Habu. And they were presented in real nice fashion by Nozuki 8dan. Okay, yeah, Fuzz said the certificates were signed by Habu. Yeah, so there's certificates, they've got these nice trophies. And then the rest of the people, last year, Group A got pro, calligraphy, autograph type things. That's the one that I showed last year on stream. I had a Nishiyama. I had one that was written by Nishiyama, and I treasure that. And yeah, fans. Yeah, there's a fan. They got a fan. I didn't want to. Like I said, Turtwig, my regular playing partner at East Bay. He won Group B, so he has one of those certificates, and I think I saw him taking a photo of a fan. I didn't want to just go over there and start looking at his stuff. So that's fine. But I did make sure to have him to take a photo with me and with Ryoma. So we have the three of us. The original East Bay Shogi Club. we're all there. We've got a photo of just the three of us, and he's holding his prize, and I think Ryoma is holding his prize. Because Ryoma was in Group A and did really well. And yeah, and so there's that. So that's it. It's different. It's nice that there's no. I would say it's nice that there's no prize money, because it is a social and celebration event. It is not. It is hardcore competition, but it's not. But it's more than just competition. Like the chess tournament. Like I think on the flip side, I think if we had prize money, we would get a lot of more strong players coming to these events. I think we would. Like, there are plenty of strong players, in the shogi world in the United States that don't come out to these. And it's hard to justify that much money. It'd be an expensive for someone to fly out from Philadelphia or the East Coast or whatever, and then get a hotel and then pay the tournament fees. You're looking easily at $1,000 to $2,000, and if you can't recoup, any of that money, it might be a little steep. It might be a little tough. But by that same, but as a result, we have this family friendly celebration of the game, which is not maybe as neurotic as some chess tournaments are. Like I said, I have very limited experience as a player and a slight bit of experience just kind of going and watching some minor chess tournaments. And people can be pretty neurotic, as a neurotic person, people can be pretty neurotic at these chess tournaments. And it seems like people very much, maybe this is unfair, so chess players, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like it seems to me like there's a contingent of players, because chess ratings are so pervasive through the chess community. Like they will try to maintain like under 1900 so they can win prize money at an under 1900 event, or they'll try to game the system to be under 1700 so they can win a few $100 or $100 or whatever at an under 1700 event. And that kind of sucks. It is, but anytime in this world of ours, we live in a society, bottom text. We live in a society where if you put money on things, there will be people who will take perverse measures to get that money. And not that it's the greatest tragedy of all time, to play down, but people will do that. The KIGF, you're happy people didn't do stuff like that in your area. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to show you're saying in a way you could kind of do that to win B-League and get the certificate. Yeah, that would be a very long con. I suppose you could, but the problem is they're killers in Group B, because they're in the West. Our shogi, it's the Venn diagram of the players in the West who are good at shogi, and the people who will pay money to go to a shogi event. It overlaps very heavily. So it's like there's so many of our good players are here, and so yeah. Last year's Group B had Alan Baker, who didn't attend this year, and Larry Kaufman, and a couple other real strong people. It was this year Group B. So the tournament organizers, they are extremely strong players, and they just, I imagine organizing hurt them in the early stage of the tournament. So they both dropped into Group B. They both did, and one of them ended up as the runner up in Group B. He made his way back up. He's an incredible player, and Ono-san was in there, and he was in the semifinal. I think he was in the semifinals. Yes, yeah, he got third place, and I think he got third place. Yeah, and he was incredible, and you just look. I'm staring out as I'm watching. I'm staring out at the playing hall. Group A is on one side, Group B on the other side. And I'm just like, man, Group B is real tough. Like, Group B is real tough. And then I find out more that, that Turtwig is doing well, and it's just like, oh my God. I have actually said on this stream, but I have been saying this, and I sent this message. So last year when I went to the US Shogi Championship, and I started playing well in the casual games, and I was winning some games, against good players. I sent a message to the East Bay group, to our East Bay group, which includes Turtwig and who was not there last year, and includes Ryoma, Ryoma and Ryoma's mom. I'm like, I'm playing well. I have been saying since the beginning of time that he is underrated. I'm saying, like, I've been saying, and so I feel so vindicated by him winning Group B that I have been saying almost like maybe almost as a coping mechanism, because I beat him so rarely. I win against him so rarely that maybe this is just a coping mechanism. But I'm like, he is so much better than his online rating. He's so much better than his online rating. And I was finally vindicated. To win that Group B, you have to be to win that group and to go undefeated in that group. You've got to be very strong and very very solid. I'm just so impressed. I'm so impressed. I'm so happy that he did it. And selfishly, I feel so good. So, like I said, I track my my 4 wins. My 4 wins. Let me look at my little note. My four wins against Ryoma, who did so well in Group A. Back when he was 8 years old. I have my 4 wins from back when he was 8 years old, and I have 29 wins against Turtwig in my life. It's possible that number's off by 1 or whatever. I don't know why I started way back when. I think just because I wanted to track how many wins I had against Ryoma. It turned into this thing of me tracking the number of wins I have against both of them. But so 29 is probably between 10 and 15% of the number of games we've played. So keep in mind, we're playing this every week, and I'm just losing all the time. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what? He's only Shodan on 81 Dojo, and I'm Shodan on 81 Dojo. Yes, I do believe my rating is inflated, but this is also why it's like, according to Elo, I start chewing on the glasses and donning, getting out the calculator. But according to the Elo system, I should be winning a lot more than 10 to 15% of my games against someone who is even assuming he's only 2 dan, which I think is still kind of a stretch. I think he's above that. But it's like, I should be winning against a 2 dan. I should be winning more than 10% of my games. And so I try to cope with, like, well, maybe he just has my number. Maybe his style is just so strong against mine. Maybe, I don't know. It's all that kind of self-doubt comes out. So it's very, at least it's very reassuring anyway to see him crush the B group. I say crush. I didn't see the games. But in my mind, they were all just stunning victories. Because, like I said, I'm just a fanboy of everyone. So yeah, last year's B group, yeah, with Alan Baker and Larry Kaufman in there, that's brutal. Yeah, and I still, it still cracks me up that I got into A by sheer I don't know what, somehow I got into A and I got that Nishiyama avatar. I'll probably in my life, I could go to every tournament from now on. I probably will never be in Group A. I'll probably never be in Group A again. I'll probably never win the team event games that I won in the future. It's ridiculous how I played last year. Anyway. It was so good. So that was the first day. And one other thing. So this isn't necessarily a criticism of the, maybe it is. I don't know, because I'm not sure if the people running the tournament were the same people, like doing the brackets were the same that did them last year, because I think it was a Los Angeles person. But I would love to see the next tournament have better, not even online presence, but have better records and brackets available to all. Even if it's just in, I don't know if Challenge makes that possible, or if chess-results.com makes that possible, but we've got to do better. You know, last year was, I think in terms of the visibility for the brackets and the pairings, I think we might have regressed a bit since last year. Last year was still in like a goofy Google app or web page or something, like a Google Pages something, but at least it existed. This year, I don't think there was any way for the players to see their pairings. I don't think there was any way for people to follow along from home outside of looking at the stream. So noted. Yeah. I'm sure New York is going to have this. I'm sure. It's going to, because it's not difficult to do it, and it makes such a difference. You know, how many people, there were at least a couple messages, I think, on Discord, of people asking, like, are there brackets online? You know, can you see the brackets? And as a player, you know, in last year, and, you know, as a player in future events, I want to see those brackets. I want to know how other people did. I want to know who the person I'm playing, I want to know who they played. You know, I want to know who they beat. I want to know, you know, even if it's not with Kifu's, obviously, I still want it. I would like to know as much information as I have, or that can be, I would like to see. And that would have been something nice to be able to share with people on the stream, which is like, oh, you know, if you want to follow along on the bracket, here's this. You know, because we're streaming one game at a time, and there are 20 plus games going on at all times. So it'd be really cool to see. It would also be just as sort of like I said, you know, to the extent that I don't want to bother other players during a tournament, it would have been nice for me to be able to see, like, oh, did Turtwig win that game, without having to ask him? Because I was trying to, you know, because when you play with someone for, you know, years, and you at least I feel like I get a sense of, if he won, he would behave like this. If he lost, he would behave like that. And so after the third round of the Swiss, where he was already 2-0, and after the third game, I saw him walk away from the board very quickly, with sort of with a very focused look on his face, like a tense look on his face, not angry, but like a tense look. And I thought, oh no. Oh no, he lost. Like that's not how he behaves when he wins. Or not behave that's not usually the emotion that I see when he wins, or the face. But it turns out he did. He was just very focused, which served him well. So it's like, rather than me reading tea leaves to figure out who won the game, it would have been nice to have a bracket. That said, my tea leaf reading did work, though, kind of. So I saw, like I said earlier, Michael and Led Zeppelin were playing, and I was watching Noah and Rilma on the side, but I kept glancing over. And when I glanced over one time, I saw Michael bow, and it looked like a resignation bow, and to me, it sounded like he said "makemashita." Maybe he actually did accidentally. I don't think he would, but maybe he said "arigato," or maybe I don't, or maybe he said "arigato gozaimashita," and I heard the "mashita," and I thought like at the end maybe I heard like "makemashita." So I don't know. So I thought he lost, but then they were reviewing the game, and I'm thinking, like, that sounds like Michael won. Like the way he's talking, like that's how Michael talks when he won. Not that I have watched so many of these games, but like you kind of see how people act in certain, like the pattern matching of how people speak when they've won, or how they speak when they've lost, or how how all these things. You're reading these tea leaves, and I'm like, gosh, it sure sounds like he won. I'm like, God, he is such a good sport, such a gracious loser. Like, man, he's like being so nice. And it turned out he did win that game. So I was right in seeing that. So my tea leaf reading, my shogi on Friday was 0-3, but my tea leaf reading on Saturday and Sunday, 1 win, 1 loss, 1-1. So yeah. Ogochi, thank you for the comment. Nice to see you. Is there a plan to create brackets summary post event? I don't know yet. I know the data is there, and I looked at it. I tried to look this morning. So it's done with this weird Google like spreadsheet or something, and I was afraid that I would ruin it. I was afraid that I would accidentally break it if I went into it. Like, there are buttons on the page to resume and stuff like that. So I didn't touch it. So I opened the page. I clicked one button to resume, thinking that might take me in, but then it took me into more, and I just like, I don't want to break this. So I went off the page. So I'm sure we're going to get some sort of summary. But if not, if it doesn't come in the next day or so, I'll take that on myself to try to see if I can get access to all the data, and maybe make a bracket, or maybe make some sort of review. I'll try. But as far as I know, there is no way to get that. There's no way to get a bracket right now. Hey, Gabrielle, nice to see you. As far as I know, there's no way. Which is definitely unfortunate. So there is that. Yeah. So that was Friday or Saturday. I drove back. So we did the there was the playing. There was the event. My brain was a little fried from those recordings. Like I said, it's just stressful. It's just stressful. You don't want to mess up. You don't want to distract the players, and I was finding my way of how to get a little more effective as a move transcriber. I think I got more effective as time went on, more efficient at it. One of the tricks that I started looking at, one of the tricks that I started doing. So I was trying to guess the move a lot of times, and so when I stopped that on day 2, and I started saying, okay, after Gote moves, I'm not going to guess what Sente is going to do. I mean, I will eventually, but the first thing I'm going to do is move my mouse down to the engine move. So there were two moves that we were running at a multi, like the MPV of two moves, and those were the 2 moves that showed up on stream. And so I would move to the first move unless I thought the opponent was going to do, like, I think I read too much into my own abilities, but I sort of, I feel like I have a sense. If I'm given 2 moves, I have a sense of, after seeing players play enough, I'll say, like, okay, I think Noah would do this move, or I think Sato-san will do this move. And so you might see in a bunch of these streams, oh no, you won't see it because you don't see my mouse cursor. Okay. So what if you were to see my mouse cursor, you would see a lot of times I'd be on the second move or something like that. I'm just ready to go because it's like, this is how Sato-san has been playing this position in previous games, or this is how Noah always does this, or stuff like that. So I got faster. The more games I was able to transcribe, the faster I got at it, because I was able to predict the move. And so the only problem is then validating the move that they did, and that worked out. So if I have an Excel bracket for the championship, you can help. You have experience with it. Okay. Oh, if I want, if I get the data, I'll let you know. Oops, I just banged the table. Sorry about that. It's wobbling. Yeah. So there was that. So Saturday was those matches. Friday night was the Waymo. So we got back to the Japanese Cultural and Community Center, the site of the event, I don't know, 9:30-ish, I want to say, 9:30, 10 o'clock, something like that. And so I had to drive home from there. I think it was probably about an hour and 15 minutes. And I got back late, exhausted. Absolutely, I didn't play, but I was exhausted from the transcription stuff. And went to bed, slept not so great, and woke up early again just to get out there and got out there. Did I talk to Nicholas? Yeah. I talked a bunch about that. Excuse me, earlier today. I talked. I on Friday night. I met him, and I think I went up to him. I think so, because he was standing alone. And so I just thought, I know he's here from another country. I think I just went up to him and started talking to him. And we played a game. He played Nakabisha. He played a crazy aggressive Nakabisha against me, against my Torizashi, of course. And he won, but it was a fun game. I wouldn't say it's a great game because, I think he outmatched me pretty nicely, but I enjoyed the playing of it, and I don't think I did any catastrophic blunders. It was an interesting game, and then I talked on and off during the event. I generally try not to talk so much to the players because I don't want to bother people. And then after the event, we talked a lot. We talked so much that at the end of it, I said, I wish I would have recorded this conversation because it would have made for a great interview, like a podcast. So I definitely talked a lot about him, talked a lot to him, and I might have talked. Between he and I Dream of Shogi, I probably talked to the two of them more than anyone. It was great. It was really great. Yeah, nice guy. Loved the game. I didn't know that the would you call it the president of the Brazilian Shogi Association? I didn't know that that was his dad. And I either didn't know or I had forgotten that his dad is also a chess IM, international master. And Nicholas doesn't play chess. Yeah, James. Yeah. I didn't know that he was his son. But yeah, so I had a great time there. So anyway, yeah, great time talking to him. Sunday came back, and we did not stream. The reason we did not stream there were on Sunday morning, the schedule was 3 games, so rounds 2 through 4 of the Swiss, both in Group A and Group B. And then from then on, the top 4 from each group would go into the semifinals. We had the main playing hall where we were streaming on Saturday and playing on Saturday. That was still the main playing hall. But the semifinals were going to be played upstairs so that they could be commentated by the pros and watched by everyone. So they played upstairs. The streaming equipment went upstairs so that it could be set up in advance of the semifinals. So it would have been too much work to be able to get the stream downstairs for rounds 2 through 4 and then straight upstairs. Like it would have extended out the time of the tournament to have to be able to do that. So that's why we didn't stream rounds 2 through 4. But those are the rounds I was able to watch. I was able to watch, just walk around tables, take photos, and do stuff like that. So those are the ones I was talking about where, like that. I talked at length about Tomita-san when he did resign to young Ryoma, and his games were incredible. Noah's games were absolutely incredible. They were so good. GM Zerk's games were awesome, even if he had to play on the folding board. And who else did I watch? Well, I watched and mostly watched Ryoma and Noah. Because those are the two I'm cheering hardest for. And I did watch. So, but because they're in Group A and these rounds are mixing through and they're winning their games, they got to play all the other good players for the most part. I don't think Michael ended up playing. No, I would have known. No, Michael didn't end up playing Ryoma, which would have been a nice one for me to see. I tell you, Led Zeppelin, like I said, he really dashed my hopes when he beat Ryoma, because I was thinking, all right, so Ryoma is going to win this game, and now he is going to play Noah. And then I was thinking the two of them would play either then or in the semifinal, and I just thought, oh my gosh, that's going to be so incredible. It's going to be so incredible. Like, I don't know if I'd be able. Maybe it's better that it didn't happen because I wouldn't have been able to take it. But that matchup never happened. Michael and Noah never happened. Michael and Ryoma never happened. But we got tons of amazing games, and just some epic moments. The catastrophic clock mistakes. The catastrophic clock snafu. Not snafu because it's the functioning of the clock, but the flags in those key moments. I've talked about. I'm not sure if there's anything else to mention about that before the semifinals. The games were amazing. It's people. I said this is now the third time I'm saying it, I think, but like my understanding of what shogi is just changed from this. The way the board is so open and people are attacking and pawns. It's incredible. Michael did 2 of 5, if you're not mistaken. If that's true, the tournament was really stacked. No, 2 and 2. So there are 4 rounds in the Swiss. So there's 3 rounds of the grouping stage, which place you, if you win 2 or more, you get into the Group A. You lose 2 or more, you get into Group B. So each group then does a Swiss, and that Swiss is 4 games. So Michael did 2 and 2. And yeah, he I would love to know what he thought about his performance. You know, I'm always expecting 4-0 from him. So I don't know if he just had an unfortunate, maybe he just woke up this weekend not on his absolute A+ game, maybe only on his A or B game. I don't know. Or if everyone just play, what? It's the problem. It's the problem with being the best. When you're the best, everyone is coming at you. Everyone is bringing everyone. When you're the best, everyone brings their best against you. But you can't always be on your best. So if everyone is bringing their best against you, and you cannot physically always bring your best, you're going to have some moments in time that intersect, and you're going to have some losses. I mean, what do I know? But it's. I think I've talked about that before in limited terms towards myself. Sometimes when just having the stream, it's like when people play me, it seems like sometimes they really want to win, and I'm just and I just want to play. I'm just having to playing a game. When people go against Michael or Noah, when you're the champ or a former champ, when you're what is the saying? When you're what is the saying? Not at the top of the mountain, about the crown. It's something about the crown. Something about the crown and the mountain and the heavy is the head that wears the crown. Yes, thank you. There's no mountain in this one. Oh, the air is. I don't know. There's some saying about the mountain too. But heavy is the head that wears the crown. And when someone plays Michael, beating Michael will be a lifetime achievement. It's winning against Michael is a lifetime achievement award. Winning against Noah is a lifetime achievement award. So you have to be even better to keep going. So it's crazy. It's crazy. So it's tough. So I would love to know. I imagine he'll talk about it at some point. I'd be very curious. I'd be very curious if it is as simple as I just didn't have it. That thing that I sometimes say. Like some days when I'm playing, some days I just don't have it. I can't calculate as deeply. I can't read as deeply. I can't. The candidate moves aren't coming as quickly, or they're not coming as well. Some days they are. Like when I played in the tournament last year, that all was happening. So it was like I was fortunate that was the day. But the past couple months, it's just not happening. So I would love to know his impression of that. But the tournament was stacked. This is not all that aside. This tournament was even more stacked than last year. There were new players. Like one of the semifinalists was, as far as I know, was not there last year, because I think I would have met him last year if he would have been there. And from a relatively unknown part of the country for shogi, certainly. And there were just stacked players. There were the two 10-year-olds. The two 10-year-olds, one of the semifinalists was a 10-year-old. The other 10-year-old was Ryoma, my friend, who who could have easily been a semifinalist. If he would have beaten Led Zeppelin, as much as I'm a big Led Zeppelin fan now and friend of Led Zeppelin, Ryoma could have made it, and who knows what would have happened. So there are two 10-year-olds are playing in the tournament. You've got the new guy, the new guy I just mentioned, and Larry Kaufman was on fire. He was playing lights out. Where last year, like we said, he by way of a clock related problem, lost the game and ended up in Group B last year. It was just stacked. Your GM Zerk went 2-2, I think, and it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how strong the people were there and how many of them were. I don't know how Bano-san did. One of prior to knowing I Dream of Shogi, I would have said this is my favorite New York player because I played him last year. But I don't know how well he did. But if you told me he went 1-3, I would not be surprised. He is incredible. He's an incredible player. But there were just too many incredible players. Too many incredible players, and maybe not enough rounds. In the end, we ended up with a pretty good result. I think you can argue that maybe Michael could have would have maybe been a better round semifinalist, or you could argue that maybe Tomita-san. Tomita lost to Ryoma, and Tomita is always in contention, and oh gosh, very tough. So yes, it was a stacked tournament, and but Michael is still, even if he went 2-2, his play is just so, the way he plays, the physical way he plays and gets into the game is awesome to watch, and it's inspiring to watch. So I used the word inspiring too much over the weekend, I realized, because I don't have many better words for it, but it watching these guys play, it really is inspiring, and I don't know if it'll help me convert anything to improvement or wins, but I don't think it will hurt. We'll see. So that was Sunday early rounds. There was a break in the middle, just to make sure to get everything set up right, and the players had to move upstairs to go into the other smaller playing room where it would be quiet, and where it'd be quiet, and more importantly, where they wouldn't be able to hear Nozuki Sensei and Watanabe Sensei their commentary, because they were commentating, like I said, they were commentating on the big board. As it turns out, and I would love to hear, maybe I'll ask if I get a chance, if I get a chance to talk to Noah again, because I think my understanding is they'll be leaving the area. So, we're going to be losing our champion out here in Northern California. But I would like to ask him if he could hear or understand the words of the commentary, because I could hear. So I'm there. I'm 1 foot away from the players, or 2 feet away from the players. So whatever I can hear, they can hear, and I am hearing the muffled commentary, from the speaker, coming through the floor. I'm hearing it, but I don't speak Japanese, so I don't know if there was any way to make sense of it. They were on a feed, because someone that was there, correct me if I'm wrong, they were basing the moves off of the live stream. So the live stream, on YouTube was at least 20 seconds delayed. I think it was at least 20 seconds delayed. So if you asked me a question and I responded back a little later, there was going to be at least 20 seconds of delay there. And so I'm curious if they could understand the words. I was curious about that last year because it was the same playing hall, just sectioned off by some relatively heavy material. That splits a big room. If I couldn't hear or understand the guy doing English interpretation, then probably couldn't understand the pros commentating. Yeah, so that's a good point. So I was trying not to even when I was hearing the muting, I could tell it was Japanese. But I never heard any English. But I was not trying to listen to it. So, like I said, I was trying so hard not to get even the slightest bit distracted so that I wouldn't mess up the move input. And so I heard the sound, but then I quickly stopped. I turned off my ears, in some way. I just completely eliminated what I was hearing somehow. Maybe they would do the same, but even so, like, yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting. So I'll be curious to hear if I get a chance to ask him if he was able to hear, or actually, oh no. I was going to say I could ask Turtwig as well, but no, he doesn't. I mean, he better than I do, but he doesn't speak Japanese. I don't think. Well, I don't think he'd be able to understand that anyway. But yeah, so there was that. Yeah, the semifinal was just tense. And like I said, it gradually just kind of hurting the language barrier. Well, the players at the table in the semifinals, they can speak Japanese. So if they could, if the mumbled sound from Nozuki Sensei and Ishikawa Sensei and Watanabe Sensei, if because they were speaking in English, if the players at the table could hear it, I don't know if they could understand it because it was muffled. But either way, it was delayed. And they were both on mic at about the same volume. Not at the same time, at the same volume. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, that semifinal was tough. It was, as I said before, apologies for repeating myself in case anyone didn't hear this. It was the most stressful shogi moments of my shogi life. Was tracking those. Tracking the moves, as simple and as stupid as it sounds, tracking those moves and just trying desperately to not lose an instant of focus. Because like once that focus, like in those first few rounds when people were coming up and talking to me while I'm entering moves, you miss out on just an instant of focus, or your mind wanders for a second, and all of a sudden 2 moves are made, and you're trying to figure out what moves were made, and then a third move comes in, and it's like, oh gosh, even if I can see the moves, I'm not going to know the order, and so I'm just trying to recreate the board. I'm playing that if anyone knows this, the highlights game where they give 2 photos or 2 images, and you have to figure out what's different. So I've got Shogi Gui, a small board on Shogi Gui. And I'm trying to match it up with the actual game board, just back and forth. What pieces are missing? What pieces have moved? And yeah, it was stressful. It was very stressful. I have so much respect now for those scorekeepers in the pro games. Yeah, because you sit there and you don't want to be a distraction. that's, for one thing, you want to get the moves right, but on the second thing, you don't want to be a distraction to these players, who you respect so much. Ishikawa and Watanabe were commenting the finals. Okay, and they both kept trying to escape and make the other give commentary. Oh yeah, it was like, I wish I could have watched that. I wonder if it was similar to last year, but so last year's commentary in the finals, which was Noah versus Sato, the semifinal that we streamed was last year's final, and Noah Kim won that one, and we had Nishiyama, Nishiyama three crowns at the time. Nishiyama three crowns, I think still at this time. Nishiyama was the main commentator at the board. Yamaguchi Sensei was, I believe she was standing next to the board, and I believe Ono Sensei, I think he's 7 or 8 dan, I think. He was, I think, sitting near the front. So we had 3 people going, but it was a back and forth. It was a real back and forth between all 3 of them, but especially Nishiyama and Ono. Nishiyama can hold her own in her discussion. So like it was great. It was great. Like I didn't get the sense that they were trying to leave room. I think they all had things to say, and it was an exciting game. Not to downgrade yesterday's final, because yesterday's final was awesome, but the last year's final was really something. It was Noah had made a right side Anaguma, and his rook, I think, on the 4th file over on that side, and it was, I don't remember all that much about the details of it, but I remember it was exciting shogi. This one was exciting shogi too, but Sato-san was just too tough. It was just too tough. Even at the end, the kid, Kotaro, he was I don't Kotaro, he was making all sorts of. He was valiantly trying, and Sato-san was having none of it. Didn't give him a scrap of a chance. It was ridiculous. And just he was like an engine. He was like an engine there. He didn't allow the counterplay. He didn't. It was awesome. It was just an awesome game. And you don't. One thing we didn't show in the stream, we saw the eval bar, the point in time eval bar. We didn't see the graph. That was not a wavy line. It was not a wavy line. It was Sato-san winning the game, and it was sometimes it makes for less exciting play, but I guess for some people, seeing super high level play is also like not that it's not super high level if it's crazy. I don't know. Some people might like the calm game, or some people might like the bonkers stuff, but the swingy stuff. But it was incredible. It really was. And then the game, Sato-san played Ishikawa 7 dan, Bishop handicap, 10 minutes. I thought they had said it was 10 minute with 10-second byoyomi. I think it was at least 20-second byoyomi. I couldn't see the clock from my position, so I couldn't tell what it was. It felt like 20-second byoyomi. So whether it was 10 or 20, or 30, I'm not sure, but it was 10 minute with I think 20-second byoyomi, and I just, even though it's an exhibition, I did not want to interrupt Ishikawa Sensei at all. Like, not that he can't be interrupted, but like, I just, out of respect for him and this opportunity that Sato had to play him, I just didn't want to ruin anything by dropping a pen, having my phone go off, stuff like that, or mad scrambling over here to try to find the moves. So I just tried to stay as still as possible, to the point where, like I said earlier, my hand, because I wasn't moving my arm, it was stuck like this on the mouse. And the blood flow, I guess, had me, so I was starting to get a little numb. So at some point I lowered my hand just to get some blood flowing before bringing it back up, and to be only slightly more numb as I'm tracking the moves. It was funny if it wasn't bothering. You thought it was still 40? I don't know. Gosh, it went so quickly. Maybe it was, but it seemed to go so quickly. But anyway, about that game, I'd love to know more thoughts from stronger players. I was in the room, and I'm, like I said, 2 feet from the players. I did not sense the same level of intensity from Sato-san as I did in his previous two games. I'd be curious, like, if he was in full sort of mental exhaustion / letdown mode, where he won the tournament, and now he's got to play another game. Not got to. He gets to play another game against a pro. It's a handicap game, but just I think I sometimes give too much. I give too much validity to my own tea leaf reading, the reading of the leaves. But if you held a gun at my head, I would say he was not as focused on this game at all. So I'd be curious to hear. Adrian Show, you say 100%. Is that in response to this question? Oh, that's what the pro commentary was suggesting as well. Okay. Interesting. It was a fun, interesting game, but the edge did not feel like it was there from him. Because I as much as I just watched, I was just focusing on Noah and Ryoma for the most part, and a little bit of Led Zeppelin. I think I must have watched 5 of Sato-san's games. This not counting the exhibition, I must have watched 5 of his games at least this tournament, and obviously at least two of them last year. And so I feel like I have you have that sense of when someone is fully engaged, and so it didn't seem like it. That maybe it was more of a handicap for Sato than the bishop handicap for Ishikawa. And like, if you saw that engine, you saw the engine analysis. The engine does not give all that much weight to a bishop handicap, and as I've said, but I'm an idiot, so it doesn't matter. But like, sometimes it feels, when I get a bishop handicap, sometimes it feels like it's a handicap to me, just because it's like, now I can never get a bishop in hand, and I can never make a lot of the trades that I know how to make. So a lot of my theory goes out the window. So it's tough for me. But either way, Sato-san is a different league of player, so I can't compare that. But all that said, Ishikawa Sensei is not playing a tournament game either. This is just a friendly game for him. And he had a smile on his face a lot of the time as he's playing. He had a very calm look on his face. So we could say that Sato-san was not fully engaged. Ishikawa was also not in full competition mode. So he was incredible. You really sense, especially being so close to the board. I maybe I'm reading too much into the being close to the board and seeing their body language and their body movements and their face. You get a sense of just the strength of these pros, and it is on another level. Keep in mind, he is a retired professional. He's a retired professional playing a bishop handicap game against a mind-numbingly strong amateur, and he was. I was like I said, I learned, I optimized my piece annotation or transcription style by starting to follow the engine. His moves were engine move 1 and 2 almost every single time, and the ones where it wasn't, the eval bar didn't budge. I think the ones where it wasn't was simply because we were only showing 2 lines. There was probably a 3rd or 4th line that was just as good, and that's one he did. So he made it. I don't know how much of this came across on the feed on the stream or in the downstairs room. He made it look effortless. So I was blown away by Ishikawa's strength. So Sato-san chose Ishikawa. He chose his opponent. Oh, I just assumed since he was the older person, the hierarchy of not necessarily in Dan level, but in in age, respecting that. Oh, so he chose the one he hasn't played against yet. Makes sense. Ishikawa was probably tired too. Or do you mean? Oh, you mean about being tired after? Okay, so he was tired. Oh, he had beaten the other 2 in handicap. I mean, in handicap games, right? So I don't know if any of you saw. I posted it to the Discord. The video of Nakamura and their celebration of their 100,000th YouTube subscriber. Nakamura and Suzuki. That great duo. This is an A-class player, an A-class professional. I think is he 9 Dan yet, or is he still 8 Dan? Is Nakamura Taichi 9 Dan yet? Yeah, hilariously not. It's not even on their own channel. It's on Manao's channel. I never would have found this. I never would have found it because I stopped watching Nakamura and Suzuki because they just had so much of the gimmick games, and I was just so, every time I would see a video from them pop up, I would be so disappointed because I love watching them play. Okay, so he's 8 Dan. Oh, he got 8 Dan from getting to A League. Okay. So they played. I won't say anything about it. I'm not going to say anything about it. I don't want to give any spoilers. They play as part of their celebration. Let me see if I still have the video up. Shoot, I closed it. Bear with me a second. I'm just gonna look it up to share here. All right, got it. So as a part of their celebration for their 100,000th viewer by Manao, they have a 3-game serious shogi 3-game match between them. So Suzuki is a former amateur Meijin. I don't know how many times, at least once, but amateur Meijin, a top amateur in the world, in history, a historic amateur. And Nakamura is a class A professional. They play with Manao's commentary. Manao Kagawa, ladies 4-dan? I think she's 4-dan. Is she 3-dan or 4-dan? I think she's 4-dan. Maybe even 5-dan. I don't know. With her commentary, they play a 3-game battle, best of 3. So the first to win 2 games. The format is, if it goes 3 games, a 10-second game, 10-second byoyomi. The second game is 10-minute kirimake. So these are Shogi Wars time controls played in real life on real nice equipment. So, okay, Manao is 4-dan. Okay. So they play, the schedule is a 10-second game, a 10-minute game, and 10-second byoyomi, 10-minute kirimake, and a 10-second byoyomi sprint game in real life. So they get a position, the idea would be they get a position on Shogi Wars, a sprint position on Shogi Wars, put it on the board, and then unveil it to the players. So just like that, except unlike Shogi Wars Sprint, which is 3-minute blitz, which would be probably too difficult to play over the board. And especially for content, it's probably not as good. They made 10-second, and that's the idea. And these are the types of things I want to see. I want to see amateurs playing professionals. I want to see this stuff. So anyway, definitely check that out if you haven't seen it already. Yeah. But that's interesting to hear that he had already, that Sato-san had already won with the Bishop handicap against both the other professionals. Larry Kaufman. So on Friday night, the pros were there as well, the welcome day. I saw immediately Larry Kaufman went over to play. He loves playing handicap games. He loves playing pros. He has beaten probably every pro that has ever he's played or beaten almost every pro that he's ever had a chance to meet, because he was over in Japan, I think, for a while. He's a legendary figure in not only in chess but legendary figure in non-Japanese shogi, he's played tons of these former pros, and he particularly likes handicap. So I saw him go immediately over, and when he was leaving for the night, I just greeted him and said, you probably don't remember me, but last year we had dinner at the event together, and we talked about handicap games. I saw you went over and you played Watanabe Sensei. How'd the game go? And so he played with a bishop handicap and he won. And not that necessarily means anything, because pros, it's like sometimes they let you win, sometimes they don't, sometimes they do. It's you never know what's really going on in a pro handicap game or in a pro game at all, against amateurs. But those it's funny you say those auto translations are pretty bad. It's hilarious to me that you say that, because I was watching that video thinking, wow, these auto translations are better than usual. The auto translations of shogi videos from Japanese are so bad that, like, this video, which you think are pretty bad, I was thinking, like, at least I can make out what's happening. I mean, I'm able to see the 5-5 steps. I'm able to see those 5-5 steps. The reactions from the players, it's a great video. It's honestly great shogi content. You have, if you like shogi and you at all like amateurs or professionals, you've got to see it. You got to see it, especially if you like those guys, because they have their fans. Obviously, they've got 100,000 subs, which is nothing in the chess world, but for a shogi YouTuber, 100,000 is a lot. There are not many more than not many more people in the shogi world have 100,000. Is it? Does anyone besides Manao, who has 200,000? Is there anyone else close? And she doesn't play all that much. She has obviously other things going for her than simply the shogi. Fujimori is 200,000 as well. Okay. The only others that I can think of would be Itoshin and Fujimori. Itoshin TV. The number 132K is in my mind. Let's look up Itoshin. YouTube. Itoshin TV, dude. If this is 132K, then I can no longer say that my memory is bad. 34.3K. Okay, so no. Maybe 32 is what I last saw it at, and maybe I have some memory and it's from 32. But like, this is amazing. This is a professional streaming shogi, and he only has 34,000 subs. Like, I cannot quite put my finger on what the shogi audience in Japan wants. I cannot quite put my finger on it. Because I think they just want Fuji. Or the very top pros. Because some of the streamed title matches, they're not events. They're not events like a lot of chess tournaments are. They're not tournaments. They're not events. They're, a game, a single very long game, from a best of 7 or whatever, held across a long period of time. So there's no, I guess what I'm trying to say is, there's no like fun. Something in the reflection made it look to me like that my fence back there was smashed, so I just turned around to look. There's no like funnel bringing like a lot of people in at once, like the Speed Chess Championship. Magnus Carlsen is playing Hikaru Nakamura, something like that, which is a one-time event. It's for a few hours. Everyone, if you're going to watch it, everyone's got to come in. So they'll get 200,000 or 300,000 viewers or whatever at once. So a shogi title event is not like that. It's not a funnel event. But they get some big numbers. For a single country watching a title, Nagase versus Fuji, for example, they easily get 10, 20 plus thousand concurrent viewers for these streams. So there are a lot of shogi viewers out there in Japan that will watch shogi content. So it makes me think, wow, even though shogi is not as popular as chess, even though the way that shogi is streamed is so, I'll just use the word lame, just to get on with the conversation. I'll say, it's so lame and lazy. It's a very lazy production for titled shogi matches. The way this happens, yet they still get gobs of people. They still get tons of people watching these streams. So it's like, okay, they want to see the Japanese shogi, the shogi watching and loving world. They love the pro game. They want to watch this stuff. But then I see Itoshin TV, who is a professional, and he's streaming, and he's making content, and he's doing it regularly. And Although it looks like lately he's not doing it lately. Maybe this is another problem with these with shogi streamers, is that they're not consistent enough, or maybe he gave up being discouraged. Maybe he gave up because he's discouraged. To have 32 or 34,000 subs, that's why aren't people subbing to his channel? Why aren't there all these people who are watching concurrently a single Fuji Nagase match? Why don't they support their streamers? Why don't they subscribe to his channel? Like, not even talking about pros, Urashino Ryu channel, or Urashino Sensei streams in 360p. His streams are, you have to love Urashino Ryu, and you have to love him in particular, I guess, to follow him and support him. And I do, but like I can understand why he has relatively few subscribers. But let me look at this. I'm trying. What am I doing? I'm trying to find Urashino Ryu channel. 26,500 subscribers. So 25.6 thousand subscribers for Urashino Ryu channel. This is someone who is releasing a new video every single day. And it's great stuff. It's exciting. It's interesting. It's only 10 minutes. It's bite-sized. And he's only got 25,000 subs. I mean, only. I'd kill. I wouldn't kill. I'd hurt someone to get 25,000 subs. But there's just, it's just weird to me. Whereas in chess, there are a lot of people with big numbers. But the orders of magnitude are not, like, a big chess event doesn't get, like, a big chess event which has incredible production and is a funnel, like I said, using that word funnel, it's funnel content where it's released and it's must watch. It's not like sort of a shogi title event, which is low production value and very long. So the incentive to have single point in time high concurrent viewers is not there for the shogi ones, but the chess ones there are. But even with all that said, the shogi ones get ridiculously high concurrent viewer numbers, comparable to big chess streams. And so it's a weird dynamic. What makes me say the title match productions are lazy? Well, there's no commentary. It's often single camera or two camera. There is often no eval bar. There's often no eval entry, like no kifu. The piece selection, as beautiful as they are in person, is often terrible. Those pro title matches, I have got to say, if I'm ever with the JSA or if I'm ever with someone, I wanted to talk to Nozuki Sensei about this, because my understanding is he leads or runs the Abima side of the content creation, or somehow has major influence with the Abima stuff. And theirs are the very best. Theirs are incredible. So like if someone, I was praising earlier today, the people who put together the US Shogi Championship live stream. Keep in mind, like, again, for anyone who didn't hear earlier, I had no part in that. I had no part in the production value of the stream, other than I entered the people's names in and I entered the moves. I was manning the booth and trying to chat as best as I could during the games, just to give people a sense of what was going on. That was it. I was not part of like that production value of that. I thought that stream looks better than almost any pro stream that I have ever seen. Any pro title match. This US Shogi Championship stream was better. And these guys, they put it together very quickly, with just a lot of effort and care. And so I was stunned. You say there's tons of commentary. I've never seen a single title match that I can think of that has commentary outside of Abima, and certainly none in English. But yeah, like most of those games, they're just quiet scenes. I watch a lot of Fukuma Nishiyama games. I watch those Fuji Nagase games, and they're usually two cameras. The one camera showing the side view, and the one camera showing the top of the board. But often that top of the board view is too small, and it's terrible because the pieces aren't appropriate for streaming. They're 2-character pieces in a script that is not all that clear. This is, as someone who has no trouble making out pieces. It's not that I can't tell what a silver is. I know what a silver is. I know what these pieces are. And if I was playing with these pieces, it would be fine. But the board view is too small, and the pieces are too ornate. Unlike the NHK or Abima, where they're using proper single character pieces. Proper. Obviously you would lose some of the elegance for a big title match of having single character pieces if you're someone who traditionally loves the 2-character, which is, I understand. But if you're going to do that, you've got to have a better board view that makes it clear so that like old man me or anyone isn't having to like zoom in on the phone to see like what is even happening. Like if you're watching those title matches on one of these, you're watching, it's like you can't see the board. It's too small, and the pieces are too ornate. They're too complicated. The 2-character pieces, at the resolution that they're streaming, at the size of the board that they're showing, it's just too small. So it's like you're zooming in. It's like, what am I doing? And you're not watching. So there's that. You say what? There's some responses. You say Ego Shogi Plus is the other mainly. You think it's them who Ego Shogi Plus. I'm a member of theirs. I think sometimes they show the eval bar, and sometimes they show the amount of time left. It's like I don't give a poop about how much time is left. There's like 532 hours in these title matches. I don't need to see a bar that's blue and a little bit of yellow showing me how much time is left. Taking up all that screen space, showing that time bar. Every time I see that, I'm like, what are these people doing? Why don't they watch a single chess.com stream? Why don't they watch a single FIDE event stream and see how it's done? Like this is so I'm incredulous sometimes watching these streams. The commentaries behind the paywall, that's I don't have a word for it. That sucks. I think that's bad. I think that's bad thinking. I think you lose your market by doing stuff like that. I think that what have all these games and things shown? Well, step back. I'm going to step back. I'm going to get off my soapbox, and I'm going to say it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. If you want to grow the game, I think this is the wrong decision. If you want to, what's a non-judgmental way to say if you want to milk your existing subscribers and you're not thinking so much about the future? Well, how would I say that nicely so that I don't have to say that? I don't know what the nice way to say it. Yeah, Sugar has 38K, by the way. Yes. Yeah. The monetization. Yeah, it's the monetization there. It's their plan. And you know what? It is a different culture. It is a different culture. So maybe that culture is different enough from the rest of the world such that monetization strategy is the best choice for that country. Maybe I don't know, but it seems like we have so much evidence in the past 10 years of how to build and monetize these types of things. But should not be so judgmental because I don't know. I just know that as a fan of the game and a lover of the game and a lover of a lot of games, that I watch and I support, the shogi world feels very, 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 very far behind. And they make it very, 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 very difficult or impossible for me to give them my money, which is baffling to me. It's baffling to me that they make it so difficult for me to give them support, monetary support, so I can watch their stuff and enjoy their product. Because I love this game and I want to watch it, and I want to, even if I don't understand the Japanese commentary, and even if there is no way to do translation of it, I still want to hear it. I want to hear the tone. I want to hear the excitement. I want to be part of the experience of it. And I understand some people like watching quiet camera, just a view of Fuji and Nagase sitting there for 16 hours drinking tea and looking at the ceiling. I understand that. Like, that's appealing. That's appealing too. It's appealing too, and I understand that. And I do think that the chess market is in some way missing out on some of those types of people. It's very difficult to watch a chess game, like just a live feed of a chess game that doesn't have commentary. And I think some people really like it without commentary, especially now as commentary has gotten a little bit over the top. If anyone else watches chess commentary, you probably know what I mean. It's gotten a little bit too over the top. It's a little bit too much about the personality of the commentators rather than the personality of the players. I think, anytime money and popularity and stuff like that happens, you'll get that. And I think the chess world is maybe starting to get a little too far in that aspect. And I think they'll snap back. I think it's a balance. I think people will realize that, every move isn't absolutely incredible. Every move, it doesn't need like self-promotional kind of commentators showing their stuff. Yeah, there are a lot of great commentators, but anyway, I don't want to get out of that. But I think it would be nice to have that, just like the Abima stuff. Like I said, the Abima and the NHK stuff, I love it. That's why I wanted to talk as soon as I heard, because at the time that I heard that Nozuki Sensei is this I don't know if creative director is the right word for it for the Abima stuff, or if he's content director, or if he's just sort of the liaison to the JSA, or if he runs everything behind that Abima. I don't know. I wanted to ask him. As soon as I found out that he has this role there, I was my eyes probably popped out of my head, because the Abima content is my favorite of the content, and I would love to see the shogi world get more into that style. Not only just the fast time controls and the high production value, but even that sort of high production value for titled events would be nice. Nice to me, as someone from the outside looking in and just wanting more, desperately craving more, desperately craving, a way to give them my money, just like this, the Shogi Live app. How many times, and I showed this app. They asked, we were having a rough discussion with Watanabe Sensei on Thursday, and someone was trying to translate a little bit for me, but Shogi Live, the Shogi Live app, that we all know and love. This is a very primitive app, for lack of a better word. For there are very, very little features, but you can pay them to watch to play through the Kifus, and get the commentary, in Japanese. But it's a nice resource. I have caught myself so many times wanting to pay for this and holding back, just being like, I have to, and I'm telling myself, I have to speak with my wallet. I cannot pay them for this, because if I pay them for this, they'll never get better. They'll never try harder. So it's like, I want to see these Kifus sometimes of these pro games, but I don't want to support this behavior. It's so difficult, you know. It's tough. It's tough. It's so tough. It's tough being me. It's tough being me, who overthinks probably every little bit of thing. The top shogi videos actually involve people pulling pranks where they have a pro giving them the moves. Oh man, those math guys. No pranks. I don't want to see pranks. I want to see shogi. That Utonomiya channel that I gave in the Discord earlier today, which is that great stream of club games that are with very nice pieces and very nice board and great sound. I watch those. If they add a support, if they get enough subscribers to be able to add a support button, I'll support those guys. I love it. I love it. It's I just want to see shogi. I don't want to see this side plays with all tokens and this side plays with all silvers, or those kind of things. I just but maybe I'm just weird. The KIGF, you say, you remember when you were a kid, there was a big chess tournament a few hours away. You could sit in the theater with the players on stage. Oh, there was also the game on projection to see all the boards. Via headset, you could listen to commentary. Oh, that's a cool idea. That's a very cool idea. Rather than having the players have to go into a separate room or whatever, you could do the commentary through a headset. I like that. You say, Fox Esperanto, you say, you don't think there's a sufficiently large outside of Japan base to make even figuring out licensing religious worthwhile? Well, that's the thing. I mean, that's the excuse. But like, if that's the excuse, then we'll never get there. Until someone shows better. Until someone does it. Until someone does it, and until someone does it and fails, or does it and shows how wrong everyone has been. And I don't know where that is. I think the Western shogi world, the non-Japanese shogi world, is still extremely small. So and relatively unsupportive. So I think they probably would fail. But that's the thing, is sometimes, like the JSA or whatever, sometimes you make investments for the future. Especially if you feel like do they feel like, surely they're feeling the pinch. The population is shrinking of shogi viewers, right? Like the population is aging. Is that my understanding of what I've heard people say? Is that even in Japan, the shogi population, the shogi consuming population is aging out, if you will. Well, the Kifu copyright debacle, that happened. It's solved. It's sort of solved. I don't think that's an excuse. I don't think that's real. That's just, to me, that's just not real. Because you would do an event, you would schedule an event, and you would just have different licensing like if you want. Like I don't think that's I've heard that excuse given before. I don't think that's a legitimate excuse. It's surely an excuse if you want to have like a Kifu site, but in terms of not being able to stream events, I don't think that doesn't hold intellectual water to me, intellectual or legal water to me, and I am neither an intellect or nor a lawyer, but it doesn't hold any water to me when those types of things. It feels like a hand wave. I don't buy it. I think the history of business is a lot of times a lot of people saying like, oh, you can't do that because of this or because of that. And then someone comes along and says, whatever, and they do it. And all of a sudden that's the new normal. And I think that's all it would take. And so I think someone has to do it. And whether they suffer financially and lose their investment or they eventually are rewarded for it and succeed, who's to say what would happen? And I don't know. It's easy for me to spend other people's money and time by saying, oh, they should do this and they should do that. But I think even if they want to grow their numbers in Japan, they could take a lesson from chess, League of Legends, Go, lots of things. Most of the revenue for JSA is title match sponsorships. Yeah, the newspapers and so on. And so at some point, you don't want to risk your. That's the thing is like, I can't remember the business. There's a saying about this. There's a proverb, if you will, about this sort of thing. Like, if you don't eat your own lunch, if you don't eat your own lunch, someone else is going to eat your lunch. Something like that. Or maybe I just invented that myself right now. It's also, I've heard things about cannibalizing. Like, if you don't cannibalize your sales, Plymouth Rock didn't land on us. The kind of play on words. If you don't cannibalize your sales are going to be cannibalized. Your sales are going to get cannibalized. Something like that. So it's like you've got to be willing to kill your golden geese, or at least you've got to be able to at least be willing to torture your golden geese, or your golden goose. Because you only have one goose, and it's going to die at some point. So you better make some other golden geese. Tell that to Google and search. Yeah, fair. But like, they need to find new things, and that's it's like the newspapers are dying. You need to find new sponsorships, but at the same time, you've got, this is a responsibility for the JSA. They have a stable of professionals. They have a stable of professional players and administration staff whose families they're supporting. This is a responsibility that is not to be taken lightly. It's their business. It's their business that is. How old is the JSA? The JSA is 100 years old. They have a 100-year-old business, and they've got to keep it alive. So right now, what's paying the bills is the newspapers. So they can't hurt the newspapers. They can't insult the newspapers. But at the same time, the newspapers are dying. So if the newspapers die and now they don't have any sponsorships, now all of a sudden they won't be able to support all these professionals and these families. It's not a position I envy. Certainly, it's not a position. It's a difficult position. That's why good executives are as important as they are. Good visionaries and executives. And so sometimes if you don't make that risk, you're going to lose in the end. So do you want 5 more years of what you have and then to be dead? Or do you want to risk maybe only having 2 more years for the chance at having 100 years, another 100 years? I don't know. There's a Japanese drama series on Netflix. I don't know if it's called Rikuo. It's about a tabi manufacturer. Those one-toed slippers. They're a tabi manufacturer. And the current president, it's a family company that has existed for a long time, and this company supports this small group of sewers and workers, and it's a family company, and that responsibility is not taken lightly. And they but the president, seeing the writing on the wall that tabi sales are going down, times are changing, he also sees this opportunity for making a running shoe based on the tabi form and with some of their sewing credentials and some of this other stuff. He sees an idea to break into this running shoe market. And the show is in large part a conflict between these things of, we could last another 10 years as a tabi maker, if we don't take out a loan and we just keep making tabi. But I think it's called tabi. I apologize, I'm not. Or we could go for the dream and try to expand our market and do this great thing. We can make this great new product that will help runners and help people and yada da da. And I loved the show. We binged it in a few days, and I think it's called Rikuo, Rikuoh. I believe that's the Japanese word for dragonfly. Let me see, Netflix. Rikuo, yes. So just Rikuoh. Fun series about this kind of topic. Pie in the sky's goal for Shogi Graphics is to get to the point where you can sponsor a title match or tournament. Oh, that would be so awesome. I mean, that would be monumentous. That would be so good. Yeah, bring in to be a new sponsor and be able to provide an outlet. But then again, I don't know if they would want that from the West. I mean, I've sent an email to Shogi War, Heroes, Shogi Wars, trying to get some sort of I've sent an email, and I just recently did another one through their they have a form on their website to be able to contact them. Trying to get some sort of, not like sponsorship, or just working together, and I don't even get like a response of, not even a pat on the head response of, like, oh, that's so nice that you're playing Shogi Wars on stream every day. Unfortunately at this time, we're not working with that. Just give me some excuse. Just give me a response. Just give me a response saying no. Don't be I just get static. And maybe that's just the way it is. Maybe if I learn to speak Japanese, or I have these letters translated into Japanese, maybe I would get a response. I don't know. But that's sort of that to me, that would be an indicator that it would be a difficult relationship to manage, between entities where I would have to always be speaking in Japanese. Maybe that would be, and I'm using that sort of as a canary in the coal mine of, maybe they don't want to work with someone outside of Japan for this kind of stuff. You try to have ChatGPT translate it, see what happens. Yeah, well, so my thinking is, and I've done this in the past. So I've sent support. You've Kento. It is Kento, right? There's an online, there's a website that allows you to put in and import games and have it run against the cloud, like run against cloud. They have cloud engines doing Yanra O or whatever. I think it's called Kento. I haven't used it in a few years because Shogi Home is so good now. But I was keep in mind, I was a paying member. I was paying Kento $5 a month to use their service, and to use it very lightly. Just because, like I've said, I am a very big believer in putting your money where your mouth is. If you want to support something, support it. If you want something to grow, if I want a particular video game company to grow, I will buy their games. I won't pirate their. I'm at this point in my life, I'm too old. I don't even know if you can pirate anymore. I don't know any of that stuff. But like, even as a kid, like if there was a game like Doom, If there's a game that I'm going to play, I am going to buy that game. If it, if it's worthy of using, and the company doing it is potentially going to create more like it, I want to support them to do that. So I'm a big believer in putting the money where the mouth is. And so Kento, it's very simple. It's very simple, but it's something. It's something. And it's using cloud. I would love to be able to do analysis and manage my Kifus and do this stuff without bumping my electricity bill here in California by running on my own machines. Tomito was showing you the app Kento. The web. I mean, it's. I don't think they have an app yet, do they? But it's web based, and you just search Kento. You'll find it. So I was paying monthly for this service, $5, like I said, $5 a month. Not the end of the world, but not nothing, especially not nothing for something that I barely use and that I'm doing just kind of to support them. So anyway, I have a question about something or a comment. I don't even remember what it was. So some sort of, maybe it was a suggestion, maybe it was a bug report, maybe it was something else. I no idea. I don't remember. This is like a year or two ago. And I send them a direct message on Twitter because they have a Twitter account. I send them a direct message with my question and with a Google Translate into Japanese. So, and first line is saying apologies for the Google translation. And then I give my message. I hear nothing back. I go to, I think at the time they had a support link for email as well. I email the Kento people, same thing, translation and the English, the original English and the translation. And keep in mind, again, I'm a paying customer. Not even a response. And so I said, I would like to keep using this. I would like to keep supporting software, but these guys won't even respond to me. And I'm a paying customer. I can't, just like this Shogi Live, I cannot in good conscience keep giving them my money to be abused. Not in the sense. So it's like, I view these, especially as a software developer who has sold, I've sold direct to market. I've sold directly to consumers and managed consumers, the customers with software back from the shareware days to licensed software, et cetera. I believe, and I like a world where people that build things and sell things interact with the people that are buying them. I enjoyed that process of talking to the customer. Some customers were easier to talk to than others, obviously, and I'll leave it at that. But I live in this world where we are still humans. We're still humans. Everything is not behind a form, and everything is not behind just some automated response. We're still humans, and software in general. A lot of these things, like Kento, this is not a big company. This is not Microsoft making Kento. This is one or two people, I imagine, that are writing this thing. Probably one. So, it's a give and take. I'm supporting them in the hopes of improvement. They're giving me this great software, but it's a give and take. And so there's a relationship there. And if the other person is just going to ghost me, then I'm going to take my money somewhere else. So that's my own personal, and this might not apply to many people, but this is my own personal approach to software and services and things like that. Like if I'm a paying customer, and especially if I'm a paying customer in large part because I want to support their ideas and their goals and their future, then if I do something as minor as send them an email or send them a question or even just send them a message of praise and thanks, I would like a response. It's like I feel like I'm not asking too much. I would like a response. So long story short about Kento, they're really cool, and it's really cool little software, easy software. It's not like groundbreaking software, but I was paying them for the privilege of using it, and paying them in large part just to support the growth of the shogi community, just to support the growth of the shogi environment. This is before I was streaming. Not so just to make it clear that this has nothing to do with like streaming. Oh gosh, why can I never remember how to read this? Etosu Mitotsu. Greetings. So anyway, I'm laughing. So my Navi sponsors title matches. They're a book publisher. Yeah, my Navi events are pretty nice. They tweet about it. They show stuff out. They give some information. Yeah. Worst case scenario is the same result of no answer. Yeah. So I'm going to give like Heroes, for example. I'm going to give them another chance. Like it's some great chance for them to work with me. I mean, I'm going to probably make one more effort on my part, at least because I've done this in the past. I'll probably make another effort with a translated version at some point. I'll have to think more about it, but and then if they still ghost me, then maybe in 6 months down the line, especially if I can increase the metrics for this channel in some way, maybe it'll be more worthy of them responding to. So we'll see. Not that I'm even like looking for, what I don't know how to talk about this, I guess, but like it'd be nice to have some events where we could try to grow the Western player base, both online and offline. But like online, obviously, Shogi Wars and Heroes are front and center. Yeah. So that's why if someone releases books in English, I'm going to buy them, even if I have no intention of reading them. Yeah. Like this. I would use ShogiCraft, so I'll be a member of ShogiCraft. Once that's there. As long as you use an actual paying service, and you don't home grow your own credit card processing system, because then I won't do it. That's somewhere where I draw the line on some of these, on some new sites. But yeah, I look forward to that. I definitely look forward to that. Yeah, I would love to see people support the Shogi world. But like we've talked. This topic is not the first time we've talked about this kind of thing. It's a lot of the Shogi world, and this is not a criticism against these people or against anyone. A lot of people are they're not. I get a sense that a lot of the player base of the Western Shogi players are they're not there for Shogi. They're not there. They're there for the trappings of Shogi. It's not Shogi is not the focus. It's the Japanese-ness of it, or it's the differentness of it from chess. And like I said in the past, I think Ghost suffers from the same thing, where it's in the West, where it's just an alternate. It's so that you can not. It's just so that you can feel different from not playing chess. You'll play Go or you'll play Shogi. So those people, I think, would just be less willing to support the game monetarily or with eyeballs or whatever, because it's not their identity. Like a lot of chess players, like watching chess, thinking about chess, playing chess. Like this is a core part of their identity. And it's not because of the cultural aspect of chess for the most part. It's not because, well, it's not because it's now, I guess these days it's considered more European. Obviously it came from, well, not obviously, because I think there is, my understanding right now is that there is a point of contention whether or not, so I had always lived under the assumption, and I've repeated that chess came from Chaturanga in India, but I believe there's a point of contention that it all came from China. And I don't know much about that. I haven't dug too far. I'm semi-interested in that kind of historical stuff. So I've read one or two things about it, about that debate, but I couldn't regurgitate it now. But it sounds like there is some debate on the origins of chess. So anyway. Yeah, konnichiwa. I can read konnichiwa. Gosh, let me put this in the translation. So I started learning Japanese on Duolingo, which is not the place to learn it, but I at least used to be able to read. I used to at least be able to read hiragana and katakana. I can no longer do that. Oh, gemu shimasen ka? Would you like to play a game? No, thank you now. No, thank you now. I'm just for now anyway. I might play some Shogi Wars in a little bit. I don't think. Oh my gosh, this stream has been 5 hours. I was just about to say we've been talking for about 2.5 hours. And I'm probably due for a game. My mouth is getting a little sore, but this has been 5 hours so far. So I don't know if I'll be playing, but if I do, it would just be on Shogi Wars. I miss Shogi Wars. Like I said earlier, on Friday night, like I got the app up and was playing in bed after the excitement of the opening of the tournament. But yeah, so for example, you say serious chess. You think Pretty Unambiguously came out of, yeah. So the modern game is, I would say, inarguably European, and then heavily, I'd say, influenced by Russian, which, depending on who you talk to, is depending on who you talk to, it's European, it's Asian, or it's Russian. It's one of those two, depending on who you talk to. So there's that. But certainly the introduction of the Queen, and there was a meme. One of the chess.com tournaments a while back, Danny Wrench was doing the introduction. He's like, and Queen Isabella. I don't know if anyone remembers that, but yeah, it came from the modern game that we all know and love. I would say is a European game, and I think shogi players. I believe Nozuki Sensei calls Watanabe Sensei, his wife. I think she called it European chess, because Nozuki was playing Grandmaster Zurich at this event, and on Thursday, and so there was a discussion going about pro shogi, pro chess extravaganza, and somehow they got talking about European chess. My friend's mom, the kid, the little player at the event, his mom used to call it European chess. So I assume that's what most people in Japan call it. And this weekend, outside of Nozuki saying it, I heard some other people, some other Japanese Americans at this event, Japanese speakers at this event that were not players. I'm trying to somehow clarify that they are Japanese speakers who were not the pros. They were also calling it European chess. I heard European chess at least twice this weekend. I don't know what they were talking about because I can't understand the rest of it. but I heard like Europe chess or something like that. You say in you say in Japanese it's just chessu, but that's not at all been my experience of what people actually say. Maybe they feel when they're speaking English to me or something. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I have definitely seen chess is in Japanese, but for the most part, I hear Japanese people saying Europe chess. A guy that doesn't play at our club. Also, on Sundays, he's at the coffee shop. The club's at a coffee shop, and I've had conversations with him over time because I've been going for so long, and I see him pretty much every week. He calls it he's from Japan, but he's been living in the United States a long time. He calls it European chess as well. And so, yeah, interesting. Oh gosh, I've got no water. Yeah. So anyway, it's. I would love to see more. We were talking about the content creators. Who else is in there? So Sugar is only 38K. Itoshin is only 34K. Urashina Ryu is only 25K. Manao is 200K. Which would be very little in the chess, not very little, but is little in the chess world, but is the number one YouTuber for shogi, and it's I don't think it's all for the shogi. The what does Eric Rosen have? Eric Rosen, he has 694,000 subs on YouTube, and he's an international master. He's great at it. Oh, okay. So Fujimori surpassed her. That's. I was gonna say that's good to see because I know that he's putting in. I was going to say putting in more effort, which is not a fair criticism to make. He's been doing a lot more, and he didn't have that big gap. She had a big gap where she wasn't putting much content out. I think she was focused on rightly so, or rightly or wrongly, on the actual shogi. So let me find his YouTube channel here. Gosh, it's hard in English language Google. So it's taking me through Wikipedia. Let me find. There it is. Because I'm not. I am subbed to him. Oh, his icon. His icon at small size, it doesn't register with my subconscious. It just doesn't register. So I never know that this is him. He tried, he sells merch, just like the Shogi Dad shop. He sells merch, but it's not available outside Japan. He uses a vendor that is, I guess, I don't know if it goes in inside Asia at all, or it's just Japan, but like couldn't buy a Shogi Hiroki shirt. But he's got a lot of great stuff. He's great. I like his live videos, not like live stream. I like his videos where it shows him playing over the board. I think he had a video where he played his dad. And it was his dad is a Nakabisha player. If I'm thinking, is that right? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. He's had videos where he plays his dad. Sugar has a channel that has almost 95,000. Wow. And I think Fujimori's dad is a very, very, very strong amateur. Well, I mean, clearly, if he's able to compete with a professional, he'd have to be pretty darn good. What is the sugar channel with 95K? The one I have is not that. The one I'm subscribed to is not that. The one I'm subscribed to is just called Sugar, and it's got the like a girl with a king hat, like a samurai hat or something like that. And it's got 38K subs. Shogi News Sokuho. Oh wow. So he's giving. Wow. What's his content like? 3 days ago, 8 days ago, 9 days ago, 2 weeks ago. Okay, so it's semi-regular. It's semi-regular content about the shogi world. Oh, this is what I told Maple Sugar Lover last year that he needs to create. He needs to create this for the West. Because he has his finger on the pulse of the pro game, or at least he did. I don't see him around on the Discord as much as he used to be. But this is what I think. I think I suggested he do a podcast, not a YouTube channel. But either way, this would be awesome to have. Good to see that channel gets 95,000 subs. It'd be pointless for me because the translate auto translate is so weak. It's not good enough. It's not good enough for someone of my level to understand what he's saying. Someone of my Japanese level, which is almost nothing. But yeah. Oh gosh. Wow, we got, so I guess maybe at the 5 hour mark, maybe once you cross 5 hours, you start getting the second. We've had a few streams where we've had 2 spam ads, and so we got another best viewers, and maybe they start trying every 5 hours or so. Maybe that's why the streams where I go over 5 hours, maybe that's where we get it. Tobey has 52,000. Tobey's got a lot, or he had. I haven't looked at his lately. I did some cleanup on all my subscribers because I had such a long list, and most of it I wasn't watching. So I did a bit of a cleanup because I really wanted to make sure the other stuff rose to the top, because I started missing the stuff I care about because I was being given the stuff from channels I hadn't been watching. So I did a cleanup a while back, and this is after I firmly in my mind became an Ibisha player. I think Tobey's channel fell off the list. These viewers are probably even better. They could be. They might be. That's true. First time transcriptions. Welcome. Good luck in your mission. Good luck in your mission to add more viewers to Twitch channels. It's a thankless job. It's a thankless job done out of, no doubt, the goodness of your own heart. And I appreciate it. Even if I don't remove the space, I do appreciate it. And I respect it. I respect the grind. Tobey has 52,000 for Ibisha player. I'm trying to make a joke and my delivery is off. My delivery is very bad. Tobey has 52,000 YouTube subscribers, all of which are for Ibisha players, and all of which were in San Francisco yesterday and Saturday. That's my poor delivery of the joke, making light of how many for Ibisha players we have in California and in the West. I can make that joke now because I'm a sophisticated Ibisha player. Though the Ibisha players look down on me because the Ibisha players look down on me because I play Urashino Ryu. The Ibisha players look down on me because no, the Ibisha players don't look down on me because they don't think. They just move into Mino, then High Mino, then Silver Crown. So at least they're not making fun. Shogi humor. Shogi humor delivered by Shogi humor delivered by a non-comedian. Making friends of absolutely nobody with these jokes. It's good, except for the Urashino Ryu players, and we're a tight knit bunch, except for those of us like Snowpiercer R, who is a self-loathing Urashino Ryu player. Oh gosh, he needs to embrace the power. It's terrible. You hate to see a fellow Urashino Ryu player fall off the wagon like that. Although no. We in the Furibisha or in the Urashino Ryu army, we demand loyalty and we demand passion for the opening. And if you don't want it, get out. Just get out. Also, the more of us there are, the more people will try to combat, to counter us. So, that's a thing. That's when I used to play Nakabisha, it was good because it seemed sometimes for a while there it seemed like people didn't quite know what to do, but that ended quickly. Now everyone and their grandmother is a Nakabisha player these days. It seems like online. So there are no secrets. There are no secrets. Just jump into Chosokogin. Oh gosh. There was a lot of Furibisha over the weekend. Just to make it clear that my joke was rooted in very, very much fact. There were a lot of Furibisha games this weekend. There were a lot of iFuribisha games this weekend. And I'm still trying to understand why that actually is. Why is it? Is it because the Mino is so easy to get into and it's relatively solid? Because these players, the players at this event, they're strong enough to play anything. So why? And there's not necessarily any trick to be. It's not like you're tricky by being by swinging the rook. Is it just that? Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. It's very interesting to me. Maybe you just enjoy the positions. Yeah, I guess the question is, why does anyone play anything? It's you enjoy the positions you get, and you like the positions you get. It's just surprising to me that it's so heavily used, especially when in the pro world it's so Ibisha heavy. So I would think a lot of people would just want to be like the pros, best by test, the Fisher kind of thing, the E4 best by test. Ibisha is generally more theory. Oh, you mean, and by more theory, you mean long. You mean longer variations, longer lines. One of the things that surprised me as an incoming Ibisha player is how sharp some of the Ibisha stuff is. I had, ignorant me back in the day, I used to think that the Ibisha stuff was sort of safe and solid. I didn't realize how sharp some of the Ibisha stuff is. I don't know if the E4 comparisons works. as E4 lines, like, some of them are, I guess, considerably more tactical in many ways. People advise new players to play with E4 because you get all these tactics. You get all this tactic sense. Do you think it's because a lot of the IE Bisho Josuke goes super deep and people want to avoid having to deal with that? Maybe. But when you're watching this tournament, maybe all these players know it. But so the thing is, in this tournament, a lot of times when we got out of when the games started getting hairy, the games started getting crazy, the structure was so far out of those opening moves. And it's to the point where it matters what the opening was. But in the end, in a lot of the games, the opening had no relationship. It had no bearing on the mutual attack or the end game or the middle game. It felt like in some cases. Yeah, I have never before been at. I mean, obviously, I've only been to 2 of these tournaments. I haven't been quite at a point where I saw a bunch of games being played and I thought, man, the opening just didn't matter for most of this. So many of the games that I transcribed, the player that won was lost or losing out of the opening or out of the early middle game. And then all of a sudden there's all sorts of pawn drops and pawn pushes, and pawns, it's part of shogi, but pawns were just a huge portion of the games I saw. So many tataki no who's, so many pawn pushes in files that nothing was happening in, and all of a sudden stuff started happening in there, and I don't know where I'm going with that, but yeah. What else is there to talk about? I'm still, like I briefly said before, regardless of whether or not Sato-san was mentally sort of exhausted by the end of the tournament, just Ishikawa's strength was a sight to behold, and just again, I don't think he was going full out, but he just seemingly effortlessly made all the moves that he had to make. And it was just, again, to reuse this word, inspiring. So, gosh, it was so good. It was so good. If I ran a tournament, I don't know if I would do that myself. Like, if I was going to have a shogi tournament, I don't think I would have a pro exhibition at the end. It feels a little anticlimactic and exhausting. At the end of the game, like being so mentally engaged in watching the semifinals and finals, it's like I don't necessarily need another game like that. But that said, last year's was awesome. So last year's was a 30-second versus 10-second handicap match with Nishiyama and Noah, obviously because he won. That match was maybe because it was more lively, because it wasn't a handicap. I mean, it was time handicap. It wasn't a handicap game, and it was a time game. I don't know that. So where the semifinals and the finals of 2024 tournament were like this big feast. They're this big mental feast. The final game between Nishiyama and Noah was almost like it was like sugar. It was like the dessert. It was the dessert on top, and it fit perfectly. This was a heady, positiony kind of game with a lot of time and a bishop handicap, which is almost necessarily less exciting because one of the most exciting pieces on the board is off the board. So I don't know if I would do that. If I was responsible for next year's, I don't think I would end with that. I think after the people win the event, maybe that's when you should just go straight to the awards ceremony and just sort of revel in the awarding of the games, or you do something like what happened with that Nishiyama game, which was awfully exciting. It was exciting and fun. So that's the thing. So you say even game with the time handicap seems better. Yeah, I think it felt more lighthearted in some way. I don't know why that is though. I don't know why that. Maybe just it was faster, and lighthearted, forcing Nishiyama to be really fast, and she attacked so hard. Yeah, maybe that's it, because in an even game, as the pro, you can just go all out and go ham and show off the beauty of the attacking shogi that you play. Like that game was like marvelous to behold, that game. And a handicap game, you just can't do that. You can't just impose your will on the other player. You can't just impose your will on someone of the level of Sato-san, and show like the true power of a pro in this fun match. In a handicap, in a slower handicap match. A piece handicap match. So maybe that's the difference. I don't know. I'm thinking out loud. This is just off the dome, as they say. This isn't something I've thought about before. Yeah, but either way, I like the award ceremony. I like seeing the people get their prizes, and I'm a sucker. As I get older, I'm becoming more of a sucker for these things. I like taking the photos and seeing the people happy and all that kind of stuff. I'm so lame. I'm so old and lame. Oh. Living vicariously through these people, getting these prizes that I will never get. I'm just hoping to play a decent game and not blunder my pieces away. Next year, I will make it back to Group A, and I will win. Let's see. All right, I've never won 2 games in Group A. So next year, I will win. I will make it back to Group A, and I will win 2 games in Group A. I'm not gonna be ridiculous and say that I'm gonna go to the semifinals. Like the ideas that were running in my mind during the round 3 of last year's tournament, where I thought I was going to win my second game and then get a Nifu on the third game and squeak into the semifinals and then win on time and then make it into the finals and then lose to Noah. Like that was the goal. That was my dream. Even in my feverish dreams in the middle of the game, after I make a busting out Nakabisha attack and I think I'm just on top of the world, even in my wildest dreams, I make it to the finals and I lose to Noah. So it's like, okay, well, at least my dreams are not completely, my dreams are just absurd. They're not completely absurd. Oh, hey, Transport, I missed the biggest English shogi stream of all time. Wait, what? What is this? What is the biggest English shogi stream of all time? Good to see you, by the way. Was there one? Do you mean auto-translated something? Or was there one now? A fairly popular YouTuber is doing a challenge to beat every N64 game. Oh, and they got one of those shogi games? Oh, that's awesome. I wonder. So this is a big weekend for shogi. We had the US Shogi Championship in Northern California. We had a cherry blossom festival where the Silicon Valley Shogi Club was showing off shogi, and we had this streamer playing AI shogi. I wonder if we'll get honestly. I wonder if we'll get any take up from that. Any new players. We saw on the Discord. I'd say on the Silicon Valley Shogi Discord, I don't know how many it actually was. In my mind, it's between 3 and 5. We got 3 and 5 new users in the past few days, and I was expecting those might have been from the Cherry Blossom Festival, but maybe they were from this AI shogi guy, AI shogi playing. I wonder if the club will get any the Tuesday night club will get any uptake from new players due to the festival. Last year I think we got 2 or 3 people come, and one of them came for a few weeks. But the other 1 or 2 I thought dropped off pretty quickly. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And the guy that stayed there the longest had an ulterior motive. I think he was trying to get people to play his. He made an iOS game that is a play on Go. It's sort of a I wouldn't say a Go variation, but it uses the theme of Go to make a 3-dimensional game, and I took part. I tried to help him as a little beta tester, and then we had an event where people played each other. It was an online game, and they met at a pizza place. I stayed home and did it via Zoom rather than go to the pizza place. But I haven't heard much from him since then. He didn't come back to the club. He was struggling a lot. His chat of 500 plus people were trying to help him. No one really knew shogi. Oh wow. Yeah, no one came in and just like put the engine on. He was at it for 8 hours? No one just came in like. So I'm stunned because Yakuza, the game series has shogi in it, as I'm sure you know. And there are achievements in 1 or 2 of the games, I think at least, there are achievements tied to doing some of the shogi challenges. So the YouTubers that do these the 100% achievement type content, like those achievement hunter type content creators, they figured it out. They went straight to the engine. They went straight to a shogi engine, got the answers, and showed how to get it. You remember seeing a speed run of a SNES game where the guy just played the same opening sequence every time the computer apparently falls for. Oh, nice. I think I did one stream with that emulation of the Game Boy game, right? I think it was the GBA. It was the GBA Tsume. I did Tsume on stream with that emulated. I think it was a Game Boy Advance game. I think it had cool music, and but I eventually, I'm a weenie. I eventually worried that if I did that too often, I might get some takedown or something like that because I'm using emulated stuff. I don't what. I would steer clear of Nintendo. But obviously, this guy sounds like a huge streamer, so maybe there's really no real fear in it. well, it's a video game, but it's an emulated game. I think the legality of it is. I think the legality of it is still gray, if not black. If not actually being against the law. I don't know though. I think there's a better chance that it is actually, and regardless of the law is, what can be enforced and what you can defend against. So, if a particularly litigious company decides they're going to go after something that they don't like, whether or not they're on legal grounds is sort of irrelevant if you still have to pay to defend yourself. The legality of it. Well, again, you say if you own the game. I don't know. And nobody really owns. Everyone that uses that excuse doesn't actually own the game. Like in almost no cases. Like I own 2 copies of Smash Brothers Melee. So like if I was going to play stuff, on Slippy or whatever, I could at least say, well, I do own 2 copies of this game. But again, legality or not is irrelevant when it takes money to defend yourself, money and time. And that's the thing, is that if for something as inconsequential as a stream of Tsume Shogi in a GBA game, I'll deal without it. I don't want this. I don't want to be automatically flagged by some new YouTube policy that I didn't know of or I didn't read or whatever. There's some new YouTube policy. Like I've had content free, totally free, made for streaming songs I've had on this channel in the past, and those VODs on Twitch had the audio muted through portions. So it's like, anything automated is going to be dumb, and the only way to do this stuff is via automation. So I try to just because I don't want that hassle. So I just try to stay as I don't know, milk toast. I don't know if that would be the. I just try to stay out of that. Anyway. What else do we have to talk about for the tournament? I left a little early. I left after the awards. I got photos taken with some people. I thought I had photos with some people, and it turns out I didn't. Which is kind of a bummer, but I have photos. I have a lot of photos. I assume someone on the Shogi Harbor Discord is going to have either a dumping ground or a thread about links. I'm not sure how to share a lot of these things. I've got a lot. I don't think I took as many photos as I did last year, but I did take a lot, and I tried. I think I mentioned this. I tried to take photos of the people I know in playing positions. I've got a couple nice shots of like one of the SF guys playing Noah, and with one of the other guys playing, different action shots. Because I always appreciate when someone does that for me. Like some of the I've got a photo of me playing against Tomita-san last year, and Michael is on my left in this photo. So like I didn't even know at the time. I was so focused I didn't even realize that he was on my left at that time. So I've got this photo of me playing against this guy with one of my other heroes kind of on my left, and that's nice. Got a photo of me and Rico playing, and I Dream of Shogi is on my right in this one. And on that one, that was the first round. That was the first round of Group A, and so those are the photos I look back on, and I really like having. So I try to take as many action photos of other players as I can, just so that they can have that if they so want it. The problem is I like at Shogi, I'm very bad at photography, so the photos may not be very good, but they are photos. So I did a bunch of photo taking, did a bunch of talking. The award ceremony went a little long. I don't know how any of you feel about that. I felt that went a little long. I think to the point where it started feeling a little anticlimactic, or maybe a little like, let's get this going. Let's get this going. I don't know how to fix that. And I don't even know if that needs to be fixed. Because there were a lot of prizes. What else? The photo was nice at the end. I got a bunch of those. The big group photo I got a bunch of those. And there's going to be the official photography, of it, which is probably a billion times better than mine. What else? I don't know if I have anything else to say. So if anyone else is still watching and anyone has questions about anything, I'm here. You feel like there didn't really need to be prizes for the team tournament? Well, I think that's a traditional thing, and this year's team. So obviously, I've only been to 2 of these. This year's team event felt different, and I want to say, I don't think it. So I'm trying to take off. I'm trying to ignore the fact that I was a player last year and I was a spectator this year. But this year's team tournament did not feel like there were any stakes to it, any stakes or meaning to it. And I don't know why that is. The teams were bigger. I think 6 players is too many. This is not. Everyone wants to play these events. The number of overall players increase, and there's only so many. There's something has to give. So what gave this year is that the team size was increased to 6 players, and a bunch of the teams were very mixed. So as the team size increases, the chances that someone outside of San Francisco or Los Angeles are going to be able to field a full team. Like New York last year, I'm pretty sure had a full 5-member team. So it was honestly a New York team. And not that it detracts from having people in different regions in, but it just sort of dilutes the meaning of the teams. The 2 SF teams, it was weird. It was just sort of weird how the teams were picked. It wasn't by skill. It was partially by skill, but it was also partially by something else. Because two of the people on the SFA team were not regulars. Actually, three of the people were not regulars. I think if I'm remembering how that team was, 2 of the people I have never seen before, and then one of them is one of the tournament organizers who's absolutely a fixture of it, but he is rarely playing at the club meetups. He, like last year, he was on the SFA team. He belongs there. These other 2, maybe they were in the past. I don't know. But I have never, in the 3 years that I've been playing in the area, I have never met or seen these 2 players. Very strong, but they were on the team. Meanwhile, one of the leaders of the SF club was on the B team for some reason, GM Zerk was on the B team, which if we're talking about skill, doesn't quite fit. Ryoma was on the kids team instead of the A team of SF, where he could have belonged. So the teams were big. They're sort of unavoidable problems of how you shuffle the teams. But as a team gets bigger, maybe you feel less cohesion with the other members of your team. I don't know. But also, there was a kids team, which is great because there wasn't a kids tournament. But it changes the nature of the competition aspect of it. So I think the team competition in years past, from what I have been told, and from the importance that it seems to hold in certain people's mind, it had more importance than it had this year. And I'm trying to look back on why that is. And so I'm speculating that maybe it's because the teams were too big. The teams were 6 members. Because the kids team added a lightheartedness to it. Obviously, 2/3 of the kids were very strong. Or strong, and or two were some of the best players in the event. The third, I think, was strong, but he's a kid and he was having fun, so he was very lighthearted, and the rest of the kids were young kids. I think they were very beginner level, so it was. I think that whoever was responsible for playing the kids at the bottom level just kind of had to play a fun game and entertain the kid to a certain extent. And so that changes the tone of the tournament. And there was a pro team in the tournament, which as soon as I saw it, as soon as I knew that there was going to be a pro team in the tournament, I sort of internally groaned, because it's like, so now it's not a tournament. Now it's not a competitive tournament. Now it's a chance to play pros. And the same sort of thing happened last year, where there was a pro table, and 1 or 2 of the teams ended up not being able to play as many games because they got trapped playing. Not trapped. They trapped themselves. They wanted to play pros. But this time it was part of the thing. Maybe to avoid the organizational problems of last year, they just made the pros a team to give everyone a chance to play pros and not have the games run too long or too short. But I think it ruins the competitive integrity. Not that there's, again, this is a social event, but I think underpinning for some people like me, I think there has to be an underlying legitimacy to the competition for me to sort of really take it seriously or enjoy it as a competition, other than just like, I loved the games I played, the casual games I played on Friday night. I loved those games. But the team tournament, to me, is a way to play competitively in a team setting where you're fighting for your peers. You're doing your stuff, and having the kids team, and having the pro team, I thought sort of ruined that, to the point where Los Angeles didn't even field their like an honest ordering of skill. It looked like their player board ordering. I don't think they did it I don't think they did it as a competitive advantage. Maybe they did, because I know they used to take this seriously. And like SFA won last year, and like, even I know some of those guys care about this stuff. Maybe they don't all. I don't know, but I know some of them care about it. And they have their trophy as an honor. This year, SFA did win. SFA won. SFA was, I mean, I think the captain. I would say the captain. Board 1 was Michael. Board 2 was Noah. I think, from memory. Board 3, I don't know if it was Takada-san or I don't remember. But this team was stacked. SF1 was stacked. Vancouver was also kind of stacked too. Los Angeles has great players, but they played in a weird order, and like, yeah, they didn't seem to be taking it so seriously. I'm not sure why that is, but they won, and then I think did Vancouver and Phoenix win second place? I don't know. So one of the highlights, if not of all the tournament last year, the team tournament was a highlight for me. Because I love playing fast games, and I got to play a lot of fast games against other people, and it was a real highlight. Whereas this year, I don't know if it would have been as big a highlight. I think it might have been just because I would love to play some Kiramake games over the board, and I've never done that. So I think that would have been interesting. But yeah, it was odd. It was odd. And maybe it always is or always will be, especially since it interrupts maybe it doesn't interrupt it. I was going to say since it interrupts the main tournament, because like I said, there's the 3 grouping games, and then round 1 of Group A or Group B on Saturday, and then the team tournament. Well, it's grouping games. This is Saturday. You have 3 grouping games, and then you have lunch, and then you have round 1 of the main grouping, the main group tournament, Group A or Group B, and then you have the team tournament games. And then Sunday, you have rounds 2, 3, and 4 of the Swiss for Group A or Group B, and then the semifinals and finals. So it's not like it's interrupting, because it's the end of the day anyway. And maybe that makes sense. Maybe you don't want people playing too many Swiss super serious games, and their mind will be destroyed by Saturday, by Sunday morning. I don't know. But either way, the team tournament was a little. It wasn't as. It didn't seem like people were taking it as seriously as they were in the past. Not serious is the wrong word, but it was just like lighthearted shogi time spender. It's like let's play some shogi. Let's play some shogi. Let's have some fun. And that was it. And it didn't seem to be much more than that. Whereas last year, some people really were playing hard and playing for keeps, as they say. Oh, LA was changing theirs based on who they wanted to play. Oh, okay. That would make sense. Yeah, because they were just shifting around. Because I really like that team, because I love watching Tomita-san play. I love watching him play. And so, like, he was, and I think on one of them, he was like board 3 or board 4. And I'm like, what is going on? There's no universe where this guy is board 4 in one of these team events. And yeah, so you would rather play more rounds so you have a chance to come back from a loss or 2. Yeah. So my guess is the contenders, such as yourself, would agree with this, and that maybe the lower level players would disagree with that. So I don't know if that's the reality. My off the cuff guess is that, like, if Michael somehow had two bad games. Well, I think his game against Larry was also rough. So maybe he just wasn't playing up to his usual level this weekend. But, like, if he could have had another game to make it up, that could have meant the world for that tournament. Just one more round. Like if Ryoma could have had another shot to get another win, he could have made it. Oh, and there's a follow from Ivany Viennen. Welcome to the channel. Thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it so much. I really do. Oh, you played Tomita-san on board 3. Hilarious. Hilarious. Hey, good opportunity for you. He's a joy. No, Ornolf, nice to see you. I did not see Duck at all. A lot of Furibisha, no Duck. No, not that I saw. Yeah. Well, this is your chance. You say thanks to me. You appreciate people streaming this game. Thank you. I love the game. I love seeing it streamed. That's why I started streaming back in December 2023. I wanted to see more streams. 0 duck sightings. 0. Okay, so from you saw 0 duck. Why didn't? Yeah. This is. I thought that there was a chance based on a conversation I had on Thursday. I had thought that there was a chance I was going to be able to buy in, because this is an expensive tournament and I wouldn't want to just like take a spot. But I thought there was going to be a chance based on the numbers, based on the player count and the numbers, that I would have had the opportunity to buy in to the to the team tournament. I thought that this was going to be a real possibility. So I was thinking like, okay, so if I do that, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And because it's a 12-minute Kiramaka game, I'm thinking, I want to dirty flag some peeps. I want to dirty flags. I want to get a real life dirty flag, going on. And I thought, how can I with my openings, play solid shogi long enough to win some games on time? And so I thought, well, if depending on my board position, I can absolutely make duck. I have played enough duck that I think I could play duck and I could do well as duck, especially against someone who is lower level than I am. So I thought I could do duck in that. So that was one of my plans. Anaguma. The Anaguma also crept in my mind because I also do play Anaguma and I like Anaguma. But my Anaguma games get a little fast. I don't know why that happens. I don't know if I just don't properly play them or I go a little too ham at times. I feel like my Anaguma games get a little too spicy. That said, duck is awfully spicy too, but at least duck also has that soul-crushing feeling of how am I going to break this guy's castle? Oh my gosh, I only have 7 minutes left. How am I going to break this guy's castle? Oh my god, I only have 3 minutes left. His duck is still standing. How am I going to break it? Yeah, 12 minutes is a lot. But it is over the board. So that speeds it up a bit. That lowers that time a bit. I am curious. I did not see anyone flag. Did any of you who were there? Are any of you aware of any flags? I was walking around the tables. I was also manning the stream through that, even though we didn't have the eval and I wasn't inputting moves for the team tournament. I was manning the booth a little bit. I did not see anyone flag. So I'm curious if anyone did. So maybe 12 minutes is a long enough time that most people are not going to. you could have flagged someone, but they were having issues with the clock. So the first 5 minutes of your game were all on his time. So you just resigned at the end. Oh, wait. You were losing? Yeah, Transport Pokemon. There was a stream. There was a stream for the on Saturday the grouping games, and with an eval bar. The team, the guys, the two people that are putting this stream together, I think put together an incredible layout. I did the piece. I mean, I ended up doing the transcription of the moves, which I was telling people earlier is the most stressful thing I have ever done in Shogi. So I was inputting the moves for those rounds, and then Sunday, because of logistics of where the games were held, we did not stream rounds 2, 3, and 4, but we streamed the semifinals, the finals, and then the Bishop Handicap game with Ishikawa 7-Dan. The channel was on. I don't have this handy. It's US Shogi Federation. Let me get the link. So here is the channel. And throughout, especially on Saturday, I was trying to make little comments, with my left hand, typing on my phone while I'm moving the mouse on my right hand. I was trying to. There is no sound because they couldn't get the sound to be aligned with the video. There was some problem with the sound. So there's no sound, unfortunately. So you can't hear the clocks beeping. You can't hear the pieces snapping. But so unfortunate for that. But otherwise, I think there's an eval bar. There's some great camera work. The board and the piece sets that were used were awesome. The single character piece sets, super visible, and they did such a great job on the stream. I think it was awesome. It was advertised in the Shogi Harbor Discord, which is next to no advertisement, I guess. Because I sometimes wonder how many people are actually in that. It got very little, almost no response, very little discussion. I was surprised. I was honest, like last year's tournament, we at least had a channel and some discussion of stuff that was going on. This year it was pretty quiet, and I don't know why that is. I don't know if Shogi in the West is dropping off, or if it's I don't know what to make. I don't know what to make of Shogi Harbor anymore. The Discord. It's a strange place. I wonder. There were two or three users who posted so much noise to Signal over the past year that I wonder if they've sort of, sometimes that has a chilling effect on a discussion group and a forum when a couple people are just imposing themselves on everyone else a little too much. It sometimes has a chilling effect on these in these kinds of scenarios. I don't know if that's actually what happened or if I'm reading too much into it, but it seems to have cooled off a lot in terms of like real shogi talk or real shogi support. So yeah, I don't know. So I don't know. All I can say is I was pretty disappointed that there really weren't even any people being like responding saying like, oh cool, oh cool, how is Muse doing? Oh cool, how is I don't know. There was almost no discussion, which doesn't. I don't want to just whine, but like I just don't get it. Like I'm struggling. You know, the more I'm in this Western shogi world, the more I'm trying to come to grips with what it actually means and what it is, and the impact of shogi on people's lives, and I just don't know, because like when there is talk of a tournament like the WOSC or the ESC, you know, not or the ESC, it's the same event. Like when there's talk of that, when there's talk of ISF, or when there's talk of a Brazil tournament, or when there's talk of any tournament or any sort of gathering, I'm in there like, what's going on? What's going on? You know, I want to know what's happening. I want to hear discussion. I want to see photos. I want to see talk. I want to see write-ups. I want to see. I feel like I can't get enough shogi content. Like I want more. Whatever we get from the West, I want more. And here we, you know, just we as Western shogi players, or we as people in SF, for example, you know, in the United States, there's this tournament. There's a tournament with incredible players, some of which are some of the more respected players on the Discord. And there's a live stream, and ignoring the lack of audio, which is a fair criticism, and it's one that we tried. I was really trying, to the point where I suggested. I mean, I would have run unsynced audio personally, but maybe I can understand that being a bad idea, and maybe it would have been terrible. I would have run unsynced audio myself, even if it sounded like garbage. I would have run audio just to give people a sense of what it's there, so that because I like the sound, because I love the sound of shogi. And I think it's one of the nice things about over the board shogi is the sound of it, especially with nice pieces. And these pieces were you cannot get better equipment than what were used as the stream setup. The board and pieces, they're incredible, and so I think that would have been nice. So moments like in the final, I think I did post, even though I was trying so hard to just to focus and not lose track of the moves. I think I posted during the final when Kotaro, the kid, I'll just say the kid, when he played, he was losing. He was, eval wise, dead lost. And Melkor, I think it was Melkor, who was commenting about the position, about how now what did he say? The threats begin, or I can't remember. He was pointing out that now it's time for Sato-san to defend, because the threats, the last ditch effort, the dying effort is to make these attacks, what I call flails, on the game. And this kid, he in one of the moves slammed the piece down, with authority. It would have been awesome to hear it, because some of these moves, and some of the players in particular, when they're down, or when they're showing their resolve, or they're showing their will, they will slam the piece down. And especially if they're good at it, you hear the snap. And this pawn move that he did, I think it was it might have been pawn 4-6. I don't know if any of you remember that position near the end where he pushed his pawn up. And the bluffs. I think the bluffing is what he said. Maybe that sounds about right. And he snapped it hard. And it's like, oh, I wish people could have heard this snap, because it's it adds to the flavor of the game and the emotional flavor of it. And so I with my left hand, I tried to say, like, I don't even remember what the comment was, like an authoritative snap, or from Kotaro showing his resolve, just trying to give people a sense of that, because you don't get that from a muted stream. But regardless, the point was, there's this great stream running for this great tournament, and people in the West don't have that many tournaments, and there's no one discussing it. Like no one is even, like, no one even pats anyone on that. Like I think Jack-o'-lantern posted the link. I certainly posted the link as well. And I think Muse might have said something in this in the discussion, but no one responds and says, like, good luck, Michael, I'm cheering for you, or good luck everybody. Even the most, on the internet, there's so much just sort of false, like over exaggerated, like, do your best, good game, or there's so much, like, false joy that is given out on the internet. We couldn't even get the false like joy to discuss the tournament. So I was stunned. I was stunned by the silence in Shogi Harbor Discord, and I sometimes wonder, like, what are, if people put, and again, this isn't me, this is the team did this work to do the stream. This is not me. So this is not like a personal affront to me at all, because this isn't my work that did this stream. These guys poured time and money into making that stream a reality. And I think, like, who in their right mind is going to be like, you know what, I could write a book. I could write a book for the West. I'm a 4-dan player. I've got a lot that I could teach people, and I can speak English, and I could write English. I'm going to write a series of books for people, or I'm going to make a series of videos for these people, like Ishikawa did. I don't know how much money he has made from this, at all. So I know nothing of that, but, like, I'm thinking of people like that. And it's like, they see, if they're in the Discord, they see crickets chirping at some of these events, or crickets chirping at some of these books, these book mentions. And it's like, I almost feel like you'd have to be crazy to invest a lot of yourself, a lot of your time and effort and passion. That's when you're writing software, or you're writing a book, or just speaking for myself, maybe this isn't the same for other people, and people are able to take it more professionally. I don't know. But when I am making something, whether it's software or whether it's something I'm writing, I put a little of myself into everything that I make, or I write, or I do. And obviously, you don't always do this for the reward. You do it, there are a lot of reasons to do things. But at some point, for some things, such as a stream, such as books, you're spending real money of your own, and you're investing real time of your own, which is, the old saying, time is money, and then to see no one, like, comment on it. It wasn't even my stream, and I was kind of mildly bummed about that aspect of it, because I want to see more events like this. Like, that's the thing. Like I said when I started, there was a person that came up and introduced themselves to me and was talking about how they like they've never traveled out of their home area, and they're traveling for this tournament, and they're starting to play shogi, and they're getting into it, and it's like they're getting involved in this community of ours, and you know, it's not mine any more than anyone else's, but you know, this community that shogi players outside of Japan have, and unless I'm mistaken, he's really glad that he did, because you know, it's really fun. And so if more people have a chance to like get more experience going to these kind of events, or watching these kind of events, or spectating even, I think we would get more people, and and more people would be happy. Like, you know, more people play, more people will be happy, more people will be buying shogi equipment, so more people will be making and using their skills to make beautiful shogi equipment, and the prices might come down for the rest of us, and more people will be writing books because there will be more people to read the books, and more people will be making streams, and so we'll have more things to watch because more people will be watching. You know, the snowball thing. You know, the reason, you know, it's you know, people always talk about growing the game, and it's not always just about the finances of it. You know, it's about getting more people involved and meeting new people and having new meaningful experiences with these people. Because like at this event, I didn't know everyone that I saw on Friday. You know, a lot of them I had never met before. A lot of them I had never talked to before. I you know, where I had an opportunity to play shogi with someone across the board and chat with someone from Brazil on, you know, just how amazing is that? Someone who loves this game and lives so far away from me, I was able to share this experience with them. And like, these events are incredible. They're so good, and we don't have enough of them. So when we do have one, and then it's just ignored by what is probably the biggest online community of us, it makes me like scratch my head, and I'm just like, what needs to be done? What could we do better next time? How can we build this up better next time? What do we do? What is there hope for us, and what can we do? Do you make a post? You say next time make a, or transporters, you say next time make a post on our shogi. That place is dead. That place is even sadder. But we should have. You're right. We absolutely should have. 100% right. Because just to get anything out there, I think that would have been meaningful. I'll take that on myself now. And so, you know, I knew of the possibility of the stream on Thursday at the pre-event at the organizer's house, and I pulled out the YouTube channel for him. So I pulled out I got the link from him. So I had the link for the US Shogi Federation YouTube channel. I should have posted that to our shogi before the event happened, and just said, this is, sometimes, you know, this is a personal failing of mine, but or personal failing, or just a way I am. A lot of times, I don't want to make things about me. So you know, this channel, I try, whether or not it appears this way or not, I want the channel to be about the shogi, about playing the game, and about the people who play the game. So for this US Shogi Federation, US Shogi Federation is not my thing. This is not something I have been involved in. It's not something that I created. So it feels, to my thinking, it feels a bit presumptuous for me to be like, oh, here are our shogi. Here's this link for the US Shogi Federation. Because then it feels like I'm sort of taking credit for something I didn't do. But maybe that's not it. Maybe it's just how I should deliver. Like if they're not going to do it and I am going to, maybe I should just say, I'm just a player in San Francisco. I'm not, or San Francisco Bay Area. This isn't my federation, but I thought I'd share. So maybe it's how I present it would be the better play to do it next time. But yeah, it sort of hurts. And Todas, you say your channel has daily content and other discussion, but is dead anyway. I mean, you and me both. It's there are not many discussions in the channel in the YouTube VODs. There are not many likes. There are not many subscribes. There's not many. Not to turn this into a woe is me session or woe is us session. This is why. I'll say definitively, even though I don't know this is the reason. I'll say this is why all those shogi channels go by the wayside on YouTube. Showa Shogi, Debu Show, Shogi Principles, or I can't remember. All these channels we've had in the how many shogi channels have we had now on YouTube that have come and made some content and gone? How many? A lot. And some of them have made many videos and put in a lot of time for what? Obviously there's a benefit of teaching something because you enjoy it and it's enjoyable to make things, but like I think about Debushow's channel and the work that he must do to do that educational stuff. And like if you think about Muse's channel, Shogi Kingdom, the amount of work that he probably puts into each of those videos, and what does he get? I don't know. I don't know. So maybe these numbers are lower, but like maybe does he get a couple hundred views? Does he get 20 likes? I don't know. Maybe he gets a lot more. I'm not sure because he is a huge member of the community. But like at some point, you have to wonder, like, I'm putting all this effort in. Does anyone even care? Does anyone even care? And there's a shogi player right behind me. He's a huge shogi fan. He's just trying to get some of the pro strats from me of how to play shogi. Let me go back and read some of these comments. Some of these comments. So yeah, it was. I mean, I was so pleased though. That said, I was so pleased when I saw that the stream did peak. That YouTube stream. It's not my YouTube channel, so I have no access to their metrics. I just had my phone open. I was posting as Shogi Dad. I wasn't posting as US Shogi Federation because I don't have access to that chat. So I was posting as my account as I'm manning that stream. And I was so happy to at least see at some point that there were 25 viewers. That quickly dropped back down to 18, which quickly dropped back down to 12. But regardless, I was so glad to see at least people trying this thing out to take a look. And maybe we would have captured a little more if we did have sound. I don't know. Or maybe so here's what I was comparing this. As I was driving home on Saturday night. So this is after the first day. And I was beat and there was heavy traffic and construction. So it was a long drive. It was, I don't remember how long it was to get home on Saturday night. I think it was, or maybe it was Friday that was longer. I don't remember. But let's say Saturday night took at least an hour to drive home. because I was driving an hour both going and coming every day for the event because I didn't get a hotel because I wasn't playing. And I had no, and until I took over that stream responsibility, I had no plans to even come on Sunday, like I said. So anyway, I was driving home and thinking like, why do we have so little chat? Why did we have so little chat in there? And even so I think the sound, I really, in the end, I think not having sound, even if the sound doesn't add much, I just think knowing it's there might be just a little more of a mental click to help people feel like they're there and they're interested. But I was trying, especially on that first day where I was typing things about, I typed some blurb about the board or about just stupid little stuff just so that there's some chat in there in hopes that other people would join in. So like Melkor was talking on Sunday, KIGF was talking, Foradun was talking. So like all those little chats, again, this US Shogi Federation, this is not my stream. It's not my organization. It's not my stream. But I was so happy to see those chats in there because it made it feel somehow a little more alive, like there's an actual event here. Because when my comparison point for shogi a lot of times, to a fault, I think lately, because I've been mentioning it more than I usually do. But when I think of other niche or games that are nowhere near the popularity of chess, I think of backgammon. This backgammon, as anyone who has heard me talk about backgammon knows, I do. Even though I haven't played it in a long time, really. I love backgammon. I think it is the most fun game that has ever been invented. I think fun-wise, I think shogi is a better game, and I love shogi more. Well, that's not fair. I don't. It's like children. You don't love children more. I love shogi. I love backgammon, but backgammon is so there's a fun aspect to it that shogi will never have, and it doesn't need to have it because it's its own game. But like backgammon is that chaotic bit of random because of the dice, of random fun. Anyone can win. Anyone can make a mistake. It's a race. The nature of the game, it's fast paced. It's a race. It's fun. It's just fun. But like shogi, it has a relatively small, like shogi, like Go, like any of these board games that are not chess. It has a relatively small following, small but dedicated following. Bigger than shogi in the West, no doubt. So I'm not quite comparing apples to apples here because there are more players. There are more players in backgammon than there are shogi. But I've been watching some of the streams lately. So there's and some VODs I've been watching, like of World Championships past or big events. There's a big event running now. There was a Nordic Open. There was a UBC, a Universal Backgammon, which has in order to minimize some of the effect of luck, which is already nicely balanced in backgammon anyway, in my opinion. But they have added engine-based evaluation of moves as a main 50% of the value of a. So you play a match against someone, 50% of the match value. I'm generalizing this, simplifying this very, very much. So if you're a backgammon fan and you know about this tournament, you're like, what? But I'm simplifying this. But half of the importance of this is your PR. Your basically your evaluation of your errors of your play, and the other half is winning the game. So it's a different format, but anyway, these are being streamed and they're being shown, and there's a commentator. I would have loved to be a commentator for this event. Like as bad as I am at shogi, just having someone speak about shogi, someone like I Dream of Shogi or or Muse or literally anyone else would be better than I am because they're so much better at the game and can commentate. Like Melkor added so much flavor to yesterday's stream by giving some insight into the moves. I'll be eternally grateful for that. But anyway, so if we had commentary, it'd be a different thing. So this backgammon streams does have a different had nice commentary, but there is discussion going on. Unlike in many streams, like chess streams can get pretty chess streams and the chess discussion in chess streams. Once you hit a critical mass of people, like a number, you get a little less. You get a little less nice. People are a little less constructive. Let's just use the word constructive. They're a little less constructive in chess streams, as there are so many people there. But these backgammon streams, there are real nice discussions from real strong players who are not playing in that particular event, and they're going back and forth discussing this thing. Sometimes it feels like the internet of old to me, where people would be discussing things in chat, like on IRC, these backgammon streams. And so I'm thinking, as I'm driving back home Sunday night, what could I have done, if anything, or what can we as a shogi community do to somehow replicate this? Because the backgammon community is small. There aren't many people chatting in these. Let's say they have 1 or 200 concurrent viewers. Some of these streams have more, but let's say they have 1 or 2 concurrent viewers, 1 or 200 concurrent viewers on one of these backgammon streams. It's mostly the same 5 or 6 people posting in the chat. It's mostly that. It's totally mostly that. But it's flavor, it's talk, it's discussion, it's liveliness. We could have that on these shogi streams. There are plenty of players. Someone said something about Japanese people being a little more quiet. I thought I saw. I'm not finding it. Fuck this, Toronto. I see that you were also surprised at the lack of discussion. Maybe the most people that cared were present at the tournament, but there are plenty of people outside the U.S. and there are plenty of players in the U.S. that didn't go to this tournament. Plenty of strong players as well that weren't there. Lots of strong players were not there. I really should have been at that 500 plus viewer stream. There were so many people who were curious about shogi and shogi strategy. Oh man, that would have been a golden opportunity to maybe capture some of these people. I'm just using dumb lingo. Yeah, to grab the attention of some of these people and bring them in, because it is a great game, and that's another thing. As I was watching yesterday, so during the games that were not streamed yesterday, I was walking around, watching tables, taking photos, taking in this incredible play, and where I sometimes have some doubts about my ability and the game. I sometimes have some doubts about the game itself. I'm only 3 years of seriously trying to play this game into the game, and you learn something new every day. So I have definitely had those moments of doubt in my mind, especially about the flail. As we've talked at length. I don't want to talk at length now about the flail. What I call the flail. I have seriously considered that the flail is a downside of the game, and I still haven't made up my mind. I still think that the flail is very strong. Is very strong, maybe overly strong in shogi. Maybe. But anyway, So I've had those doubts. I've had those doubts, and I still probably will continue to have those doubts at least for a little bit, a little bit. But as I was witnessing the game, as played by other people, as played by other, I'll say masters. Obviously, this is not in any way. This is not in any way to even compare to like chess master or chess international master. This is just using the word of someone who has gotten very good, a non-loaded word of someone who has gotten very good and dedicated a lot of their life to this game. So when you see how these people play the game, it's reinforcing how great this game is. Like almost, I try to be objective. Like I try to take myself and my own feelings and my own incompetence out of the equation, and I think about it as I'm watching these events, and I think about how incredible this game is, how the design of the game is so excellent, and how the balance between offense and defense is so excellent. Even if offense does feel, even if somehow mindless offense sometimes feels like it's rewarded a little bit too much, I think that's a wrong take. So it's seeing the way people play, like one of the matches with the Sato-san game, the way he played some of these so solidly, the game, the final. So I'm there at this game, I'm watching these games, and there's, even with, maybe I'm just so weird. Like I think those plastic pieces on the vinyl board is also just beautiful, and the sound of it is fantastic. The aesthetic of it is incredible, and the game itself is so, the design of it is so, it's not like chess, which is also great, keep in mind. It's not like Go, where Go is so, in the nicest possible way, I am saying this. And as someone who, again, played a lot of Go and still hopes someday to play more Go, it is not an exciting game. It is not an exciting game. It's creative, it's intellectual, it's stimulating, it's engaging, it's mind-blowing. It is not exciting. It is the least exciting to me and my taste. Again, this is a hot take, I guess. It is the least exciting game that I can even think of. There's no excitement in it because there's tension. There's definitely tension. There's it's not often that people are killing dragons in games of Go. It's not often that people, there's not enough attack. It's so passive. It's so passive as to be boring. You might say probably an unfair criticism. So I'm going to say that just so that I can overly praise our game of shogi, of how exciting it is, and how every moment you're living on a prayer in these games of shogi. Your life is hanging by a thread in these games. These games that I was observing, these games were held together by hairs of a thread, and people are, at Byoyomi at the very last second trying to eke out every creative bit of energy they can from their brain, and it's amazing to be a part of it. And so, like, how do we get this into people's minds, and how do we get them to stay? So if there are 500 people watching that stream, this is back to the discussion. I mean, I started talking about this because Transport, you had mentioned that stream. How do we get some of these people and bring them in and show them? Because people will, I am convinced now, more than I ever have been, and I was already convinced, that if people are put in front of this game, and the players that play this game, a large number of people will catch the bug. They will grab on because it is, I am confident in saying that it is an incredible game, and it's not just my own weird tastes. It's not just our own weird tastes, and it's not just because we're all weebs. And it's an actual great game. So like, how do we do it? And you were disappointed when he shouted out Shogi Harbor at the end of the stream. Oh, he did? Oh, so there were at least 5 or 6 people suggesting moves. You say they're all dead because this is about those channels like Chowa Shogi and Debusho and stuff like that. They're all dead because Westerners don't care about Shogi. That's the thing. Maybe that is. I don't want to be on a downer side now after this amazing weekend. I don't want to be on a downer, but maybe that is the reality, and I don't know. Yeah, Debusho. Yeah. So every time I said Debusho, it felt wrong to say it's dead because he still is uploading. He's not as frequent as he used to be, but he doesn't get as much likes as he should. He doesn't get as many views as he should. His stuff is great, like honestly great stuff, and I think it's presented in a very nice way. So I was very excited to know that some of the players at ISF met him. I would love to meet him and thank him for his, Otsukare samadeshita. I'd love to bow and tell him that. Yeah. You said you just have no clue how there's so few content in the game. Yeah, literally, you have watched all English YouTube videos. That's what I think on the very first stream, December 27, 2023. I don't know, my first stream. I think I had my list of why I want to do this, and I think one of them is because I want more content out there. I want more content, so I'll put my money where my time where my mouth is, and try to make some more content, and hope that better people will see this and be like, oh, I'm better than this clown. I can make more content. I can make better content. I can make more content, and that way, I will have more things to watch. I will have more things to read because I want. In the end, I want more shogi content for myself. I'm selfish. And especially early on, it was a very sad state of affairs. My own shogi content I was having to scratch the itch of watching shogi by watching my own stupid self playing shogi. And I surprisingly enjoyed that. Actually, I surprisingly still do enjoy it. I am actually more stunned about that. Is one of the things we need to stream where we talk about lessons learned over a year and a half of streaming shogi every day. It's that I still enjoy watching my stupid own streams, which is I never would have guessed that was a thing. Transport, you bet most of the viewers are Japanese though. That's probably true. And I'm very glad to have them, of course. I'm grateful for every viewer and every subscriber and follower that I have. And I like I've said before, a few of the Japanese viewers that I have. So my YouTube metrics, it's more heavy on YouTube. But last I looked, 40% of my viewers on YouTube are from Japan. So thank you to all of you. But that does mean that good morning. That does mean that a lot of those viewers will not be comfortable chatting in there, understandably. But some of them have messaged me through other resources, other ways. and said, I think one of them was a YouTube comment, but others have come in through other ways. And they've said that like they didn't know that people outside Japan play shogi, but also they like watching the stream because they like shogi and because they're working on their English. And so I am honored that someone would watch the stream for that reason, to enjoy watching poorly played shogi, but also to work on their English. I think that's awesome. And I'm so grateful for it. And I'm so glad that could be useful to, like, this aspect. I would have never guessed that this could be a useful aspect of the stream, but I'm glad to provide that service. But it does, in the end, it still feels like sometimes no one's out there, when no one is commenting or no one is saying something. So sometimes it feels like no one's there, or if the subscriber count on YouTube stays, for a long time between 350 and 380 or whatever, it's like, man, I maybe start a chess channel and say some inflammatory things, and maybe I could get 1,000 subs. But like here, I'm putting my heart and my soul and my life into shogi, and it's one sub a week almost, or one sub a day is it, and it's tough. It's tough. So Tadasi, you wonder if there was more conversation on the games or with games with, or the games without live engine analysis. Oh, interesting. I think there was more discussion of the games with the engine, because Melkor was adding some good stuff, and most of the games did have the engine, and most of the games also that had the engine were the ones I was commenting on, I think. Or trying to comment, because again, I was using my left hand as I'm holding the mouse. Yeah, I don't know. That would be good. Yeah, does that question? I know that chess people have talked about that. Does having an eval bar, does that stifle or does that enhance conversation? I think there are two sides to that argument. I don't know where I stand on it. Personally, for this stream, I loved having the eval bar there, because it makes it feel, to me, it makes it feel like a real event where there's like if it felt like a more professional stream to have this extra tech in there, which felt nice. I think an eval bar does add to the drama, especially in a game like shogi where I was inputting the moves, manning that stream for those first few rounds, but those middle rounds that I was not using an eval bar, when I'm walking around and looking at games, it was very tough for me to even guess who was winning. So I'm using my own brain, which is not always what you want to be doing when you're watching content. To be fair, not everyone always wants to be fully engaged at all times. Sometimes you just want to watch and enjoy and take it in and see competition. I think the eval bar sort of enhances competition, where it's like, he's down, he's losing. Is he going to be able to come back? But because meanwhile, you would never know. You never know, and in the end, in shogi, especially, even knowing that the eval, even knowing someone is dead lost, doesn't mean they're going to lose. So there's always that excitement. But it's a total valid discussion point. I'd be curious too over time, but I think for one, it was to get people to show something sort of new in shogi. To show, I think to show off their chops of making a nice stream layout, which I think they did an incredible job. And also, I like to think that hopefully something like this will help push the bar for others that are doing tournaments. Like I said earlier, like I think the production value of professional shogi streams is so low that like this, I think, was a better, even without the sound, was a better stream than almost any of the title matches I've watched, and I watched them. Like it was you kind of want to push others to innovate, and so I'm really glad they got this eval bar going. But it's still total valid to not want one. And I know that I think the chess world has mostly that discussion. There was a time, I don't know, 2 years ago. You would probably know better than I would. 2 years ago, when some events were being televised without the bar, and some were televised with the bar, because there's a faction that like it without. There's a faction that like it with. There's a faction that hate it with. There's a faction that absolutely hate it without. And the people who in the end, I think everything has it now. So those days may be long past of watching major events without it. But yeah, I don't know. There certainly was discussion. You just love the caster's analysis in this game. It's so sad that you have to learn Japanese to learn about the game. That is. And that's where, when I email heroes and things like that, I'm dipping my toe in to try to see if we can somehow get a foothold in there. The dream, or one of the dreams, would be, and I've said this for over a year, that like the JSA should hire Maple Sugar Lover. He's not as active anymore, and I don't blame him. I don't know if it's because he's busy with other things, or it's because he didn't get enough discussion on all his topics on the Discord. He used to post so much about the pro game, and I've said, just as I mentioned already in this particular stream, I said I have told him that he should do a podcast of like a weekly or monthly, like a pro game podcast in English, just letting us know what's going on in the Shogi Pro world. And I think it would be incredible. But like, why doesn't the JSA see this? This isn't easy. They could probably throw. I'm guessing. I don't know Garrett. I don't know Maple Sugar Lover like all that well personally, or what he does, or so. But just by the passion that he shows in his his love of the pro game and his study of the pro game, I am going to guess that like the JSA could throw peanuts at somebody, at me, at any or other shogi lovers in the West, and be like, you want to be involved in one of our streams as an English speaking commentator, or do you want to talk about this, or do you want to be our liaison? People would, I'm going to guess, they would bend over backwards to do that. And like, it's like, send Maple Sugar Lover a Menjo certificate signed by Habu, or a certificate signed by Habu saying world's greatest English language shogi news person, signed by Habu. And he would be in their pocket forever. He would do the best work the world has ever seen for English shogi game. I'm speaking for him. I barely know him. I met him last year. I barely know him, but I'm speaking for him. I'm using him as an example of someone like many of us who want this game to succeed so well, and we will put so much of our heart and soul into it. But you gotta work with. There's just like, you gotta give us a chance. And so I think about that. And like, what if a title match had Muse as a spectator, as a commentator? Like, they have their Japanese language stream. What if there was an English language stream? It's the same video feed. It'd be the same video feed, but in English. But maybe you would have Muse's face on there, in the corner, and he'd be talking. He'd be reading off and talking about engine analysis, or not engine analysis. He'd be talking about the game position, or if it was an idiot like me, it'd be my face in the corner, and I'd be talking about how much I love the pieces that they're using. I'd just be talking and about speculating on their motivation and how hard they snap the pieces. And I'd have an engine in front of me, so I'd be like, the engine's calling for this. Like people say in those chess streams, it's the bar, Kaya. Because this one of the Chess 24 did a great thing of creating this casual friendly tournament broadcast booth that got more viewers, and quite honestly, to my taste, even was way better than their pro stream. But they had this one with Grandmaster David Howell from England, because their studio is based out of Norway. David Howell, International Master Ivanka Hauska, I believe that's her name. Hauska, international master, not ladies international, an international master who is a female from England. So you have the two, and then Kaya Snare, a sports journalist / sports a sports person. I think she came from sports and stuff like that, and she's very pretty as well, but she didn't know chess very well. So like in a movie, oftentimes you have that character. I can't remember what it is. I can't remember what this is called in film and cinema, where there's a character that represents the audience, and the other characters sometimes say things to this character as if they're saying it to the audience. Like, this is there's someone will be saying to the character that's the proxy for the audience, and saying, boy, this bridge has been up for 20 years and nothing bad has happened to this bridge before. Like, setting the backstory, getting this character up to speed so that we know the important things to be thinking about in this movie. So that was Kaya. And she'd David and Ivanka would be talking or analyzing without using chess coordinates. That was something they used to do on this thing. Without using chess coordinates, he's going to swing the rook over here. He's going to swing the rook over to the last rank or whatever. And then all of a sudden the player will make a move and the bar shoots up. And and Kaya would be like, the bar just the bar, something happened basically, and it became a bit of a meme where it's like, look at the bar, Kaya, where they'd say something like that. I can't remember the exact phrase, but anyway, long story short, it's you've got a commentary crew, and you don't even need to be talking that detailed about what's going on. You don't have to go deep down to get engagement. So you could have or someone like me, even someone at my level who is not good. We just need to speak English and we need to love the game. And we'll be the proxy for that casual audience that might not know what's going on. And with the help of an engine, you could have talking points. You could do things. I think. And what do I know? But I would love to watch the next Nishiyama Fukuma game with English commentary, with someone talking about why these, what's going on in the room there. It's long. So the problem with title matches are that they're too long. So now we're going into what I see as the problems of traditional shogi title matches, which not everyone agrees with. But I think, as someone who thinks this, I think it's almost indisputable the things that I say about these long title matches. But obviously, I'm open to being wrong, but I firmly believe that I am in the right. It's just they're just too long. They're just too long to get a lot of active new engagement in them. Like how many people want to go to a stream, start watching a stream that they won't be able to see the winner in? Like how many people want to will sit down and be like, oh right, I want to watch the first 3 hours of this game where they make 7 moves and drink tea and order lunch. All right, the ordering the lunch part still is good. The ordering the lunch part is good. I like it. The last match that I watched, I think, was Habu. It was a Habu match, and he got out his wallet, and it was funny, and yada da da. But but that's why I think Abima, and I wanted to talk to Nozuki Sensei about it. That's why I think the Abima stuff is so great, because their production value is high, and they're fast games. My plan for the day was to do this stream and then to watch the 2 Abima games that I haven't watched yet. The Nishiyama is in one of them, and they're old. I think they're from 2019, but they re-released these on this Abima Clips channel, and that was my plan to watch it. But now I see it's already 5:22. It's already like dinner time at this point. So I'll probably have to be stopping the stream pretty soon. 7 hours of this. My voice is also, I hope my voice is not gone tomorrow, because a lot of talking over this weekend, and now 7 hours of nonstop talk on the stream. I think my voice is going to be a little rough, but my voice will be rough. But tomorrow, so I was going to play some 10-minute games today, and there is a new Shogi Wars winning streak event that started. Ito Saya is the prize for winning 5 in a row. I'm not a fan of hers. I'm not against her, but I'm not a fan of her, so I don't care so much about getting her avatar. And she's playing Fukuma now in that title match. She's sitting in for Nishiyama. So going against Fukuma, I'm never gonna cheer for you unless maybe you're Nishiyama. So that's the deal there. But I'll still try to get it. So I was thinking I would try to play 3-minute games tomorrow, 3-minute Tuesday, and you sort of get back into the craziness of it. Gold 3-3 Bishop Exchange. Wait, we were just talking about. I was talking about the gold 3-3 Bishop Exchange. Who was I talking about this yesterday with? I don't think it was I Dream of Shogi. But I don't know who else I'd have been talking Shogi theory with over the weekend. It might have been it might have been Led Zeppelin. I think it was. I think it probably was. It might have been because the person I talked to the most, and especially about theory, was you. If you say short games are better for active engagement, but you kind of like the long games, is put the game in the TV in the background kind of thing, and that's how it's evolved for me. So I have my laptop. So we have our couch. There's the TV. We'll be watching like a Japanese drama or Korean drama or whatever we're watching. These days, we've been going through these Japanese dramas on Netflix since we started watching that Rikuo show. They've started recommending more Japanese dramas to us. So we're doing this. Like right now, it's Nagi-san, My Housekeeper, or something like that, or My Old Guy Housekeeper. It's about some like career woman who has an Oji-san as her housekeeper, and whatever that plot is, that's what we're currently watching. But I will have the match. I'll have my laptop. So there's like a side table. I put it on the side, and I'll periodically look over. I'll see, have they made a move? No. Have they made a move? No. Have they made a move? No. Sometimes it's hard to make a move because their pip, their picture in picture of the top down board is so freaking hard to make out because their piece sets are so inadequate for streaming. And it's not big enough, but that's how it's been. And I think it could be so much more than that. Like, I don't want my shogi to be background information. Like, when I'm consuming, I want to be actively consuming. I want to be actively thinking and actively sort of engaging with it. Like that utonomiya, is it? I don't know how to pronounce it, or I don't remember the actual name. The utonomiya, utonomiya shogi center. Yeah, like those videos where you can see it's fully in view, you can hear it, and you can think about it, and you don't have to think about a single move in the opening of Joseki that these players know 1,000 times, that they're spending 10 minutes on a move. Like, it's tougher. But yeah, the gold 3 climbing golds are always tricky against me, and they never. I don't want to say they never quite work out for me. They've been working out more and more lately when I play that opposing rook line for the pawn drop on the pawn drop on 8-7 line after the pawn exchange when I'm playing Urshin or Ryu and the opponent is attacking with Ibisha. That gets into a potentially a climbing gold style, and I like it. But anyway, it is what it is. This was amazing. This was amazing. I can't believe I didn't have. I'm so glad that people jumped in early. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad people jumped into the stream early, so we were able to hit the ground running with discussion. I was thinking I might have to play a couple 3 games just to wait until people got in before we start talking, but people jumped right in, so I appreciate that. And it's been a fun discussion. My games themselves, I had none, so I didn't lose any, but I also didn't win any. So I could still hold out hope until maybe I'll play some off stream tonight. I still hold out hope that something clicked over the weekend, and I'm going to be play some inspired shogi, or at least better than my usual. But we'll have to see tomorrow. And maybe in 3-minute games it might be a little rougher, but I'm going to try because I want to get that streak. I think I think my best chance to get these streak avatars is still in the 3-minute games. 3-minute games with a bit weak set, the lowest level without having to pay for it. So I'm going to try. We'll see. I'll do that. But I am eager to see how it works out. I would like to get the avatar. So anyway, thank you, everyone. Congratulations to everyone who was there and competed and had a great weekend. And undefeated stream. Exactly. It is an undefeated stream. Perfect. Just a perfect stream. And it's a blast reliving this stuff. I'm sorry that I probably repeated myself so many times. If it isn't obvious, I had an absolutely incredible weekend and I didn't even play. Just meeting new people that love shogi, watching these mind-blowing players, blowing my mind, watching them compete and struggle, and their passion for the game coming out is so inspiring, and I love watching it. Being able to take part as that move notator was incredible because I had a great seat at these games, and being able to cheer for some of my favorites, some of my favorite people in the entire world were there, and I was able to cheer them on and take pleasure in their successes. People did great. and it was just so good. It was so good. And just like last time, I'll encourage anyone who hasn't been there, who hasn't been to a tournament. Obviously not all tournaments are created equal, but give it a chance, and you might just really love it. I don't know how it wouldn't work. I don't know how it wouldn't work out, because everyone is nice, and people aren't being jerks. And I think there was one table where I was a little afraid that one person was going to be a little upset or taken to heart. So there was one game. It was against a kid, and I think the kid was winning. So I think the kid was winning. It looked like a great position. The kid is good. I've played this kid before. He's strong. He's fast. But he's a little bit. He's a kid. Like he's a kid. He's very much having fun. So he was playing. He's in this great position, and his dad came. I think his dad came over and took a photo shot of him. And this kid he's a ham. He's a ham. He's laughing a lot, whatever. So the kid posed like the pose like he was thinking to the camera, and from that moment on, he had the giggles. So this is the last round of the tournament. He had the giggles, and it was Group A. He had the giggles, and his opponent was focused on the game. So I don't even know if his opponent realized what had actually triggered it. So I was worried, like, does he think that the kid is laughing at him because he's winning? Like that was the only time. I bet he didn't, but the kid just had the giggle. So meanwhile, this guy is trying desperately to find some way to save this game. And the kid is on the other side of the table, just kind of laughing, trying not to. He was trying not to, but he's laughing. And it has nothing to do with the game. It has absolutely nothing to do with the game. But I could understand where the opponent would have been thinking that, like, is this kid laughing at me because he thinks I'm so weak that he's beating? I'm thinking. So that's the only time in the tournament that I think someone might have maybe felt like personally affronted or in any way personally attacked. I was meaning to tell him. Actually, I'll send him a Discord message and explain what happened in case he didn't know. But otherwise, it's such an amazing experience. You've got to do it. You've got to do it. And the more of these we have, or the more people we get, I think the more we'll have. And maybe we'll grow this thing a bit and get more material and everything, and have more great events and meet more people. So anyway, my voice is raw right now. I'm going to stop. Thank you again. I will see you tomorrow. It's nice to be back. It feels like I was very far away for a long time, but I did stream on Friday, so it was just a weekend. Danvido Higo Shogi, great to see you. Konbanwa, thank you. I heard a couple times in the background Japanese speak at the tournament. I thought it was funny. Just in the background, I heard Shogi Dado. Blah 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 blah. Shogi Dado. Blah 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 blah. So that was funny. I thought that was very funny. Because they were some people were talking not to me, just mentioning me. I thought that was funny. And anyway, on that note, thanks again. I look forward to talking more about this. I'm sure we have not exhausted the content of the discussion of this event. I could keep going on forever And if anyone does want to talk about particular topics, in the future, I would love to. But for now, signing off. Thank you again. It's always so great to chat with you all. I hope I can meet all of you in person someday. And thanks again. Take care. Bye.